Good afternoon. Welcome to the House Judiciary Committee. Good afternoon. Welcome to the House Judiciary Committee. Today is February 11th, 2026. Our first bill is House Bill 577, Delegate Williams. Delegate Williams, you can call up your panel, please. Greg Lickenbrook, or Brock, I'm sorry, Greg Lickenbrock.
Greg, I think he's virtual.
Okay, and Chief Amy McGuez.
Right here, yes, thank you, good to see you, Chief. I'm sorry.
Delegate, whenever you're ready.
All right, good afternoon, Chair Bartlett, Vice Chair Davis, and members of the best committee in the House Judiciary Committee. I am Delegate Nicole Williams and testifying in favor of House Bill 577, also known as the Criminal Law Firearms Crime Machine Gun Convertible Pistols. This legislation would prohibit a person from manufacturing, selling, offering for sale, purchasing, receiving, or transferring a certain convertible pistol in Maryland, which is any semi-automatic pistol that can be converted into a machine gun solely by attaching a switch that is a type of auto sear. Most importantly, this legislation would not require current gun owners to modify or get rid of your convertible pistols that they already own. So whatever gun you have now, you can keep your gun, okay? Don't have to get rid of your gun. Also would not bar future sales to law enforcement officers or agencies or to members of the military acting within the scope of their official business. There are certain gun manufacturers who uniquely design their pistols in a way that makes them easy for users to convert into illegal machine guns with just using a screwdriver and a small piece of plastic known as a switch. These unlawful, while both unlawful under federal and state law, the switch can easily be illegally purchased on the internet or 3D printed. This creates an extremely accessible DIY weapon of mass destruction when placed in the wrong hands. In fact, shootings involving these automatic weapons have been increasingly prevalent across the state of Maryland. The tragic mass shooting on Morgan State University's campus in October of 2023 that injured 5 people involved the use of a gun with this type of switch. In addition to shootings, these DIY machine guns have been recovered from crime scenes in Clarksburg, Frederick, Townsend, Parkville, and Baltimore. Each of these stories is the result of inaction from gun manufacturers who have failed to correct their designs and prevent these modifications. The majority of the gun manufacturers whose weapons are designed that are not susceptible to easily conversions, they do exist. And House Bill 577 takes a major step in keeping our state safe by addressing those manufacturers who continue to offer their guns in a way that makes it easily convertible on the civilian retail market. They have chosen profits over people and over human lives. And so therefore, we must do our part in protecting Maryland communities from the potential violence of these weapons. And for those reasons, I am urging this committee to give a favorable report to House Bill 577.
Thank you. Madam County Executive.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair and members of the committee. It is an honor to be here. Now, when I was in the General Assembly, I was actually not in the Judiciary Committee, but I did spend a lot of time in this committee. And as in my role as state's attorney, I had the privilege of being before you on a number of occasions, including a bill very similar to this last year sponsored by the delegate. And I'm back this year to support this very important bill. Prince George's County has experienced a massive decrease in crime. Murders, robberies, carjackings are down 55%, but all of this, it really requires legislative intervention as well as our policies and practices on the streets. And what happens when the legislature acts, we are able to have the tools and the power we need to hold individuals accountable and seek maximum penalties and appropriate penalties where applicable. And so the switches these automatic weapons that can easily be these handguns that can easily be converted into automatic weapons is a huge problem in terms of public safety, not just for Prince George's County, not just for the state of Maryland, but really all around the country. And we're seeing individuals use this technology to really cause mass destruction. In October 1st of 2017, a gunman used a modified rifle to kill 60 people and injure more than 400 at a music festival in Las Vegas, Nevada. This would not have happened if the weapon was not an automatic weapon. It simply would not have happened. This many lives and in such a short period of time would not have been taken. And so this bill is really about saving lives and recognizing that the legislature has a role in protecting the people of the state of Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you. And County Executive Brayboy, is Carlton Atkinson testifying as well separately online?
I don't know if he.
I think he might have done it because we weren't.
I didn't know if he was signing
we
you
weren't
up.
certain of the time. I think he's probably not going to testify.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
All right, and whoever wants to go next is fine.
Mary, okay.
Good afternoon, Chair Bartlett, Vice Chair Davis, and committee members. My name is Mary Kanaa, Policy Counsel for Everytown for Gun Safety. On behalf of Everytown, I urge a favorable report on House Bill 577. This bill would prohibit the future sale of certain semi-automatic pistols that are easily convertible into illegal machine guns. It goes without saying that machine guns are exceptionally lethal weapons designed for use on the battlefield, meant to inflict maximum damage in minimum time. Fully automatic machine guns are illegal under federal and state law, but certain types of pistols can be easily converted into DIY machine guns at home, even by people with little to no engineering skill, using only common household tools like a screwdriver and a tiny piece of plastic or metal commonly known as a Glock switch. DIY machine guns are extremely dangerous and are spreading throughout Maryland. They can fire at a rate of up to 20 rounds per second, allowing shooters to spray bullets with a single pull of a trigger and little recoil control. Every firearm manufacturer should be taking steps to make sure their guns can't be easily converted into DIY machine guns, but that's not what is happening. Despite the explosion of a market for illegal pistol converters and an uptick in crimes committed using fully automatic modified pistols, a small number of gun manufacturers, including Glock and others, continue to offer machine gun convertible pistols on the civilian retail market. While Glock recently introduced new models with some small design changes, it appears that even with these changes, its pistols remain easy to quickly convert into illegal machine guns with common household tools and a Glock switch. The manufacturers using this design have the ability to stop the spread of DIY machine guns. They have chosen not to, putting profit over people. We need to address the gun violence from every angle, including by removing these dangerous weapons from the marketplace until these manufacturers change their design so that they cannot easily be converted into machine guns. Thank you for your time. I look forward to your questions. Mary Kanaa.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and other members of the committee. My name is Jessica Garth, and I'm here on behalf of Tara Jackson, the state's attorney for Prince George's County. I'm here to advocate for a favorable report on this bill. And as a prosecutor, we are not just concerned with prosecution and punishment of gun crimes and violence in our community, but we are advocates for prevention, and that's really what this bill is about. Even the staunchest proponent of the Second Amendment, I think, would agree that there is no reason for a civilian to have the ability to illegally convert a handgun into a machine that can fire 1,200 rounds in a single minute. This bill would not affect the rights of people who are owning guns legally, but it would help us to be able to prosecute and to prevent violence in our community. This is a straightforward and common sense bill that will do nothing but provide for the safety of members of the state of Maryland and Prince George's County. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Amy Megath, and I'm the Acting Chief of Annapolis Police Department, and I'm speaking in favor of House Bill 577. Annapolis is unfortunately familiar with the occurrence of gun violence. In fact, last week in a disagreement, multiple shots were fired and an adult male victim was seriously injured in a stabbing. Thankfully, the victim is in stable condition, and we were able to arrest 2 suspects and recover the handgun believed to have been used. While this incident did not involve a handgun that can easily be turned into a machine gun, Annapolis has experienced shootings involving these types of handguns, including shootings with a pistol converter installed, and we have recovered handguns with pistol converters installed. We know that some of our shootings and shots fired calls have involved handguns with a pistol converter simply due to the large number of shell casings recovered at the areas where the shootings occurred. Since January 2023, we have had 8 separate incidents where 30 or more shell casings were recovered. Also, as recently as August of 2025, we recovered a handgun used in a double shooting that had a pistol converter installed. In that case, we were investigating the non-fatal shooting of 2 adult male victims that were shot while standing in a parking lot of a residential neighborhood. Our officers were able to identify the suspect, obtained a search warrant, and the gun used in the shooting was recovered. Data from Maryland law enforcement agencies shows that 45.5% of handguns recovered by law enforcement with pistol converters installed were subsequently linked to shootings already committed through the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network, or NIBIN. For these reasons, the Annapolis Police Department respectfully supports House Bill 577 and urges the Judiciary Committee to give it a favorable consideration. I believe this legislation will encourage gun manufacturers to take steps to make sure their guns can't easily be converted into machine guns. This strengthens public safety in our capital city and throughout the state. Thank you for your leadership on this important matter.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions? Delegate Taylor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think this question is probably best suited for Mary, I think. You know, when we look through the opposition, and I know we're probably going to hear something about constitutionality, right? And there have been recent court decisions, including Bruin, that that changed the way, you know, gun laws are considered, the constitutionality of gun laws. So how do you think that this, walk us through how you think this bill is going to stand up to the constitutionality test?
Sure. I think that this law would be constitutional for the same reason that other laws that require safety features are constitutional. For example, California requires firearms to be sold with chamber-loaded indicators. This prevents accidental discharge. Massachusetts also has that law. Illinois has a law that requires that guns withstand a certain melting point, and this keeps them from being made with certain like junk metal, again, to increase the safety of the firearm. At the tech step under Bruin, this law wouldn't meaningfully constrain anyone's ability to keep and bear arms. There are tons of gun manufacturers that make semi-automatic pistols that are not convertible. At the history step, which is the second step under Bruin, it's justified by analogizing this to especially dangerous weapons laws that existed historically. And you all probably know that the Fourth Circuit recently upheld Maryland's assault weapons law, which this particular bill falls under Maryland's assault weapons law. And the Supreme Court declined cert, so that decision will stand. And that's a very strong indicator that laws regulating particularly dangerous weapons like these DIY machine guns are constitutional.
Thank you.
Just to follow up on that, isn't there a federal law that criminalizes the possession of a machine gun?
Yes, and under that federal law and under Maryland state law, a Glock switch would be considered a machine gun. However, Glock switches are really small. They are like the size of a Lego. They're easy to manufacture and they're difficult to regulate because they're sold online illegally as keychains, and you can buy them for $20. You can 3D print them at home out of plastic. So because they're so difficult to regulate, we think that influencing the manufacturers of the firearms that are convertible is a better way to influence the market and make people safer.
Great, thank you. I saw Delegate McComas, did you?
Yes, I just have a couple questions, because I'm not really familiar with the issue of the Glock. And that basically, is the Glock switch made by Glock?
It's not.
Okay, so can anybody with a 3D printer, and if you have the directions, can you make the component for the?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can.
Yeah.
Okay. And so, but it's still illegal under both state and federal law. So banning the Glock pistols themselves.
And it's not just Glock. I want to be very clear. There are a number of manufacturers, not just Glock, that design their handguns in a way that allows these switches to be attached. But like Mary stated, there are also a lot of other manufacturers that design their guns in a way that do not allow these switches to be attached.
Well, okay, so are those manufacturers in the state of Maryland that can have the switch done here? In other words, I guess what I'm saying, we're making a statewide bill here, okay, that's only going to affect Maryland, correct?
Well, there's some other states that have similar legislation pending.
Pending, but it's not, but the point is isn't this really more of a federal issue, that you have it all across the United States as opposed to a
Well, we
state
would
issue?
love to have this bill passed on a federal level, I'm sure, but I'm just not certain how, if that'll happen anytime soon, Delegate.
Well, it could happen in the next election. You never know. I'm just trying to understand, because of the fact that if we do this, isn't this going to basically cause some of these weapons that can be used to turn into machine guns, that they're going to be worthless to anybody that wants to get rid of it, because that has never got.
Well, you could just use it as a regular handgun. And that's all we're saying. We're not saying that you cannot purchase a handgun. We're not saying that if you own a handgun, you have to get rid of your handgun. Anyone in the civilian market can still purchase a 9mm handgun. What we're saying to those who manufacture these handguns is that if you do not design your guns in a way that prevents these switches from being attached to them, then you cannot sell your gun here in the state of Maryland. And I want to just correct myself, actually, the similar bill did become law in California in October of 2025. And there's legislation currently being introduced in Illinois and New York.
Okay, so do you have any data that and you may not have it right at your fingertips, that these types of guns have been used in a lot of crimes? I mean, where they've converted it to a machine gun.
Yes.
Yes.
I'll let my county executive answer that.
Thank you, yes. In fact, in 2024, the Prince George's County Police Department recovered 47 weapons that had the switches. In addition to that, I don't know, you all may recall a very famous local chef was severely injured, Chef Tobias, and I think a resident of your
He
district.
lives in my district. His
resident.
restaurant is in my district, or right outside my district.
And he
But was that his, he shot himself?
No.
No. What I
Alright.
was saying is that he was the victim.
Oh, okay.
And based on the Ring video camera that was recovered, it was definitely a high-powered weapon that shot him multiple times in a matter of seconds. So we believe that it was a high-powered machine gun.
But was the weapon that was used, was it recovered?
It was not recovered in that case. But again, our law enforcement officials are pretty smart, and they've been around. So they
But I
know
just
what they're
wonder,
hearing and listening to. But we did recover 47 of those weapons in
When you recovered
2024.
the 47 weapons, were they ever used in crimes that you were aware of?
Yeah, in some cases, yes. They were used in violent crimes in Prince George's County.
And I just want to add, on the federal level, over the last 5 years, ATF has indicated that their machine gun conversion device recoveries have gone up 784%. So nationally, they've recovered, in 2023, they recovered 5,816 nationally. So the purpose of this bill isn't, I hear you on the federal issue. California passed this bill, Illinois has introduced this bill, Connecticut has introduced this bill, and other states are. And I think the idea is to get a critical mass of states to influence the market. Because Glock could wake up, or any of these other companies could wake up and they could change it so the backplate isn't removable, and that would make their guns not convertible, and then they could continue to sell them in Maryland.
Well, the number of guns that were, which you said went up, what, 5,000% or something? How-
800%, 5,000 in 2023.
Okay, so they went over, so they were how many guns then? But usually how many guns are usually confiscated in the whole universe? So that might be an outlaw, you know, that might really be a small
Sure.
amount if you didn't look at the whole pie.
Yes, I don't have the number of total
Okay.
guns that ATF recovered, but these illegal machine gun conversion devices attached to guns increased 800%. So we see that this is like an increasing issue, especially because 3D printing has become so much more accessible. It's easy to make these at home.
Well, my question to you is, do you feel it might be the reason that these folks are doing that, were they all involved in crimes, or were they involved in situations where people live in jurisdictions that have high crime rates and they're fearful? And they do that because they just figure they're not, they don't go to the range, they don't know how to shoot. And I mean, because people are very tense right now.
I hear you. I think you have to go out of your way this isn't just the pistol that they were recovering, but they were recovering the pistols with the switch attached. And that's like a step you have to go through. Like, you can buy a Glock anywhere in this country if you aren't prohibited and carry it around, and it's a semi-automatic pistol. But you have to take extra steps to install a switch that would then make it a fully automatic gun, which is illegal federally.
Well, let me just ask you this, and I'll shut up after this, but my question is would it be people that really don't have the money or the time to go to the range and practice, and they just want something that if somebody beats on their door that they can kind of shoo them away because they,
I don't think that anyone needs a high-powered rifle to shoo someone away. If you, first of all, I think that we have to, we're trying to be realistic here. We're talking about guns that are being converted into weapons that can destroy people and anything around them in a very short period of time.
I understand
So
that,
I don't
'cause we have a
think
lot of
that-
violent movies out there.
Right. So that's what we're trying to guard against.
So I have a question for the chief. Delegate Combs, did you finish? For now? Okay. I have a question for the chief. In your opinion, is it easier to shoot a regular handgun, or is it easier to shoot a handgun with this switch on it?
It depends on what you're trying to accomplish.
So
If it's the most bullets downrange, it's with a switch, but the accuracy is out the window. The recoil on the handgun, it makes it extremely difficult to control where the gun is pointing when it's shooting out that quickly. It's much more accurate to do it as a semi-automatic pistol.
Thank you. Delegate Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate, for bringing this bill. I'm going to direct my question to Ms. Kanal, and I want to thank Everytown for its continued work in this area, both from a standpoint of educating and advocating. The progression of gun safety and industry accountability in Maryland has come over the last several years. Gun accountability, the banning of switches, the auto sear, and so we've kind of continued to progress. Some would say that we've addressed this issue. So I'm going to ask you from your perspective, why this bill and what does this do to kind of add to the protections we've tried to put in place over the last couple of years?
Thank you, Delegate. This bill is meant to influence gun manufacturers to make their guns more safe, as in less convertible. We do not want people to have machine guns on the street. I think we can all agree that having a semi-automatic pistol is protected under the Second Amendment. But having a machine gun where you cannot control where you're shooting or how much you're shooting is not. Gun manufacturers need to be held accountable to some extent. And like I said earlier, Glock could change their design and it would require not that big of a change, and they would be able to continue to sell their firearms in Maryland. They could do it, next month or whatever. And they would not be barred from selling them if they were no longer convertible. So I think that, especially given the ATF data, that machine gun conversion devices are skyrocketing. The recovery of these are skyrocketing. This is a growing issue. And we've seen that regulating the conversion devices themselves is difficult. And enforcing that law is difficult because they are so small. So we need to change the way that these guns are manufactured and designed so that they don't create such an easy convertible machine gun.
With this, would it help to strengthen the gun accountability bill as well? And could that be leveraged by our local jurisdictions and the Attorney General potentially if we pass this bill?
I think that it shows that there are minimum standards that gun manufacturers need to meet. As you all may know, Glock is being sued by the city of Baltimore, and that's for retroactive. That's looking back at their conduct and the way that they've designed the bill and their gun and the harm that it caused that city in the past. We will mitigate, that could potentially mitigate future harms from Glock. But as you know, Glock is not the only manufacturer that makes their guns this way. This bill would prevent other companies from popping up and creating their guns in the exact same way and selling them and doing the same thing all over again. We want the Attorney General to hold bad actors in the gun industry accountable. This is not about going after the gun industry as a whole. It's about irresponsible manufacturers. So yeah, we think that these guns, because they're so easily convertible, they're so dangerous that they should not be sold in the civilian market. And this will hold them accountable in that way.
And then the last question, Madam Chair, if I could. Are you aware of other gun manufacturers that have already modified their guns so that they aren't as acceptable?
I am not aware of any gun manufacturers that have modified them. There are gun manufacturers, and our expert I think is on the next panel, and he can really talk about it. But there are other manufacturers that make semi-automatic pistols that are not convertible because of their design. And he'll talk about the cruciform trigger and how it was patented by Glock for a long time. So they were the only ones that were making the guns in this way that were easily convertible. Once their patent expired, other companies popped up copycatting them. One of them that I can name offhand, I think, was Polymer 80. They're now bankrupt, partially because of the way that they acted, which was irresponsible towards the way that they sold and manufactured their guns.
Thank you.
Delegate Moreno, do you still have your question?
No, I'm gonna wait for the answer.
Okay. Okay, Delegate Valentine?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate, and thank you, panel. And I think my question might have been answered, but I want to refer to page 5 of the bill, Delegate. Down on line 6 with the prospective part of January 1st, 2027, where a person may not manufacture, sell, offer to sale, purchase, et cetera. So if I am in ownership of one of these that might be on the list, I'm still okay after that date to own that firearm, is that correct?
Just double check. I think that is correct, but let me just double check myself here.
But the limited part of the sale is I would be unable to sell that to any other individual unless they were outside of the state of Maryland? I know you're looking at me.
Yeah, you said page 5. Are you looking at line 6?
Line 6. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
No worries, on or after. Yes, so any manufacturer would not be able to, sell their guns that are designed in this way after January 1st, 2027, as well as transfer, sell, purchase, receive, or transfer. That is correct.
I know, I was looking at your panel, and I think she wanted to answer, so can I ask my next question?
I was just going to say, if you own a Glock and
already
you
own
want to
it-
resell it, you can go to an FFL and they can purchase it from you to resell to law enforcement, or they can help facilitate the sale to someone out of state.
Out of state or law enforcement. So
Yeah.
my example would be, if I want to sell it to a family member in this state, I would be unable to do that?
I actually think there may be a family member exemption as well.
Because I didn't see, and if I'm missing it, I apologize.
If there isn't, that would be something, I think that we have at least an inheritance exemption. So if there's an inheritance exemption, then an
Somewhere it would
immediate
qualify
family
for a
member sale.
child or a parent or something
Sure,
like that is
yes.
what I'm looking at. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, that concludes
Oh,
it.
Delegate Simmons.
Oh, Delegate Simmons, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, panel, for participating. I have two questions. One, if I could, for the chief. In your career as a lifelong law enforcement officer, can you tell me, have you ever been on a scene where this weapon has been used for good?
No.
Okay. With that being said, as attorneys, as people advocating for victims in our community with these type of weapons, with looking at the result of violent crimes in our state and how's that reflected and what our responsibility is to make sure that we're protecting them, can you tell me any good example of what an auto sear or a Glock switch would be used for good?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Okay, so this concludes this panel. We're going to go to our favorable online panel. And we have Daniel Segria, or I didn't pronounce that. Yeah, I did. Okay, Segria. And if Greg Lickenbrock is on as well, please. Okay. And Mr. Atkinson is not online, right? Okay. Mr. Lickenbrock, whenever you are ready, you may begin.
Thank you, Chair Bartlett and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of this legislation. My name is Greg Lickenbrock, and I'm Everytown's for Gun Safety's senior firearms analyst. Before joining Everytown, I was a gun magazine editor for 10 years. I tested hundreds of firearms, attended media events and training courses, and worked with dozens of gun makers, including Glock. This bill is a smart approach to dealing with the surge in semi-automatic pistols converted into fully automatic machine guns using devices known as Glock switches, weapons that have been used in at least 20 mass shootings and have been recovered in connection with criminal activity all over Maryland. Machine guns and the devices used to create them are already illegal under federal and state law, but switches are difficult for police to intercept. They're very small, they're very easy to 3D print. Instead, this bill targets the pistols that are so uniquely easy to convert with switches. Yes, other semi-automatic firearms can be converted into machine guns through extensive engineering outside of the average person's capabilities. Only Glock pistols and those made by manufacturers who have copied Glock can be converted using a switch. In fact, it takes less than a minute to install one. That is because Glock-style pistols use cross-shaped or cruciform trigger bars that provide surface area for a switch to contact. Each time the gun's slide or top half returns forward, the switch impacts the trigger bar, causing the gun to fire. And as long as the shooter depresses the trigger and the gun has ammunition, it will continue firing. Most other pistols, including those made by Beretta, CZ, Smith & Wesson, Sig Sauer, Springfield, and many, many others, are simply incompatible with switches. They do not use Glock's once patented cruciform trigger bar design, and their trigger mechanisms are broken into smaller, disparate components shielded from interference. In other words, this bill gets at the root of the problem without impacting the vast majority of the pistol market today. It's an effort to get a few gun makers to change their designs and fix this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Segria, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Hello, Chair Bartlett, Vice Chair Davis, and esteemed members of the House Judiciary Committee. My name is Daniel Segura, State Policy Manager for the Brady Campaign Against Gun Violence. Brady is proud to support House Bill 577, which provides a strong defense against the proliferation and dangerous impact of DIY machine guns throughout the state of Maryland. HB 577 will protect Marylanders from DIY machine guns by prohibiting the future sale of any pistol that can quickly and easily be converted into a machine gun by attaching an autoseer, commonly known as a Glock switch. This will hold the industry accountable by requiring companies that design their pistols so they can easily accept these devices to stop selling civilians unless and until they fix the problem. DIY machine guns are a growing threat to public safety. Fully automatic machine guns have been illegal under federal and Maryland law for decades, but they can be made at home by attaching an autoseer, which is a tiny piece of metal or plastic, to a convertible pistol. Shootings committed with these modified, fully automatic handguns can be significantly more deadly since they allow the shooters to spray bullet with the single pull of a trigger, endangering bystanders. As stated, in 2023, a pistol converted into a machine gun was used during the shooting that injured 5 people at Morgan State University in Baltimore. And in Baltimore alone in 2024, police recovered more than 60 Glocks, modified Glocks. These DIY machine guns are flooding Maryland because gun manufacturers have manufactured their pistols in a way that make them easy to convert into these legal machine guns. Because these companies choose profits over public safety, anyone with one of these pistols, an autoseer, and a screwdriver can turn their pistol into an illegal and extremely lethal machine gun in just a few minutes. The firearms industry has known about this problem for years, but has not taken responsibility and has refused to take serious action to fix their designs. As long as Maryland gun dealers are selling pistols that can be easily converted into machine guns, the public safety threat will continue. HB 577 solves this problem, and I urge the committee to favorably report on this measure. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, do we have any questions? Delegate Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there a world where this law passes and gun manufacturers manufacture their guns to avoid the machinery, I guess, to be able to use a switch, but then someone down the line creates a whole other type of switch to put it on that new gun? Is that a possibility that exists? Either one of you can answer. I'm assuming the expert, though. Lindenbrock.
Sure. Thank you for that question, Delegate. There is a possibility, sure, that somebody could create a switch for another type of firearm, but this is the reality that we're faced with right now, is that a switch is just so easy to attach to a Glock-style pistol, and Glock itself is choosing to use that same trigger design that is so vulnerable to this problem. As I mentioned, there are other firearms that can be modified, but they take a lot more work. Somebody can't do it at home in less than a minute with no mechanical expertise.
And these manufacturers, they know about this switch and they've chosen not to do anything about it, correct?
That is correct. The man who invented the first switch alleges that he showed the founder of Glock, Gaston Glock, back in 1987. He was exploiting a design problem inherent in the Glock 18, a pistol that is designed to fire automatically. He says that he showed the founder of the company, and the founder told him to remain quiet about it. It wasn't until later, when his patent designs for that switch leaked online, that people realized they could modify the pistols. But Glock has supposedly known about this for many, many years.
Okay, thank you.
Members, any further questions? Seeing none, that concludes the favorable testimony for House Bill 577. We're going to move to the unfavorable testimony. I apologize, I have one more person. Did Adam Rosenberg? Yes. Okay, Adam Rosenberg, favorable.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. I'm Adam Rosenberg. I'm the Vice President of Violence Intervention and Prevention for Life.
Mr. Rosenberg, I'm going to call up one more person because I just want to make sure we be efficient. Crystal Gonzalez from Moms Demand Action. Okay. And I think I have gotten everyone who is favorable, who was signed up to testify. Okay, Mr. Rosenberg, sorry for interruption.
Quite all right. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Good afternoon, members of the committee. I'm Adam Rosenberg, the Vice President of Violence Intervention and Prevention for LifeBridge Health and the Executive Director of our Center for Hope, our comprehensive response to violence. I testify today in strong support of House Bill 577, thanking our sponsor, Delegate Williams, and many others. As a representative of our health system, I've spent my career keeping kids safe. We know with public health challenges such as child fatalities that we have to take a multi-pronged approach to prevent death. One such example has been preventing automobile deaths for kids. Car seats were required in 1985, and airbags were required in 1998. And personally, being the parent of twins, I was grateful that latch laws were required for all cars manufactured after 2002, making it much easier to install a car seat and keep kids safe. All of this has reduced child fatalities in automobiles dramatically, ironically so much so that gun deaths now exceed automobile deaths among children and teens since 2020. In no other comparable country are firearms within the top 4 causes of mortality among children. With House Bill 577, we employ this same logic and public health approach to prevent future gun deaths by requiring necessary modifications to an existing product in order to save lives and prevent future harm. When you have a public health crisis such as this, it's about keeping and using everyone you can to take action. We've been proud to help drive gun deaths down in Baltimore to record lows over the last few years, but we're not at 0 yet. And there's more that we can do than helping those who are shot here. Everyone who can be part of the solution needs to play that part. We know that this pistol converter switches, as we've heard from the testimony, is a clear and present threat. This is a now problem which we want manufacturers to step up and reduce that design flaw to make sure that their designs protect us as well, just as we have repeatedly required automobile manufacturers to update their cars and designs to save lives. And I urge a strong favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the House Judiciary Committee. My name is Crystal Gonzalez, and I am here today to offer my testimony on behalf of the Moms Demand Action Maryland chapter as a survivor. I am the mother of a child whose life was prematurely taken by gun violence. And when you lose a child, something breaks inside of you that can never be put back the same way. I often say we can't bring them back, but we can bring them with. We bring our children with us, and the work that we do, and the hearts we help heal, and the communities that we help to restore, we bring our children with us. And today, I bring my child, Aaliyah Gonzalez, into this room. Because this conversation, this bill, your votes, they're real to us. They live in our homes, they sit at our dinner tables as empty seats. And they show up in our communities as trauma, fear, and silence. I work in healthcare, and just 2 weeks ago, we had our routine active shooter training, and I know it sounds crazy when I say routine active shooter training, but this is reality of where we are today. And I completely underestimated myself, even as my manager said, Crystal, this might be triggering, you don't have to participate. Well, I thought I could do it, I could not do it. We got to the slides where we had them talking about police responding after the first 10 minutes on a scene after the phone call is made. That was not my experience. And as they showed slides of the history of mass shootings throughout the country, they also showed every protocol that was put in place after each shooting. That was not my experience. I lost my daughter in the largest mass shooting in Baltimore history, where there were 30 people shot, 3-0. 2 people passed, including my daughter. Now, I stood on the scene with my daughter under a sheet, and as respectful and as obedient as Aaliyah was, she could not get up from me. The facts speak for themselves. Do I have PTSD? Absolutely. Do we want a state of people walking around as zombies or shells of themselves due to the trauma that we've experienced? I don't think we do. A switch is a small, often undetectable device that transforms a semi-automatic handgun into a weapon capable of firing up to 20 rounds per second. The use of these devices have grown exponentially in recent years, and too often families like my own are impacted by violence and expected to heal alone, to navigate systems alone, and to rebuild their lives alone, while the very systems and conditions that brought them to this place, those things remain unchanged. And that's where you all come in. This bill, HB 577, takes a measured, targeted approach to preventing the proliferation of weapons that can easily be converted into automatic firearms. We hear phrases like wrong place, wrong time, and I want to be clear today. our children are not in the wrong place at the wrong time. They are in the right place, doing what they're supposed to be doing, growing, learning, and becoming who they're supposed to be. It is violence that has no place in our schools or our communities. I did not choose this journey, but I choose every day to transform my grief into survivor power. I urge this committee to give this bill a favorable report and help Maryland take this important step towards protecting our communities from weapons that have no place in civilian hands. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And Ms. Gonzalez, thank you for sharing your testimony.
Thank you, Delegate Bartlett.
Members, do we have any questions for the witnesses? Delegate Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the panel, to Ms. Gonzalez. Our hearts continue to go out to you and to your family. We first met as a result of the shooting and our response to that, and have been working together ever since. You have had the opportunity to go around this country and to meet with mothers and families of victims of shootings and advocate and take your message forward of the loss of your child. Can you talk to us a little bit further about what you're seeing? Because there was some conversation about what's going on in the rest of the country. Can you talk about not only what's going on here in Maryland, but what are you hearing and what are you seeing when it comes to the rest of the country and the lives that you now are part of as a result of victims of violence when it comes to handguns?
Absolutely. First of all, I say this is the worst thing that any parent wants to do, but we absolutely have to do it, especially if we have been affected the way that we have and what I see across the country. I say all the time, I deal with a lot of broken hearts. These are things that are irreversible. We cannot have the one thing back that we want the most. And so how do we prevent that? How do we get in front of it? And everybody knows that I'm always talking about, let's find the real solutions behind the crime and violence. And so my push has always been to get some violence prevention education to our children. We have to do it before they're 13, 14, 15, and sitting in front of a public defender's office. So prevention is better than the cure. That has been the overall statement from most survivor moms. That's a term that I use to describe mothers who have lost their children to violence and now have to survive their children. What we hear from survivor moms is we want to do whatever it takes to make sure that no other family is added to this number, added to this club that nobody wants to be in. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Well, I have a question for Mr. Rosenberg. I was listening to your testimony, and I am very familiar with the seatbelt comparison. I've used it myself a few times. But I want to make sure that it wasn't a products liability argument that you were making, or was it?
I don't believe it's a products liability
Yeah, I didn't
argument.
think so either. Okay, I just wanted to be sure. I just made a note here when you were talking. Okay, thank you very much.
Certainly.
Members, any other questions? Seeing none, that concludes the favorable panel for House Bill 577. We're going to move to the unfavorable panel, and we have Kathy Wright, Mark Pinnock, John Pica, John Weber, and John Jocelyn. We just have 3 Johns today. Great. Great. Okay. And Mr. Pica, do you want to start, or do you want to start, Mr. Pinnock?
Would you mind if Mr. Pennick?
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Mark Pennock, I'm the president of Maryland Show Issue, and we submit this testimony in opposition to this bill. Let's be clear, I'm not here to defend Glock switches. Glock switches are, possession of a Glock switch is a felony under federal law. It's illegal under state law. There are no good uses for it. They are not produced by Glock. As far as I'm concerned, you can impose a life sentence for the possession of switches, and that would be just fine. But I'm here to tell you that this bill cannot be reasonably construed as anything other than a total ban on striker-fired pistols. and that's a whole class of otherwise legal firearms. Because any striker-fired pistol may be converted, readily converted into a full automatic. In my written testimony, you will see a link to an M17 Sig Sauer being thus converted. When you take the slide off a semi-automatic striker-fired pistol, the entire mechanism of the trigger assembly is exposed. It has to be in order for the gun to work. That means that there's no such thing as a gun, a striker-fired pistol, which is shielded from operation of a switch. You see that in the M17 video. So that is a facial violation of the Second Amendment, because Glocks and Glock clones and striker-fired pistols are in common use for lawful purposes. So what this bill does is take an otherwise lawful firearm used for lawful purposes and makes the manufacturer liable because of third-party criminal misuse and alteration of an otherwise lawful firearm. That's a remarkable extension of law by any sense of the word. Manufacturers under Maryland law are not liable for the criminal acts of third parties, which is what this bill does. I urge an unfavorable report.
Madam Chair, thank you. John Pica on behalf of National Shooting Sports Foundation. It's a trade association for hunting and shooting sports. In the interest of time, everyone here knows about the Heller decision, that decision protects firearms in common use. I think you can predict that Glock firearms dominate the marketplace. They're about 35% of the market, and this is an effective ban on Glock firearms. I think it raises serious constitutional issues, and I ask that the committee give this bill an unfavorable report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and I'm going to have to interrupt the hearing just for a second. I'm sorry, but while I understand the need to be demonstrative, we do not allow any posters or any graphics or anything like that in this committee room. So thank you for understanding. Okay, and whoever's next.
Shall I?
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, committee members, for considering my testimony. My name is Kathy Wright. I'm from North Beach, Anne Arundel County, here in Maryland. Full disclosure, I am a member of the Board of Directors for the National Rifle Association, but I am speaking today as myself, for myself. I am opposed to HB 577. This bill apparently seeks to address the misuse of firearms, but will impact only law-abiding citizens of Maryland, not criminal behavior. State and federal law already prohibits machine guns and rapid-fire devices. HB 577 focuses on the design of an entire class of semi-automatic pistols and risks criminalizing common, lawfully possessed firearms. Please don't turn law-abiding citizens of Maryland into criminals. HB 577 is another ineffective gun control bill that will not reduce violent crime. This is just one more effort by gun control activists to ban all firearms and is a total disrespect of our constitutional rights. I respectfully request an unfavorable report on HB 577. Thank you for your consideration.
Chair, members of the committee, my name is John Weber, and I represent the National Rifle Association and our members in Maryland. The NRA is opposed to House Bill 577. This legislation imposes new prohibitions on so-called machine gun convertible pistols. These devices are already illegal under federal law and state law. Maryland prohibits them, and the federal government does as well. These statutes can be enforced in the state. These devices are illegal for civilian possession without special licensing. HB 77 does not target the criminals who use them. Instead, it broadly bans an entire class of firearms from people. This definition is overly broad and will lead to confusion. Of the 400,000 ATF gun traces in 2004, around 1% of them had a switch. This bill will disproportionately impact law-abiding citizens rather than criminals. Genuine offenders will ignore these laws or they will use 3D printers. Enforcement is the answer to this, and enforcement has been lacking in a number of places in this country. Specifically, a 2021 incident in Chicago where these switches were used and the district attorney declined to pursue the case, citing mutual combat. The answer is to enforce existing state and federal law, not to ban an entire class of pistols from law-abiding citizens.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. John Jocelyn speaking on for 2A Maryland. For the record, I'm a state police certified handgun instructor. I am also a certified Glock armorer, so I'm very familiar with that firearm. For those of you who've never seen the cruciform bar, this is what it looks like. Very small piece of metal.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The reason why I say that is because we just don't allow anything demonstrative. And that's the only reason. Okay, so thank you very much.
The design of that cruciform is what makes it so safe. It's almost impossible to have an accidental discharge with a Glock pistol because of this design. Now, we heard testimony that we should ban it because it's difficult to regulate. Are we going to start banning other products because they too are difficult to regulate? We've been told that we can't sell them to a family member or anyone else, but we can sell them out of state. Philosophically, what is it about the criminals in other states? Are they more morally, astute than our criminals here? The problem is the criminal, not the device. We were told that they could change the pistol by just changing the backplate and getting rid of it. As an armorer, I can tell you there are no less than 11 serviceable parts that require maintenance in the slide of a Glock pistol. So you can't simply get rid of the backplate. It's an integral part of the pistol's design. We go forward with this year after year, worrying about the hardware and not the software of the people who do it. We've already made it illegal to use these. We have penalties. We can prosecute under state law. We can also prosecute under federal law. We have very stiff sentences, and all of these will also impact those who've used them, the Glock pistol, for legal means. For example, as an instructor, I cannot let any one of you hold my pistol if this bill passes. That would have been a transfer. You will have received it. We would both be in problem with the law. We would be then criminals. Ask for an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, Delegate Arakan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for being here. I've got a couple of questions, so I'll just kind of spit them out and you guys can jump. One of the things that stood out in the testimony was that these are already prohibited federally and statewide. So in the cases where these have been used, how many of those were used by someone who was already a prohibited person? Do we have that data?
We don't have particular data, but I have yet to, and I've been watching this carefully, I've yet to see a single case where the user was not already prohibited. It's often used by youths, people under the age of 21. They are already criminally prohibited in Maryland from even possessing any handgun, much less this particular kind of handgun. So I would be astonished if you would ever find a law-abiding user actually going off, committing a major federal felony, buying a switch illegally converting that Glock handgun or other handgun into a fully automatic, and then going off and using it. That's just not realistic expectations. Okay. These are already criminals.
Okay, and then, I mean, our police officers carry Glocks, obviously, so I don't know what effect that would have, but do we have any data from Baltimore City on the use of switches?
I have some data.
Okay.
Under Public Safety Article 3-501.1, Baltimore City is required, I believe, until 2027 to report on the firearms that they seize or recover.
Right.
And in 2024, they recovered 2,511 firearms. Of that number, 2,247, or 89.5%, were handguns. Ghost guns were 291, or 12.9%. Unserialized firearms, 324, 12.9%. firearms with obliterated serial numbers, which was one that was originally manufactured with a serial number and it was removed, 96 or 3.8%. Pistols with Glock switches, 81 or 3.6%. So it is not the numbers that you're being led to believe when you hear percentages of how it's increased. Baltimore City, that has probably the largest database because of this particular legislation, indicates that they are not really in common use.
Okay, that's very helpful. So someone had mentioned that we should just get rid of the removable plate on the Glock. Can somebody explain why that's not realistic or reasonable?
The removable plate is an access panel, and it allows you to gain access to minimum of 11 parts, all of which require occasional cleaning and servicing, replacement, all of which Glock Armor, myself, would be certified to do. Without that panel, I would not have access to it, and we would have to replace the entire slide. We're looking at about a $380 cost to do that.
It's akin to welding the hood on a car shed.
Oh, so, okay, so it's literally non-functional. It would render the firearm non-functional.
Unserviceable.
It's an access.
So I couldn't even open it to
panel.
clean it at all. Okay, that's obviously non-functional.
May I add to that? The irony is profound, is that Glock has acted to remedy this problem with the new series, V series and Gen 6 series firearms, which actually changed the slide in such a way as to make it more difficult for switches. And actually, no currently available switch actually works with these guns. They've changed the backplate so that current switches can't work with these guns. This bill would nonetheless include those brand new models, the B series and Gen 6 series, because they can still be converted.
Right, and so could
by illegal means.
Yeah, and so could the SIG. I mean, I'm just trying to understand what the actual difference is between Glock and the other guns I own.
So the thing about Glock is that they have the cruciform trigger bar towards the rear of the frame.
Okay, and that's why they're less likely to have the misfiring that we had with the SIG issue that we had, is that?
Well, no, that's a different issue. So the rest of the pistols that do not have, and this bill does cover the rest of the pistols that don't have a cruciform bar if they can be readily converted. So it's just as easy to create a switch that reaches further inside the frame than the rear of the slide. It's all open, it's not shielded. So the idea that somehow these guns are shielded from interference is just fantasy. It's just not true.
Okay, so there's just no way to make this bill constitutional?
No, I mean, you're going to have criminals altering firearms.
Yeah, okay. I really appreciate you guys, thanks.
Members, are there any other questions? Delegate Simmons?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank the panel for coming out with so much experience on the panel, and I really appreciate y'all institutional knowledge. Can you tell me when was federal laws first designed around gun laws? Around how long are we talking here?
Well, there's been federal law has been in effect for a long time. So you got the National Firearms Act in 1934. Right. You had the Federal Firearms Act.
So around the 30s.
So 1934, exactly.
Correct. Yeah. So when you look at that and you look at the change over the years from when legislation based on the Constitution was designed and what weapons was in effect during that time compared to what weapons are in effect now, currently, and how that affects our society, would you say that based on the 30s, when these laws first was enacted, to now when we're here in the General Assemblies of Maryland trying to react to what we're now seeing in our communities that adversely affecting our society, do you think it's the manufacturer's responsibility as a part of that community to respond as well?
So the irony here, Delegate, is that Glock did respond with a new series, and yet this bill would still illegalize them. 1934, there were machine guns, and they were regulated in 1934.
We're talking about handguns that are converted into machine guns.
There were machine pistols as well during 1934, and they were regulated at that point. So criminal misuse of firearms is nothing new. And the Supreme Court in Heller decision says you can't ban firearms, modern firearms, just because they're different than firearms that were present when the Bill of Rights were ratified in 1791.
Sure. You also, in your testimony, you also indicated stats pertaining to Baltimore City, right? So is Baltimore City the only place where these weapons have been known to be used or recovered?
No, sir. We did have testimony from a proponent in the Senate side from Montgomery County. He indicated, I think, 526 firearms. He was not specific whether they were handguns or that was the whole gambit of it. And he said that 27 had these switches, which is 5%.
Sure, outstanding. Let me ask you this. When it comes to these switches, and especially we're talking about Glock, and there's a lot of advocacy in reference to the manufacturer. In Baltimore City that you referenced, is there a Glock manufacturer located in Baltimore City?
No, sir, there is not.
So when we look at the stats of where these weapons are originating from, including the switches at times, are they brought into the community or are they from the community?
The firearms are built, those that are built domestically are in Smyrna, Georgia, as I recall. The switches are manufactured on anybody who has a 3D printer. Right. They are illegal. They were illegal in this country a year before Jorge Leon designed the switch and offered it to the Venezuelan military.
Sure.
So they were already illegal from the get-go.
Sure. When you make the distinction between the residents of Baltimore City and the weapons that are coming into Baltimore City, and we talk about the penalties relating to these individuals that are committing these crimes, because there's victims attached to these crimes, would you feel that, you know, when we looked at it, we found that a lot of weapons are coming from South Carolina. And, you know, and so you say South Carolina, Georgia, you know, and how they get into Maryland, it is the responsibility of this legislative body to make sure that we're advocating for the greater good of our citizens. You know, in doing so, we look to experts for your insight on that. So with that being said, my last question is this, that based on the number of violent acts, you quoted a lot in reference to the weapons, would you say that those numbers are increasing or decreasing for the better good?
We really don't have extensive data to tell, but you did bring up an interesting point. Firearms that come from the Carolinas, they are regulated firearms. They are being trafficked illegally. That will continue, whether it's a Glock or any other firearm. The switches are illegal everywhere in the country, so it really doesn't matter where they're made. They can be made here, in your basement, my basement, or in California. They're still outside the regulated framework of our society, and therefore they are unregulated simply because anybody can build them.
And if I might add, Delegate, there are 20 million Glocks in current circulation. That's Gen 3, Gen 4, Gen 5s. All of them that this switch works on. 20 million countrywide. They can be brought into Maryland just as they are now.
So are we in agreement that the Glock switches are not a good thing for the state of Maryland?
Oh, they're not a good thing for anybody.
Okay, but we're talking about Maryland.
Okay.
So you're testifying here in Maryland. My question to you is, do you feel that those Glock switches are for the better good of the citizens of Maryland or not?
So, Delegate, as I said at my opening statement, as far as I'm concerned, you can put possessors of Glock switches in prison for the rest of their lives, and I wouldn't care.
Outstanding. No further questions, Madam Speaker.
May I add, Madam Chair, that
Yes.
Thank you. 30% of Maryland citizens own firearms. 35% of that, roughly, own Glock firearms. The people who are committing the crimes in Baltimore City or wherever they're committing crimes, they're not buying those guns illegally. They're buying, many of those guns are purchased or transferred on the black market, on the underground market. So this bill will affect law-abiding citizens. And if I could suggest an amendment, you should have a mandatory sentence for criminals who commit crimes using a switch that turns a weapon into a firearm into an automatic weapon.
Yeah, we keep talking about switches, but this bill bans pistols.
Okay, so let's conclude that questioning. I think we're done with that. I want to ask Mr. Panak a question, and that is, you mentioned in your testimony that people have been converting firearms forever, for decades. People have been converting firearms for decades, right?
Sure, any semi-automatic firearm can be converted, including a Colt 1911 introduced in 1911, or a hammer-fired pistol like the Browning High Power of 1934.
Right. So my question to you is, what was the federal or state legislative response when people did that?
Well,
in all those years that you just
So
mentioned?
1934, the machine guns were regulated, and they were banned at that point without going through a lot of effort to get special licenses from the what then was now the ATF.
So there was a legislative response.
There was in 1934 by addressing machine guns, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't ignored.
And
Delegate
that
McComas.
framework still exists, by the way.
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Delegate McComas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just kind of want to try to.
Oh, I'm sorry.
See if you can tie this up. Okay, if the bill becomes law, is there a short-term impact, and then what will be the long-term impact of the law? And then what's going to happen to the law-abiding citizens that are kind of in a bad place with these guns, with the Glock pistols?
So in the short term, Delegate, I think we're going to have the experience that we had in 1994 with, I want to say it was Senate Bill 619, when we banned the so-called assault pistols. For 2 or 3 years after that, we saw a spike in the number being used. Because of all the media hype about it, the criminal elements heard about these, decided it was kind of de rigueur, and they had to have one or they weren't a good self-respecting criminal. And so we did see a spike in those firearms being confiscated for several years afterwards. If these pistols are banned, it would mean that those that I own, I cannot sell to my sister, my wife. I can sell it out of state for sale to someone else in another state, which I think is kind of interesting, that we can't have them here, but they can have them there. We're going to end up seeing training issues because the Glock is so popular. The pistols I use for training students are my Glocks. I won't be able to hand it to them. If they bring their own and I need to take possession for whatever safety issue might appear to be on the horizon, I can't touch it. Because if I take possession of it, I've now violated the law. The problem is not the pistol, the problem is the switch, and it's already banned, even under existing statute. We don't need this particular bill to ban that switch.
Just a real quick question. Do you think that if this bill passes and there's a lot of publicity about it and everything, that's going to drive people that are not good hombres to want to get the switches?
Oh, absolutely.
In other words, it's kind of like, gee, this is an
Gotta
advertisement
get one while I
for
can.
evil. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Delegate Valentine.
Madam Chair, my question was answered. I'm sorry.
Delegate Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think I'm going to go down the path that you started on, if you don't mind. Our job as a legislature really is based on public policy and what we think is the appropriate public policy. And so to regulate the design of a product, whether it's in the auto industry, the gun industry, the pharmaceutical industry, wouldn't you say that that is our responsibility and prerogative, Senator, as legislators?
Yes, but one thing we can't change is an opinion of the Supreme Court. And while we in the legislature, well, I'm sorry, I'm not here anymore. While you in the legislature can enact laws, if they're under scrutiny and part of a litigation that makes its way to the Supreme Court, the law is going to be overturned.
And I appreciate that. But part of our job is to push that. And if it's overturned, it's overturned. But if we think it's right for the citizens of Maryland, as a legislator, you did what you thought was right for the citizens of Maryland. Is that a fair statement?
I think it's right for you to do the right thing.
Okay. And I think
and
we're
you
doing,
usually do.
And I think we're doing the right thing. As we look at the amount of devastation that has occurred with firearms associated with an auto sear, the idea that this particular product is more susceptible than others to being modified, I'm trying to figure out why we shouldn't legislate that.
Delegate,
now take out the Supreme Court argument and the litigation.
If I may, Delegate.
Just the public policy.
I think you bring up an interesting point. Essentially, what's happening is we are allowing the actions of a relatively small number of criminals in our society to dictate what legal products the law-abiding citizen will be allowed to maintain and possess. What we are not addressing are their actions. So by banning this, we have actually injured the law-abiding citizens because of the actions of a few who are not law-abiding. And this bill will not do anything to prevent their use. We've already admitted that block switches can be 3D printed, frames can be 3D printed. That's going on. We already know that. So that will not change. The only thing that will change is law-abiding citizens will find the value of their lawful products reduced to nil.
And if I might add,
before you, so let me make sure I'm clear. So if the market, I'm a business guy, so if the market shrinks for this particular product, you're suggesting that they'll continue to manufacture this product and they'll just sell it in other states?
oh, absolutely.
Okay.
There's no way the Glock, having now moved to the V series and the Gen 6 and discontinued the sale and distribution of the earlier models that were being modified, will remodify that Glock pistol that they just modified just to sell into Maryland. That's not going to happen. They haven't been able to sell the most recent versions of Glock pistols into California, and they exited from California, and that's a population of 40 million people. So Glock won't modify their pistols in response to this legislation. That's fantasy. They'll just exit the market, and that means your police departments will not be able to buy any more Glock pistols and the like, so that you're basically penalizing the law-abiding person who wants to buy a Glock pistol, which is one of the safest guns out there.
And you do know that there's an exemption for the law enforcement officers?
Yes, but when you exit the market, you don't stay in just for the police.
All right. My sense is the police will find their Glocks if they need them. And I would say from a policy perspective, I think about Ms. Gonzalez. I think we do the things that are best for Marylanders. So I thank you, gentlemen.
And woman. Okay. Delegate Mangione.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the gentleman, I think you just mentioned, the gentleman on the right, I forget your name, but that's to your point, you mentioned about criminals and their action, and that's my concern in this bill. And my question for you is, any of the criminal actions that were given as examples earlier on, and my heart breaks for victims of these violent crimes, but would any of the criminal actions given as examples been prevented at all if this bill passed?
None. None whatsoever.
No. Anybody else, do you agree with that?
Because by definition, these guns are being illegally possessed and the switches are illegally possessed. So adding this additional ban on the sale of Glock switches, on Glocks themselves, is not going to keep Glocks out of the market because, one, the new Glocks will be smuggled in, and there's thousands of Glocks already in the market that will continue to be stolen and used illegally. So it's not going to change. All you've done is effectively ban Glock and Glock clones and basically all striker-powered pistols from the market. And there's really no dispute that you can readily convert any striker-powered pistol into a full auto. And I don't know what readily convert is, but it's not that hard. So you're taking a whole safe design that's the most modern pistol out there, including Glock is one of the safest, and you're excluding them from the Maryland market because of illegal actions that convert illegally by the possession of the devices that they are a federal felony to possess in the first place. It has been for many years. I'm sorry, that's just not rational.
So then it's an accurate statement for me if I have to make a choice as a legislature to pass a bill or not, based on whether it will prevent gun violence, and based on your decades of expertise, the answer is this bill will do nothing to prevent gun violence. Is an accurate statement.
Nothing whatsoever.
Okay, thank you.
So it's a harmless bill. No, that was rhetorical. That was 100% rhetorical.
So let me respond to that.
No. You do not need to respond. It was 100% rhetorical. So no, don't worry about it. Delegate Conaway.
Thank you, panel, for coming in to testify. So with this switch put on one of these Glocks, can the firearm be fired in a multi-round way, or does it have to be all or nothing? Like if once you pull the trigger, it has to empty the
So switches come in various shades. There are switches out there which actually have a press button on them which allows it to be converted from a semi-automatic to a full automatic. And then if they push that button off, then it goes back to semi-auto. So again, that's an illegal switch. So it's a federal felony.
Yeah, but once they put it on automatic, can they multi-round fire it, or once you pull the trigger, there's no stop?
Well, that's full auto. That's right.
Yes, Delegate, it would continue to fire until either the trigger is released or the magazine is emptied.
Oh, so you could release the trigger?
Yes.
And control the output?
Oh, yes.
Thank you so very much.
Members, not seeing any further questions. That concludes our testimony from this panel, and that concludes our bill hearing for House Bill 577. We're going to move on to House Bill 465. Delegate Embry. Thank you. Delegate Embry, whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Madam Chair and everyone, I hope this bill will at least not take as long as our previous bill. So this is a bill you may recognize from last year, although the sponsor is different. It was the chair's bill last year. And I also want to just note, it should have come to your inbox, but the Women's Caucus has today sent a letter of support. So as everyone knows, because we've heard a lot of testimony over the years about this, sexual assault is the most underreported crime and affects the majority, certainly of women in Maryland and a large percentage of men in Maryland. And increasingly across the country and in the state, our civil libel laws are being used to silence survivors. So currently, if a survivor speaks about their experience for whatever purpose, because they're sharing, because they've been asked, any reason at all, they then are subject to, the burden falls on them if they are sued for libel by their purported abuser to prove, that they were telling the truth. And so this bill is a shift to protect survivors, to allow them to speak openly and freely, and would require, the shift is requiring a finding of bad faith or bad faith or fault or the intent to lie in order to succeed in a libel case against them. The language comes from existing provisions in state law, in courts and judicial proceedings that applies to the disclosure of information by an employer regarding an employee or a former employee talking about their job performance. Oh, thank you. Sorry, thank you. So specifically, they had the person suing the survivor would have to show that the survivor, in what they said, acted with actual malice towards the person who allegedly committed the assaultive behavior, or intentionally or recklessly disclosed false information, so that they've intentionally lied about what happened to them. So I'll let the much more expert members of this panel describe the impact and how this will make a difference. But I just hope you'll note there's no opposition. I think that's really important to note. And I think this will go a long way towards protecting survivors, something that we do in this committee every day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Lisa Jordan with the Maryland Coalition Against Sexual Assault. We're here in strong support of House Bill 465. Thank you, Delegate Embry. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the 32 co-sponsors on this bill. As Delegate Embry said, this is the problem. We tell people, come forward, report sexual assault, talk about this, let people know about it, and then we don't protect them from retaliatory lawsuits. And this is across the country. We see people filing lawsuits in an attempt to to silence and intimidate survivors. There are even law firms that are devoted to tracking down these cases so they can sue survivors and sue folks who are involved. Nobody, including the Maryland Coalition of Sexual Assault, wants to close the courthouse doors at all. But the current law, it's just out of balance. House Bill 465 reduces the burden on survivors and keeps the courthouse doors open at the same time. We would join 6 other states that have already done this. And as Delegate Embry described, right now, the perpetrators just allege that false statement, and then the survivor has to prove that it's true. So think about that, what that means. We are expecting survivors to have the experience of being sexually assaulted, listen to the messages encouraging them to report, gather the courage to report, but first, evaluate whether they can support their statement in a court by preponderance of the evidence. Keep in mind that the vast majority of adults who are sexually assaulted are under 24, don't have law degrees or access to lawyers. Most sexual assaults happen in private and there's scant evidence, and current law doesn't take into account whether the statement was in good faith. And also remember that if they actually use the criminal justice system, then they would be protected. But many of our survivors don't go there first. They go to their schools, they go to their employers, they go to their therapists, they go to others. And it's not fair the way that the system is treating them. It's the nature of lawsuits. Somebody's got to have the burden. House Bill 465 puts the burden where it belongs, so we urge a favorable report.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jody Kavanaugh. I'm an attorney and I'm the director of the Sexual Assault Legal Institute and a member of the Maryland Coalition Against Sexual Assault. Sally provides direct legal services to sexual assault survivors across the state of Maryland, and this includes training and outreach to college campuses and holding virtual office hours for college students. I'm here to say that HB 465 is a real problem, and I'm here to give you some real examples. You may remember last year the testimony about a doctor in Maryland that opened a clinic in Prince George's County to provide medical service in an underserved, economically challenged area of the county. He used his position to molest female patients. One woman decided that she wasn't going to report the sexual assault until she saw a local prosecutor on TV asking for victims to come forward. She was one of 3 women whose cases the state's attorney's office investigated and filed charges of 4th-degree sexual offenses against the doctor. The one case led to a not guilty verdict, and the 2 others were steaded on the condition that the doctor permanently give up his license to practice medicine. Years later, the victim was served with a civil lawsuit alleging defamation, malicious prosecution, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and interference with the contract and other causes of action. In another case, a student at a Maryland university was sexually assaulted off campus by another student. She reported the assault and sought help through the student judicial conduct proceedings process. The school investigated and found that the sexual assault did occur. This survivor did not want to pursue criminal charges. She just wanted the assailant to stay away until she finished school. The assailant sued her and the school, and her parents made too much money to be able to seek help from a legal service organization and too little to pay for a private attorney. Their legal fees would have been covered by an umbrella policy, but there was other chaos that happened. For this reason, we request a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Brooke Roberson, and I'm a law student and a fellow for the Aaron Levitas Sexual Violence Prevention Initiative at the University of Maryland School of Law. I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 465. First, this bill will help make college campuses where sexual assault is at its highest safer by encouraging victims to come forward without fear of further repercussions. As a president of a sorority, the sisters felt more comfortable sharing their experiences of sexual violence with me rather than reporting to police or Title IX officials. My sisters would describe how their assaulters would manipulate them into sexual actions using phrases such as, "Come on, your shirt is already off. Let's keep going. I promise I'll stop if you do it just once. If we don't have sex, I'll break up with you." While these conversations were disheartening, they were not unique. One survey found college-age women were 3 times more likely to experience rape and sexual assault than women aged 12 to 17 and 25 or older. Second, this bill will help reduce the chilling effect of potential civil liability for reporting sexual assault to police and campus officials. This chilling effect means survivors refrain from reporting incidents to police or officials out of fear of enduring further trauma, potential civil legal consequences, or damaging social relationships. As a society, we want to encourage the reporting of sexual assault because we can support the survivor to reduce the trauma, prevent harm to others, and work on solutions. Third, this bill protects those who file charges in good faith against their assaulters from being sued in civil court. Without this bill, survivors may face additional court costs as well as the psychological trauma of another trial. In conclusion, this bill fosters a safer environment for reporting sexual assault by alleviating one of the many fears survivors already face, being sued for reporting. In conclusion, I therefore urge a favorable report for House Bill 465. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, do we have questions? Delegate Ericon and then Delegate.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for being here, delegate and panel. Okay, I have 2 questions. For my first question, who is the law firm who is chasing down survivors? Could I want to name drop here so I can just know who to hate?
I'd be happy to talk to you offline.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah. And the other question I had is you mentioned other states have already passed this. Can you tell us maybe which states those were, how those bills, when they pass, and how they've been doing sort of like on the ground level once they've been implemented?
Yeah, so Virginia, Connecticut, Maine, New York, California, and Oregon, and those were passed. We have that information from the National Women's Law Center, and I know we have a witness from the National Women's Law Center online. Awesome. I think she might have a better perspective than I would.
Okay, cool. So I'll save my questions about that for her. Thank you, guys. Thanks for your work on this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple questions about the construction of the bill. I'm generally supportive of the bill. The line 10 on page 2, section C1, it says one of the conditions that you're looking at is that you exclude the situation where someone is acting with malice. And I guess I'm curious what you're actually intending that to mean, because if I am someone who's been assaulted by someone and I would like to let other people know, I might have malice towards them. And it might be an entirely valid reason for me to want to spread this information about the person. So I guess I'm a little confused as to whether that scenario would pose a problem.
It's a fair question.
I think that's a great question. Thank you. It was this really was meant to track the current law regarding employers, and so that language comes from there. Others who work in this area of law more than I do have pointed out that actual malice and intentional or reckless disclosure actually are very close to the same, if not the same. So if you're feeling that that is a concern, I think it would be perfectly reasonable to take out actual malice and leave intentional and reckless disclosure.
Yeah, it just seems to me that part of the point is malice. Then we want to let people know this person did something bad. So
I'm for it, Delegate.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Got it. The other question, just generally, I have is whether you're intending the bill to implicate or liberate people under NDA or settlement terms.
I don't know that it actually does address that. However, there was, I'm recalling a bill a few years ago in ECM that addressed those non-disclosure, and I don't recall what happened to it, but I believe that the General Assembly addressed that. We can certainly look into that and get back to you.
I could certainly be persuaded in either direction on the NDA, to be quite frank. I recall we had a bill some years ago about this, and there was at least some consternation from survivor attorneys about what that might mean to blow up a previous agreement. So, but again, I could be persuaded in either way. I just think, we should probably clarify what we're intending to do on that.
We will look at it. I think I can say the sponsor, the intention is not to bring in affect settlements, affect NDAs. That is not the intention. I don't think the bill does, but your questions will cause us to have that conversation. Thank you.
members, do we have Delegate Carden?
Thank you. The NDA was actually one of the things I was going to ask, but then it struck me just real quick. So the truth is a perfect defense, right? So are you trying to, I just want to understand exactly what we're trying to do. We're trying to make sure that if somebody discloses information, and then are we trying to prevent them from getting sued? Or are we trying to help them if they do get sued to be able to defeat it quickly and without too much pain? Which is what are we trying to do?
Yeah, I would say effectively both a little bit. I mean, by making it, law firms that do this will understand that this will make it harder. So that may affect their calculation as to whether to bring the case. But what it does practically, of course, is the latter. So,
and it practically makes it harder or gives them a better defense because basically what they disclosed is presumed to be truthful?
It's not presumed to be truthful, but it is a burden shifting. So the first thing that
Could you move your mic over, please, Delegate?
I'm so sorry.
No worries.
I would describe it as a burden shifting statute versus.
So the burden would be on the plaintiff to prove by a preponderance of the evidence
that it's both not true and that the survivor acted with either actual malice or reckless, intentional or reckless disregard, gave false information with recklessness.
So the intent by preponderance of the evidence that the information is untrue is already presumed. The presumption's already on the plaintiff, is it not? The plaintiff is required to prove that. The defendant doesn't need to disprove it, the plaintiff needs to prove it.
But effectively, she has to prove truth.
So you're not shifting the burden there. All you're doing is shifting the burden is on the plaintiff to have to prove actual malice, which we may want to prove anyway, is what you're saying. Or disregard for exactly what?
Yeah, sorry, let me read the language.
Yeah.
Intentional or reckless, that the survivor intentionally or recklessly disclosed false information about the person, the abuser.
Right, so if they, they're going to lose the case if they can't prove by preponderance of the evidence that it was false in the first place. So what value do you get by having to force them to even prove higher?
So it's currently sort of a case really centers on the victim having to show that this happened. That is the current state of the law. And so this shifts to the.
Really? I mean, it seems like it's the other way around. The plaintiff has to prove that this didn't happen in order to win, don't they?
Yeah, we have an attorney who does this for us.
Okay,
That's
sorry.
come on, so these are excellent questions. I think we will let him answer. I have not litigated.
I'm all
the case.
about this. I want to make sure we make it easy. I'm just not sure that, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So Delegate Erica.
Yes, sorry. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. So I think the confusion is coming in with the term plaintiff and defendant because in some of the cases what you're talking about is the victim is the defendant. So what we're talking about is the woman is being sued because she said something. So she is coming in as the defendant. This shifts the burden away from her having to prove what happened is true and forces the plaintiff, who is the alleged abuser, to prove that she acted with either malice or, if we remove that, intentionally or recklessly. In that scenario. In a different scenario where it is not the victim that is the defendant, where the victim is actually the plaintiff, it does not do that. So this is really just for, I mean, there will still be a burden shift, but this is really for the cases where the victim has been sued for what she said. So instead of going into court and her having to prove she was actually molested in court, the alleged perpetrator will now have to prove that she acted under this new way. That's why I think we're just getting confused with, yeah. I don't think so. I think we just agree to disagree as often.
I appreciate everything. We do have two attorneys who will be
Let me just make sure that actually, the thing that the victim has to show is that she or he is acting in good faith, and the thing that the accuser is going to have to show is that the person is not acting in good faith.
Perfectly.
Right, okay. Just want to make sure. Thank you. Okay, we have two witnesses who are favorable, who hopefully are online. John Conleaf, eyes are Conleaf, and Elizabeth Tang.
Madam Chair, they say they're both still in, there we go.
Yep. Mr. Okay, great. Mr. Conleaf, I hope I'm pronouncing your last name correctly. Is it Leaf, Conleaf, or Conleaf?
Conleaf, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and whenever you are ready, you may begin for 2 minutes.
Sure, I'll be very brief. For almost 8 years now, I've been representing victims of rape and sexual assault, and particularly victims being sued by their abusers. I submitted written testimony. The first case and the third case are worthy of comparison. Hopefully it's a quick read. I know you're very busy people. In the first case, which was a victim who was sued by a man who had been convicted of various crimes, it was easy to get the case dismissed because the rape victim had immunity from being sued under longstanding laws, since there had been a criminal conviction and all the statements that she was being sued for related to police reports or domestic violence petitions. The third case, however, is the one that really brings me here. This was a young woman who was raped at Johns Hopkins University. After a successful and highly contested Title IX proceeding, which found that she had been raped, she was then sued by her assailant because there was a family able to hire very, very excellent attorneys. Eventually, after 2 years of her having to go through this horror of being sued for defamation, the case was dismissed because they simply couldn't prove their case. This was a week before a 2-week trial. Unlike other legal proceedings, there are no protections available for any victim who undergoes a Title IX proceeding at any university or college campus in Maryland. And this is frankly an unacceptable situation. And I expect to see more of this because this is now the standard playbook of firms that represent assailants who are accused of rape. Thank you for your time and attention.
Is Elizabeth Tang, Ms. Tang, whenever you're ready, you may begin. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the committee. I'm Elizabeth Tang from the National Women's Law Center, here in strong support of the Stop Silencing Survivors Act, HB 465. I'll skip my testimony a little bit. I'll do a bit of it, and I want to answer some of those questions that were raised. I do want to say, that one of the biggest reasons survivors stay silent is the very real fear of retaliation. Defamation suits are the third most common form of retaliation for survivors in the workplace. 1 in 5 student survivors are targeted or threatened with a defamation lawsuit. And as folks have said before, abusers don't necessarily expect to win these frivolous cases, but they know that their victim must still incur immense financial and psychological costs, an average of $20,000 to $50,000 per case to defend, or even more than $1 million to defend what they have said to be true. So this bill is critical because it would ensure that abusers cannot weaponize the Maryland courts against their victims, but those who are falsely accused can still use the courts if they can prove that they were accused in bad faith. And so what we said earlier, actual malice has it's a legal definition. It's not just about the intent of the person who is speaking. Actual malice means that the person spoke knowing that what they said was false, or that they had a reckless disregard for the truth, that they knew it probably was false, but they didn't really care. And so what that says in the bill is that if the plaintiff, who is the alleged abuser or the alleged rapist, can prove that their victim actually was not a victim, actually spoke knowing what they said was false, or recklessly disregarding that what they said was probably false, then they can overcome, what the protections that we're trying to give to survivors right now by having the case dismissed. And then to the other question about what is this burden shifting thing, right? The plaintiff, who's the abuser, still does need to prove actual malice or bad faith in order to win the actual lawsuit. So what are we doing with this bill? What this bill is doing is providing a disincentive for abusers to bring retaliatory lawsuits, because if they lose, they have to pay reasonable fees. They have to pay the victim's attorney costs, right? That is extremely important. If they know from the outset that they cannot weaponize the courts against their victim, then if they know they have to pay this money in the end, they're less incentivized to bring the lawsuit in the first place. But if they know that they can, if these disincentives are not in place, if this bill is not in place right now, what they can do is bring a lawsuit, drag their victim through the courts. The victim will then have to go through a traumatizing, a very fact-intensive investigation. They might have to sit through a deposition, being grilled about the very traumatizing details of their assault, of their abuse, perhaps with their abuser or their rapist sitting right next to their attorney, right? Just feet away from them through this deposition. They have to turn over, records, phone calls, text messages, emails, etc., and wade through all of that information. And that's very traumatizing. It can be very costly. They have to hire a lawyer to defend them. And all of that can then disincentivize survivors from speaking out in the first place.
Ms. Yang, can you hear me?
So it's a matter of incentives. That's what we're doing here.
Okay, thank you so much. Members, do we have any questions? Delegate Cardin.
Jack, Mr. Conliffe, it's good to see you and hear from you. I wanted to ask you the same question I asked the sponsor of the bill, just to make sure we understand. So if somebody is, you can have, I guess, this lawsuit ended on a summary judgment of some sort if it's determined the person is just not telling the truth, but they didn't act with malice or with reckless disregard for the truth, they just weren't telling the truth, you can have the case dismissed? Is that fair to say? You're on mute, by the way. You're on mute.
So if someone has only used police reports or legal petitions, that's subject to virtually absolute immunity. There are exceptions, similar to what's in this bill, but it would be very hard to do. Sure, but when you have a fact-intensive case of any kind, let alone these cases, in a lawsuit for defamation or a countersuit for battery, it's almost impossible to win on summary judgment. The case is going to go to trial. In the last case I handled, the assailant and the assailant's family only gave up when they were facing a 2-week trial, which I was defending pro bono with a co-counsel. My fees at the time that they finally gave it up were $75,000. And I later learned that they paid their own lawyer $150,000. In other words, they were wealthy. They had the ability to go after my client in spades.
So my last question, my last question would be, if you just allowed for, if there's a, if they lose the lawsuit, that you can apply for attorney's fees, wouldn't that have the same effect as what we're doing here?
If I were in federal court, I would say yes, because attorney's fees are often awarded in federal court. In state court, it is a rare day that judges award attorney's fees for sanctions in any kind of tort case. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen it in my entire career, except for the first case I handled that was so abusive.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Yang, did you want to add something?
Yes, please. So currently, a couple of things. Mr. Conliffe was talking about police reports. So police, if somebody is just quoting a police report or making a police report, that typically will count as a statement that is made in a government proceeding, because it is part of what could potentially become a criminal proceeding. And so that can be protected under Maryland's anti-SLAPP law. But Maryland's anti-SLAPP law does not currently protect survivors enough, because the speech has to be communicated in a government proceeding or to the public at large. And a lot of times what happens is survivors would disclose their assault or their abuse in other settings that are non-government proceedings or not to the public at large. So for example, they might tell their friends or their family. That's not a government proceeding. That's not the public at large. They might tell their schools or their employer. If it's a private school, if it's a private employer, it's not the government, right? And so these are cases where then those complaints, their Title IX complaints, their HR complaints, talking to their friends and family can then be used as the basis of a defamation lawsuit. And so that's where there's a gap in the law. And HB 465 is trying to fill that gap. And so, and the other part of the anti-SLAPP law is that a lot of times, the other issue is that the anti-SLAPP law only protects speech that is made on a matter of public concern. And across different states, I've seen this over and over again, is that courts will rule wrongly, and that's where the legislature comes in to fix it, right? The courts will say sexual assault, domestic violence, that's not really a matter of public concern. That's a private matter between two people, and so it doesn't count. And so what HB 465 is doing is recognizing that survivors, when they disclose their assaults, that is a matter of public concern. It should be protected in the same way that other issues of public concern are already protected under Maryland's anti-SLAPP law. So what this bill is doing is closing that gap. And then, so I just wanted to make that point about police reports. Police reports, you know, as I understand, should already be covered. And so that's what Mr. Condolf was saying. And then to Delegate Cardin's question, what if somebody did lie, but they didn't speak with, what is it, like malice, like bad intent? So I just want to reiterate what I said earlier. When I was testifying with a 2-minute deadline, I was trying to be as brief as possible, so I might have spoken really quickly. Actual malice is a legal term. It means that you spoke knowing that what you said is false. And so there's not a way for you to lie, speak falsely, and then for actual malice, that requirement not to be fulfilled. If you speak falsely, the actual malice requirement is fulfilled. So I hope that answers Delegate Cardin's question that was raised earlier.
Thank you. Does it? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Members, any further questions? Seeing none, that concludes our testimony for House Bill 465. We're going to move on to House Bill 466. Delegate Embry.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Do you mind, Madam Chair, if the panel comes up?
Yes, please have your panel come forward. I have a few names. And then if people can just let me know who you are, I'll make note. I know who some of you are. Good to see you. Nice to see you.
Would you like them to give names now or as
they can give their names as they testify, okay. Please. Thank you so much. Whenever you're ready, Delegate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, this is a bill that you have seen, but we're taking you to another part of Maryland's tort law. So we are one of the remaining states, I think the last 4, that have contributory negligence. What is contributory negligence? It has been called by our highest court a dinosaur, which it is. It derives from English common law, although England and the Commonwealth states abandoned contributory negligence in the 1940s, and as have most states in this country. I think it is on its face unjust and in practice unjust. The principle of contributory negligence says that if you're involved in a tort where you're hurt, and you caused even 1% or less than 1% of the accident, of the harm, then you are barred entirely from recovery, completely barred. Comparative negligence, on the other hand, which is what we're addressing in this bill in a limited subset of cases, says, well, the comparative negligence that we're following, that most states have followed, says that if the plaintiff can show that they were not responsible for the majority, if they were responsible for less than 50% of the harm, then they have the opportunity to recover only up to the harm that they were responsible for. So it gives people who are hurt just a chance to receive relief, receive recovery. We are not abandoning comparative negligence in Maryland. That's a larger conversation. What we were doing is following what Washington, D.C. did in 2016. Washington, D.C. until then was one of the remaining contributory negligence jurisdictions. What they said, and what we are saying, is that in the category of situations where a car strikes a vulnerable road user, which is already defined in Maryland law, there is an imbalance in equity, in power, and we are proposing solely for those situations where a car is hitting a vulnerable road user, where the consequences can be catastrophic, people lose lives, you'll hear stories of injury and awful, awful situations. In those circumstances, if the person hit, whether it's a person on a bike, on a horse, on a walking, on a tractor, or not a tractor, I'm sorry, if they are harmed and they can show that they were not responsible, they were responsible for up to, but not more than 50% of the harm, they can sue. That's it. In Maryland, increasingly, auto insurance companies, they are just denying claims on the basis of contributory negligence with almost no information because it is so valuable to them. I only have 20 seconds. There's a lot of opposition, and I respect and understand it, but I want to address 2 points that they will make. They will say insurance rates are going to explode. Well, the states with the lowest insurance rates in the country, according to the internet, Maine and others, are comparative negligence states, and they use the same standards that we're proposing. So I understand it's a great protection. I understand why people want to keep it, but I think the dire things you're going to hear about insurance just do not bear out. So I thank you very much.
Thank you. And I just want to let you know, I'm going to go as far as I can, but I may have to interrupt the hearing and bring in Delegate Long on HB 544, and then we will resume this hearing. Thank you for understanding, but you can continue for now.
Okay, good afternoon. My name's Eric Stravitz. I cycle and walk for exercise. I'm a trial lawyer practicing in Maryland and DC. I'd like you to picture a cyclist on the B&A trail or any trail in Maryland. The cyclist comes to a stop for an intersecting road, sees a car in the distance, looks both ways. The car approaches from her left, and the driver waves the cyclist across the road. The driver's foot slips, and they step on the gas. They drill her with the car. She goes flying through the air, lands, fractures multiple ribs, and breaks her leg. She starts physical therapy 3 months later to give the ribs time to heal. The ribs heal, but after months of physical therapy, she has a permanent leg injury and can no longer cycle. She cannot agree with the driver's insurance company on a settlement. She files a lawsuit in Anne Arundel County Circuit Court. The insurance company hires a talented defense attorney for the driver. That lawyer questions the cyclist for over 3 hours in a formal deposition. First hour is background questions and lost wages. Second hour is medical treatment and medical history. The third hour, they finally get to how the crash happened. The cyclist is stressed out and exhausted. At the 2 hour and 45-minute mark, she's asked, "Are you sure the driver waved you across?" She answers, "I think so." "Are you 100% sure?" "I saw him wave me across, but I'm not 100% sure." And then at the driver's deposition, to the cyclist's horror, the driver denies waving her across and blames her. The case goes to trial. All this testimony is put in front of the jury, and the jury decides that since the cyclist is not 100% sure, she must be 1% at fault, and they return a defense verdict. This would be unjust, unfair, unreasonable, and it happens across Maryland's courtrooms. You can fix this problem with HB 466. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair from Anne Arundel County, members of the committee. My name is John Corrin. I'm with Bicycle Advocates for Annapolis and Anne Arundel County, but today representing a statewide coalition of safety advocates for cyclists and pedestrians from across Maryland. We have written testimony submitted. I also participated in the 2017 Bicycle Safety Task Force that was created by the legislature. I'll come back to that. Walking, biking, use of assistive devices, other micromobility are absolutely vital to Maryland for traffic reduction, for promoting health, for protecting our environment, for having strong economy, and also for affordability. But in 2025, we had over 470 people killed on Maryland roadways, and approximately a third of those were vulnerable road users, people traveling outside of an enclosed vehicle. The 2017 task force identified a series of recommendations around infrastructure, funding, education, and also legislation. I'm happy to report 4 of the top 5 legislative recommendations are either accomplished or in process. The remaining one is this bill. In fact, one of the recommendations created the vulnerable individual definition in Maryland statute under 21-901-3. This bill, for me, is, I'll say, 90% about fairness to victims, as Eric described, and the other 90% is about safety. This bill will also deter drivers. When you hear the opponents talk about cost of insurance and competitiveness, the way to respond to that is to double down on safety and not have crashes that injure or kill vulnerable road users. That'll save them money and it'll save Maryland lives. Please support the bill.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Juan Carlos Puga. I am the chair of Bike More, Baltimore's advocate for safe and equitable streets. I'm also a personal injury attorney who has represented hundreds of individuals across Maryland. Like Delegate Amber mentioned, we're only one of 4 jurisdictions that has this dinosaur law. On behalf of Bike More, we have seen too many cases where pedestrians and cyclists suffer serious injuries and they face impossible legal barriers to try to recover their damages. As an attorney, I've had to turn away cases where I know that may not be financially viable, and I know that insurance companies have already denied the claim because they can't. I'll give you an example. Represented an individual who was crossing the street on Fayette Street, right across from the District Court of the old District Court of Baltimore City. He was crossing to the bus stop. He was right outside the crosswalk. When I say right outside, I mean 2 to 3 feet outside the crosswalk. He looked both ways. He saw that no one was coming. A car came down speeding, barreling him. There was a cop on the intersection that actually witnessed the driver texting and driving, charged him. Guy was convicted of texting and driving. The insurance company, who happens to be having filed testimony unfavorable to this report, denied the claim, dragged this man through litigation of 2.5 years until an eve of trial. They decided to settle the claim. They delayed a payment of this man 6 months of lost wages, medical bills that were through the roof. He did not have health insurance, and they denied and delayed this claim because they can't, because they know that they can't, because they know that if denied, there are claims that lawyers will not accept, lawyers will not pursue because they're not financially viable to pursue $10,000 to $20,000 litigation, and they're allowed to do so. Washington, D.C. enacted this similar reform, and the sky hasn't fallen. No major carriers left, truly. No one, so it's interesting to see the unfavorable reports. I urge you guys to give a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Winona Engel-Pratt. I am a constituent of Delegate Emery. I'm a pediatric nurse practitioner in Baltimore. I typically ride my bike the 5 minutes from my house to my work. About 3 years ago, I had just left my house to bike to work when a man flung open his car door and hit the side of my bike, knocking me down into the street. The only reason that I know this is because there is security camera footage of it happening. I sustained a brain injury and would have no memory of the actual event or of the hours that followed. Besides the brain injury, I also had a severe fracture of my right hand, my dominant hand. It took 2 separate surgeries for me to be able to eventually use my hand again. During the time I was unable to work for several months, I was abruptly cut off from my patients and severely hampered in my ability to take care of my own child, who was at that time barely a toddler. The crash and the subsequent insurance fight around it was a huge financial and psychological burden on both me and my family. I was doing everything right when the crash happened. I was riding my bike in the correct lane position. I was wearing a helmet. I was obeying the rules of the road. The driver of the car failed to obey those rules, and by his own admission, he did not check to make sure the lane was clear before he opened his car door. But because of contributory negligence, his insurance company claimed that they had no responsibility to pay for any of my medical bills. They admitted that the driver hit me with his door, but claimed that I was negligent for not being able to maintain control of my bicycle after being hit. It was his fault that I was knocked into the air, but somehow it was my fault that I landed. Because of my privilege and my access to people who are knowledgeable of our system in this state, I was able to fight the insurance company. After 2 years, they agreed to pay for my medical care. But most vulnerable road users do not have the access and the privilege that I have. Insurance companies are using contributory negligence to get out of paying their fair share. Please pass this bill.
Thank you very much. Now, members, I'm going to ask you to hold on to your questions. And just for a second, we're going to interrupt this bill hearing, and we're going to go right to House Bill 544. Then we're going to resume this panel, and you'll have plenty of time to ask your questions. How are you, Delegate Long?
Hi, how are you?
Doing
Thank you.
fine. Whenever you're ready, you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for being so accommodating. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair. For the record, I'm Delegate Bob Long. I'm here to testify on HB 544. This bill would stiffen the sentence for smoking marijuana with a child in the car. Right now, there's a $25 fine. It doesn't say anything about children, but we need to address that. We have seen incidences where children were in the car and have been smoking marijuana. And as we all know, that a young brain, this is not a good thing to do. It's unfortunate we have to put a bill up like this, but we need to make sure people are aware of what the consequences are for smoking marijuana with a child in the car. At one of the schools, I'm not going to say what school it was, but she would always tell me, this person would tell me, that when they delivered the children to go to school, the car door would open and all this smoke would come out. She said it was marijuana. They never could figure out why, before this, why the kids were so relaxed or I don't know, whatever. But they actually fell asleep in class. And this is unconscionable. I mean, if you want to smoke pot, that's your business, but don't do it around a child in the car. And I know a lot of people have actually heard of hot boxing. I never did until I put this bill in, and that's another thing. But this is to protect our children, to make sure children aren't susceptible to smoke marijuana in the car while it's underway. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, do we have any questions? Yes, Delegate Conaway.
Thank you, Delegate, so very much for coming in and bringing this bill. Just want to point out to you on the second page, the first line, you have consumed cannabis, and that could be gummies also. Is that correct?
I'd have to look at that, but I'd be more glad to get back to you. But even that being said, if they're consuming gummies, it's even under driving a motor vehicle, it's not good, but I'll look into it.
You said as a passenger.
No.
Passenger area?
Right.
So if a person is, let's say, is in the passenger area and they're consuming the gummies, I'm just telling you, it's a friendly amendment.
Okay, I understand.
Friendly amendment.
Okay, I didn't quite understand what you're saying. This has to do with more with children, why the driver or someone in the car is smoking marijuana.
Well, it said, before the committee gets in the uproar, it says consuming cannabis, and we need to do something so we know we're not talking about the gummies, okay?
Okay.
All right.
If you want to amend it, that's fine.
All right. Thank you.
We want to make sure we're all on the same page.
All right,
It's
buddy.
about protecting the children.
Okay. Have a great day. Thank you.
Great. See, we help out in Judiciary.
Hey,
any other
that's what
questions?
you guys are here for.
That's right. Any other questions, members? All right, seeing none, thank you, Delegate Long.
And thank you again for your.
Have a good, sure, have a good evening.
Yes, ma'am, you too.
Delegate Embry? Oh, there you are, okay. Please resume. We're going to now resume House Bill 466. Thank you very much for accommodating.
Thank you.
And members, do we have any questions? Delegate Ericon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, panel. Welcome back. Okay, so we've talked a lot about a cyclist, and your story is bonkers town. That's a term of art. But also this affects not just cyclists, but like pedestrians. I had a family friend whose daughter was hit in a crosswalk, I guess, but it was still somehow she contributed. Don't ask me how. I mean, she was out of work for like a year because of all the damage. I mean, car versus human at 60 miles an hour. It's a miracle she's not dead, right? So this would also help people like her. Can you just remind me, what are the states who are still doing it like us? Are we the last one in the nation?
There's 3 others. Alabama's
It's
one.
North Carolina, Alabama, Virginia, us, and DC in a way.
And
Okay.
DC did this 10 years ago.
Okay, so DC has made this small carve-out. Is this the only carve-out they have?
Yes, as far as we know.
Okay, so they've basically maintained contributory except for this.
And just to answer your first point, this bill actually, you may hear about cyclists, but it majorly affects pedestrians. There's so many more pedestrian accidents than cyclists. Unfortunately, pedestrians are not organized, so they're
Right. Okay, yeah. I mean, all truth aside, I do have a love-hate relationship with cyclists on the road because it terrifies me. I'm like, you guys are on roads with cars. You're going to get, and I live in the country. People do it on these country roads at dusk, and they're windy and they're gravelly. I'm like, how?
Right. But this bill truly is about pedestrians. Like pedestrians there's so many more pedestrians in the state of Maryland than cyclists.
Right, yeah, I mean, most of the cases I'm familiar with were pedestrians struck, and it's really, I mean, it's not much work. I mean, it's probably still bad for cyclists, but it's really bad for pedestrians.
The definition also includes emergency workers, people using wheelchairs and assistive devices, people on motorcycle. It's essentially anyone lawfully traveling on the road or crossing the road that's not inside of a vehicle, a car or a truck.
Okay, all right, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Members, do we have any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. That concludes this panel. I'm going to call, you know what I didn't do was I didn't get, did Tom Yost?
No. I'm here.
Okay, Tom Yost, if you want to come up. I didn't get everyone's name before, so I might recall. Apologize. Eric Stravitz?
He testified.
He did. Okay, thank you, Eric. Dungie Du? Okay. And that's everyone for this panel. You may begin. Tell me your name, please, ma'am.
Lauren Packman?
Say, Lauren?
Yeah.
Lauren? Are you in favor?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm opposed.
Okay,
Are we not there yet? Sorry
All right,
about that.
thank you so much. All right, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bartlett. I see Vice Chair Davis is not here. Fellow delegates, my name is Tom Yost. I'm an attorney. I've been practicing law in Maryland since 1986. I've represented thousands of people involved in accidents. Ever since I practiced here, the law has been that of contributory negligence. And, that was the law in all 50 states at one time. One by one, states started changing the law. Sometimes the legislature changed it. Sometimes the court said, you know what, this is an archaic doctrine, we're going to get rid of it. Well, there's been a tension between the legislature and the courts, and it hasn't been resolved in Maryland. As you know, we're one of 4 states in the District of Columbia that have contributory negligence, and it's archaic. It's something back from the 1500s in England. This bill offered by Delegate Avery, and thank you for offering the bill, is a small carve-out. It doesn't change this. The court cannot do a carve-out. It's pretty much all or nothing for them. Only you can carve out this exception. So the most vulnerable people, right, who get hurt on the roadways are people who aren't with seatbelts, in cars, doors around them. These are the people, it only applies for these folks, right? And it says, if you're terribly at fault, more than 50% at fault, you're getting nothing still contributory negligence. But if you're less than 50% at fault, if you're 25% at fault, you'll get 75% of your hospital bill paid, not 100%. The DC statute was different. It said if you are less than 50% at fault, you get all of your damages. You know, in this bill, 466, House Bill 466, that's C. And if you want to do a friendly amendment, you could take that out and match it to the DC law. You're going to hear from people who are going to say that this isn't good for insurance companies. That's not really your job. All of your constituents are pedestrians. Thank you. I urge you to vote favorably, report favorably on the bill.
Chair and members of the Judicial Committee, my son wrote this testimony. I'm here speaking today on his behalf in support of this bill. I also submitted a written testimony as a parent. In June 2023, I was 13 years old and riding my bike with friends in Ocean City. As I moved into a shared bus back lane, a bus driver passing me blasted a high decibel air horn directly into my ear. I was so terrified by the blast and fell. The bus ran over me. As a result of this injury I sustained, I spent over 3 months in hospital, including 2 weeks in the ICU. My most recent surgery in November last year, and I continue to undergo additional surgeries. I will carry scars and permanent physical harms for the rest of my life. Despite this catastrophe, I will never be able to claim any compensation from the bus company under the current law because each lawyer my parents went to said it would be too difficult to prove I was completely faultless. This is not fair. While my life was forever and irrevocably changed, the bus company suffered nothing more than a minor on an otherwise normal summer day. Maryland is one of the only 4 remaining states that still follows the strict contributory negligence rule. Under current law, if an injured person is found even 1% at fault, they can be completely barred from recover any compensation. In case involve pedestrians, cyclists, road workers, and other vulnerable road users, that rule can lead to deeply unjust outcomes. House Bill 466 is a measured step toward fairness. It preserves joint liabilities while ensuring that responsibility is shared in a way that better reflects common sense and justice. I respectfully urge a favorable report. Thank you. You may also read my written testimony in your record as a parent. Thank you.
Members, do we have any questions? Delegate Taylor?
You know,
Yes.
just trying to figure out how to answer this question, and probably Mr. Yost, you can answer it best. You mentioned the Washington, D.C. standard and the comparative negligence, or no, contributory negligence percentage. How does that work?
So I actually brought a couple copies of the bill, and I'll leave them with you. But the way that this bill works, House Bill 466, is, you know, by virtue of whatever the percentage that you are found to be negligent by a jury, the amount of the award would be reduced by that. So if you have $100 in bills and you're 25% to blame, you know, they said give them the $100, you only get $75. That's how this bill works. The bill in Washington, D.C. is kind of like contributory negligence. It's all or nothing. As long as you are less than 50% to blame, you get the whole $100 of your bill paid. And if you look at this bill, House Bill 466, I think it's letter C that says, that does the reduction part. Otherwise, the two bills are almost identical. It's exactly, you know, patterned after the bill in Washington, D.C. As you heard the other people report, they did this 9 years ago, 10 years ago, 2016, and we're still looking at maybe doing this.
Thank you.
Delegate Mangione.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Yost, I have no idea, I've never seen this actually happen in real life, so this is all new to me, so I appreciate your expertise. Can you just give a really quick example, I don't know, a 70-30 case that can make me see this and visualize it so I know? I mean, to Delegate Taylor's question, I understand now the formula, I just want to see it, how it actually worked out. Thank you.
Yeah, so for 39 years, I've practiced in Maryland, and I've never seen a 70 case because I've only lived with contributory negligence. But what I can give you a great example is Mr. Duke came to my office and asked me to represent his son. He's a 13-year-old boy on a bike in the bike bus lane in Ocean City with another family visiting, and he's not used to riding a bike, and the bus driver blew an air horn, he panicked, and he ends up underneath the bus, and the bus ran over his pelvis. He has $2 million in medical bills. He will never receive $1 from the bus company or any help at all. He's been through, as he's told you, a couple months in the hospital, probably several dozen surgeries, reconstructive surgeries in different parts of his body. And I'm here today because he asked me to come here.
I guess, and that's tragic. I'm so sorry to hear about your son. And you kind of just said, where you just used, where he didn't really know how to ride a bike or wasn't used to riding a bike. Could you?
Yeah, he was not an experienced rider, but he was in the lane where he was supposed to be, and the bus driver blew the air horn, which is like, and he panicked and he lost his balance, and then the bus driver ran over him. So.
And I'm not against the bill, and I understand that, especially after hearing the testimony of most of the states who are not doing this, but I'm just trying to understand from my own knowledge how you can be 25% of the problem, where part of this problem, yes, he was scared, and again, I feel terrible for the issue, but it almost seems to me because he's a young kid, and we all were, I mean, I probably would still crash on a bike, but how it's still not mostly his fault, in an example. Right. I understand a bus would scare a child, but he was in the right place, but ended up in the wrong place due to being scared because of his lack of experience in being a child and being scared. So I'm just trying to further understand, although I'm not against the premise of this bill, but how that would be only a small percentage of his.
So I think that the way it would play out probably 95% of the time, because cases get settled and they don't go to trial, is the insurance company would argue your case is worth $100,000, but we think you're part to blame, we'll give you 60. Then you argue 70, 80. They wouldn't give you what they think the value of the case is. They would still use this type of a statute, right, as a crutch to do that. And it is confusing. And personally, my preference would be the DC version of the bill, where you take out C and you don't make the compensation tied to the percentage of disability. If you don't settle it, then the jury has to come up with a percentage. And so if you've registered to vote, or if you have a driver's license, you're going to be tasked with listening to testimony and come up with percentages. It's kind of arbitrary, I think.
Well, thank you. I'm learning a lot. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Delegate Taylor.
Thank you for the second bite. And sorry to drill down on this in this one case, but
Please.
just to make sure, is an air horn just a regular horn in a bus? Or is it some different type of horn? And why did the bus driver blow a horn?
The bus driver saw there are several kids was riding bike on off the sidewalk. And he saw it like far away, like probably 5 minutes during the whole course, but he did not take any precaution. But when my son came back from the sidewalk to the bus back shared lane, the bus driver got very frustrated. And
the bus driver got what? Just make sure I understand what you said.
The bus driver got very frustrated because the kid come back to the back bus lane again. Mm-hmm. And so he really pushed the air horn loudly. Think about it. Mm-hmm. Even when we are in the car, someone honk you suddenly, you're going to be scared, right? He's on the bike, and the horn right next to his ear, a bus. Mm. You can imagine for a 13-year-old kid, what kind of shock that's going to be. That will happen. I think that's primary reason he fell. From the video I can see, before the bus driver blow the horn, they are parallel going forward together, no problem. If he did not blow the horn, my son was not injured, would not fall, they're going to pass each other, no problem. Think about that loud horn next to your ear.
And he blew the horn to warn your son of something.
No, it's not warning. He's already passing. If he's
so why did he blow the horn in the first?
He's angry. He's angry. The kid is.
Okay, thank you.
So that's what happened. And then my son got very scared and fell, and the bus ran over from him.
Yeah.
And in another thing I want to mention, the Maryland State Department, I think the police department, they specifically produced a video, YouTube video, probably 10, 15 years ago, warn all vehicle drivers, please do not blow your horn when you pass by cyclists, because you're gonna startle them, cause accident. That's on public domain, YouTube, produced by state police department. But because this contributory negligence, it doesn't work.
Thank you for your testimony. Delegate McComas and then Delegate Cardin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. I have a question, and it basically, years ago, and I wasn't around, but workers' compensation came into being, and because workers were being injured during the Industrial Revolution. I'm wondering, have you? And I don't like paying insurance, okay, because it keeps going up. So I'm wondering, has anybody thought about maybe having, instead of the insurance model that we have now, to have maybe a workers' comp for personal injuries? I just kind of throw that out. I mean, would it work?
All the people coming after me will be in favor of that.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I'm just trying to think of because it's, the point is that, because we're getting hit with doing away with the caps on damage. So I'm just saying, I'm just trying to figure out a way that both, the folks that have to pay the policies and then the folks that are injured there's some fairness there, that they get compensated and the insurance policies don't keep going up the liability. So I'm just throwing out an idea. And it's probably not for today or tomorrow, but something maybe for us to think about long term.
Thank you for that.
Delegate Cardin.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Cardin.
Thank you, Mr. Yost. Thank you for very much for testifying. Just real quick, so back in 2010, we passed the 3-foot law for cyclists, which I'm sure you're familiar with. I was not only the lead sponsor, but chair of the Bicycle Pedestrian Caucus at the time. But in this case, and this is, I guess, for Mr. Yost, the boy was in the bike/bus lane, and he was riding, even if he wasn't as good as a cyclist as he could have been. And the bus clearly was within 4 feet and had the last chance to be able to avoid the collision even after the boy fell. Why is the boy contributory negligent?
So in Ocean City, Maryland, there is a lane where the bus shares the lane with the bicycles.
It's a bike
right?
bus.
And the boys were told to ride on the sidewalk, and they're riding on the sidewalk. When the pedestrians, they would come off the sidewalk, cut in the drive, and they'd come back on the roadway. And so when they came over, there's a problem with it would not work in this case. I guess is the best way.
Another thing I want to add is, in Ocean City, the sidewalk I had son said, cyclists not supposed to.
Right, I understand, but it sounded like he was on the road at the time. So at the time, he was not. If he was,
I'll get you the video if you'd like to represent.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
It's a bad law for bicyclists, and you're welcome to look at the case.
So I didn't get a chance. I was just getting ready to look it up, but I'm going to ask you my question. And I wanted to know if last clear chance plays into this at all, or is that right? Does last clear chance play into this?
So the last clear chance doctrine is when somebody recognizes that somebody else is negligent and has the chance to avoid in this case, a collision, and doesn't do that. And it's a very, very hard doctrine, because the person that you're going to sue, who wasn't initially negligent, you have to get them to say, oh yeah, I saw the danger, I saw the negligence, I appreciated what was going to happen, I just didn't react. So it's a very difficult doctrine to meet, certainly under these circumstances, impossible, I would think.
I was just wondering if we were to pass this bill, though, and so we have contributory negligence currently, yes?
We do.
Okay, and this would bring in comparative negligence, right?
Only for a very limited group of people defined in the statute.
And would last clear chance still apply with
Yes,
comparative?
the last sentence of Delegate Avery's bill is this doesn't change any other laws that exist, so yes, it would still apply.
Yeah, and I just want to know if it would apply, in your opinion. Does it still apply? In the sense of, I hate to keep using the example that we have, but if it were argued that the bus driver could have avoided the, hitting his son, is last clear chance something that would have been available in that circumstance? That's where I'm going. And I know it's a hypothetical. I was just
The bus driver would have to say, oh, I realized that the boy was in somehow way negligent and, had a chance to avoid the accident. And, I didn't do it, and the jury thinks he did have a chance and he didn't do it. The facts of this particular case are difficult.
Okay.
We would not be able to prove that, in my opinion.
Okay.
Maybe I can add a little bit. I talked to over 20 lawyers, try to represent us. All of them, each of them said to us, we did a lot of research about this case. We know the situation we are in. We talked to a lot of lawyers, professors, trial lawyers. The answer they give us is, I'm sorry, even the last chance clearance, we're not going to fight for you because it's so hard. We're not going to do it for you. It's going to cost us a lot of money. If we lost, we get nothing. We're not going to do this for you.
Okay, I understand. Last question is with respect, so is this only, again, I was getting ready to look it up and I didn't get a chance. Actually, I have my answer. I have my answer. Okay, thank you very much. Members, do we have any other questions? Seeing none, this concludes this panel.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. We have a panel online, a favorable panel online for Marissa Valeri. She's there? Okay, great. Councilwoman Valeri? Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. And whenever you're ready.
Excellent. Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and esteemed members of the House Judiciary Committee. I am Rockville City Council member Marissa Valeri, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 466, which aligns with Rockville's Vision Zero and pedestrian master plan priorities. We are so grateful to Delegate Embry and colleagues for introducing this important legislation. The Rockville Mayor and Council unanimously support HB 466 and support a move toward comparative negligence as a standard for civil actions involving motor vehicle collisions. We believe Maryland should join with the majority of states who have already moved their standard away from the archaic contributory negligence. We support this legislation because it creates a more equitable system for victim compensation. Not only am I a council member, I like to call myself a professional pedestrian. I am unable to drive. Prior to getting elected, I co-founded the Rockville Pedestrian Advocacy Committee. And I'm very grateful to the families and the individuals who shared their stories with you and with the entire committee. But so many of the stories of pedestrians and bicyclists who have been hit by a driver have these untold stories of long hospital stays, ongoing rehabilitation, lifelong mobility, and or cognitive impairment, and stacks of medical bills. And we all know that the cost of healthcare increases, and we don't see an end in sight of that. And we truly believe here in Rockville, and as I believe many areas of the state, that we have an obligation to protect all pedestrians and bicyclists. We think this bill takes an important step forward, and for all these reasons, we urge the committee to provide HB 466 with a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, do we have any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Councilwoman. Okay, we're going to move now to our testimony for anyone who signed up unfavorable. We have Brett Liniger, William Kress, Angelica Bailey Tupari, Sarah Sample, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to stop there, and then I'll call up the second group so that we don't have to squeeze too tightly. Actually, no, I can't do it. It won't fit. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brett Leininger here today on behalf of MABE, the Maryland Association of Boards of Ed, and their group insurance pool in respectful opposition to the bill. The MABE insurance pool is a self-insurance program authorized under Maryland statute, and it's comprised of 19 of the 24 local boards providing comprehensive property and casualty insurance, including automobile liability, to the vast majority of the school systems in the state, with the mission to provide stable and affordable risk management to public education, ensuring that the educational funds remain in the classroom rather than being diverted to litigation and liability costs. The basis for the opposition is school systems operate the largest mass transit fleets in the state, and our buses are mandated to operate in precisely the environments that the bill is targeting: neighborhoods, school zones, busy intersections, and so on and so forth. The MABE insurance pool, as I said, it's a nonprofit, it's member-owned trust, so any increase in claim severity or frequency results in higher premiums directly to the local school boards. Shifting from the contributory to comparative will inevitably lead to higher settlement amounts, as was mentioned in the fiscal note. And every additional dollar spent in insurance premiums, in this case in the trust itself, is directly legal payouts as a dollar unavailable for the teacher salary, student services, and facility maintenance. Creating the carve-out for specific classes of plaintiffs introduces inconsistency in the civil justice system and sets a precedence for piecemeal dismantling of the Maryland tort law. So with that, we respectfully request unfavorable. Bill Kress, we both signed up just in case he was stuck over elsewhere.
Thank you to the chair, members of the committee, for having me. My name is Sarah Sample with the Maryland Association of Counties, and we are here in respectful opposition to House Bill 466. So just to list out our concerns, we would be worried about the potential increase in the number of cases, and these particular cases are very labor intensive in terms of how you have to go through the details to really parse out the percentages of responsibility. And it means we could end up being in litigation longer if we are seeing these cases increase. There is a potential for more judgments as well. I would be absolutely open to talk to the sponsor about how the insurance premiums don't go up, but we have been advised by our private insurers and our pooled insurers that that would be the case with this bill. And I think the other thing that I wanted to point out is that when it comes to resource depletion, that's a really important thing for the counties. When you look at the number of other states that are doing it this way, they're not states that have counties providing the number of services that we are. I mean, then when you look at the number of states that have counties that are also providing that level of services, we're in a very small group when it comes to that as well. So we are very unique when it comes to this particular element. And I will also add that we are revenue limited. We've got the income tax and we've got the property tax. And there's almost no way that if these increases became somewhat substantial, that we wouldn't have to pass that on to taxpayers, and it could potentially compromise that service delivery. So that's obviously a big concern of ours. Another thing I would say is that when it comes to the number of bills this year that have like a lot of liability exposure that comes to the counties, this bill is just the tip of the iceberg. So we're not considering this in a vacuum. We're looking at a lot of bills that would put us in a tough situation. So unfortunately, we do have to urge an unfavorable report on House Bill 466. We'll absolutely stay in touch with the sponsor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Angelica Bailey, and members of the committee, Angelica Bailey Thupari, on behalf of the Maryland Municipal League. I would like to reiterate pretty much everything that my colleague from MACO said, with one little caveat. Municipalities don't even get income revenue. We rely very, very, very heavily on property tax revenue. So absorbing costs from even just one lawsuit can be very challenging, especially for our smaller members. And because of the property tax revenue that we do rely on, as my colleague mentioned, if there was a significant increase in these kinds of cases, our coffers would be drained fairly quickly, and we would hate to have to increase our property taxes in order to be able to afford to continue to provide the services that we do. So we are very respectfully urging an unfavorable. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a question for either Ms. Sample or Ms. Bailey Thupari. And that is, I think what I'm hearing is your argument is that it's unaffordable, and I get it. But if the state were to, and I'm giving you a hypothetical, and I know your argument is not, and especially Ms. Sample, your argument is not that the comparative negligence standard may be the problem. Your argument seems to be more that it's unaffordable. Is that fair to say, or is that incorrect?
If the number of cases increase, particularly cases like this, where this type of litigation goes on a lot longer because you're trying to parse out very specific details that have to do with percentages of fault, yes, that would absolutely be our concern, that it would be potentially unaffordable, and it could put resource depletion issues in place when it comes to all the other services that we're trying to provide, which is why we think a more balanced approach makes sense when it comes to the fact that we're supported by taxpayer revenue, basically.
Mm-hmm. So state subsidies could take away that problem, possibly.
Possibly. We could talk about that.
Okay. Okay. All right. Fine. Members, do we have any other questions? Delegate McComas.
Just have a quick question, if any of you could answer. I understand, does MABE insure the buses? The reason I ask that is because Harford County has a lot of bus companies that, do the different moving and taking the kids to and back from school. And so I was just kind of wondering if there's insurance upon insurance with Harford, let's say Harford County, the way they do it. And I don't know what the other counties do.
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that, but I can find out for you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Members, do we have any other questions? Delegate Taylor?
So only panel in opposition, or is there another?
We have one more panel in opposition.
I'll hold my question.
Okay. All righty. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming in. We have a second panel in opposition, and that will be Carvel Collins, Bob Inton, and Lauren Poshman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, Carvel Collins, here on behalf of the Maryland Employers for Civil Justice Reform Coalition. We're comprised of many of the largest employers, businesses, and healthcare providers in Maryland. We're here in opposition. We certainly sympathize with the accident victims who've come before you today. Our opposition is based on reasons relating to the administration of our legal system. First, this legislation would abandon many, many years, in fact, decades, in fact, more than a century of a fault allocation system that has worked well in Maryland. Contributory negligence has been and is the current law. It encourages people to be careful. So there's a public policy reason underlying why it is that we have contributory negligence. It encourages people to avoid injury to themselves and to others. It should be no surprise that bills abolishing contributory negligence have failed here in Annapolis for a long, long time. By my count, this issue has been proposed in legislation but rejected by this committee and by the General Assembly more than 30 times since the 1960s. A second systemic reason, in the case of this legislation, there are significant unanswered questions. The bill would be a challenge to administer, and I say this for this reason. You could have both comparative negligence and contributory negligence doctrines applicable to the same lawsuit. Let me give an example. In a negligence action arising out of a collision of two vehicles, and it also involved a pedestrian or a bicyclist, the bicyclist or pedestrian would be subject to comparative negligence under the bill, but the driver of one or both of the automobiles could be subject to contributory negligence. We cannot allocate fault in two opposite ways in the same legal proceeding. So quite simply, this would be unworkable. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Enton?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. Robert Enton on behalf of the American Property Casualty Insurance Association. Our members write about 67% of the auto insurance for the state of Maryland. And let me just say that the notion that you're going to now have a jury who listens to what the plaintiff puts out, listens what the defendants put out, and now they are going to calculate when they go into the jury room what percentage of fault goes with whom. And that's going to decide who pays. I would tell you that what isn't said is that, yes, we have contributory negligence, and we also have joint and several liability. And it's one thing to say, okay, I want to look at the medical bills, and this is how much the medical bills are. And I'm going to listen to the plaintiff, and I'm going to award non-economic damages, and that's coming up next week in here, non-economic damages based on what we feel the pain and suffering is. But how's a jury going to sit there and put an exact percentage on the fault? And once again, keep in mind that we have a contributory negligence standard, but we have joint and several. And we don't sit there and ask that you measure the percentage of fault and then put that with the defendants. They are jointly and severally liable. Finally, I would just tell you to please take a look at the written testimony from the Property Casualty Insurers Association and the fiscal note. If you think for 1 second that making this change in Maryland law is not going to increase everybody's insurance premiums, then I wouldn't understand it. When you look at what the experience was in Delaware and compare to Maryland, this is on page 2 of the written testimony, you'll see that when they changed from contributory negligence to comparative fault, their premiums went up significantly. It's a tough market out there right now to try to keep prices for insurance affordable. We think this is going to significantly increase price. And that's what the fiscal note says. Take what they say for the state of Maryland and put that across the entire population of auto insurers, and you are talking about a lot of money. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, do we have any questions? Delegate Taylor.
Chair. I have so many questions, but
She came up. You know, I'm really not letting you testify today.
I'm going to not take it personally.
Don't take it. Please do not take it personally. It's not intended.
Good afternoon, Chair Bartlett and members of the committee. My name is Lauren Packman, and I'm Legislative and Regulatory Senior Counsel for Allstate in Maryland. Thanks for the opportunity to speak in opposition to HB 466, for which we also submitted written testimony. The creation of two classes of plaintiffs will introduce uncertainty and create ambiguity in industry disputes. Even one of the proponents of the bill, when discussing the attribution of fault across a contributory comparative negligence regime, described it as potentially arbitrary. It'll yield new arguments between parties as they'll need to dispute new threshold issues like the applicability of comparative negligence, the category into which a plaintiff fits, and the degree of blame attributable to a plaintiff. Plus, the bill includes bicycles and e-bikes for which there are no requirements for operational tests, licenses, or insurance. The increased complexity of disputes are going to cost more for all parties and for the courts in terms of both time and money, and it has the potential to confuse jurors, especially in cases with cross-claims, as my colleagues pointed out. The example offered by a proponent about $100,000 in bills for which that's decreased to $75,000 for 25% of liability is, first of all, it's an oversimplification, but also it assumes that the amount of the award would be exactly in keeping with the medical bills, which is usually not how juries decide these types of cases. If they award you enough for your medical bills, they're also going to award you more than that. The creation of a special class of plaintiffs will also result in an uneven application of both contributory and comparative negligence by creating the potential for very different outcomes in cases that are nearly identical in terms of their facts, depending on where they are in the state and what the applicable laws are. It would undermine the uniform applicability of justice in Maryland. The anecdotal cases described by the proponents, some of them would actually be solved by just application of existing law, like laws against texting and driving, for example. I did want to get to last clear chance, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask you a question. Can you tell me about last clear chance? And
Sure, I walked into that, didn't I? Sure, the last clear chance doctrine, as someone else described, is basically whichever party is perceived as having the last opportunity to avoid the accident. And so that already sort of provides an advantage for a plaintiff that would fall into this vulnerable individual category, because clearly in a situation like the one described with the bus, one would think that the bus had the last clear chance to avoid the accident right over the bicyclists. I hope that helps.
it does, it helps. Would you agree that it's rarely used or very difficult to prove?
It's been a while since I've litigated these cases, but in my experience, it's more a function of the relative size of the various entities at play and where everyone's coming from. It's very fact specific, I would say, because it really depends on, if someone's coming up from behind someone else, if both parties are traveling in directions that are not facing one another, it makes it more difficult. So I don't know if I can really say that it's difficult.
No worries, that's fair enough. Delegate Cardin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all very much for coming and giving us your compelling testimony. Mr. Collins, first of all, I hope maybe you'll come and testify on my bill to eliminate judicial elections, which is next, but I know you're here on a different matter. So this first question is, was your testimony suggesting that if we change to comparative negligence in this very narrow area, that it would be an incentive for people to be less safe in how they act? That would be question number one. And question number two for Mr. Enton. If I have a client, which I did, who was dressed all in black, walking across the street just outside, about a foot outside the crosswalk in an unlighted area, and got mulled over by a car, and he was banned from any kind of recovery because he was determined, because he was dressed in dark colors and just outside the crosswalk, even though the other car was speeding and wasn't paying attention. He was banned from recovery. Well, anyway, are you suggesting even if he was maybe 3% at fault because of his actions and how he was dressed, that he shouldn't be able to get any kind of recovery? So those are the two questions.
Yeah, I think that in our system of how we deal with torts in the state of Maryland, and based on the overall liability that we have, based on the fact that we have joint and several liability, based on our entire system, the system that we have right now, I think, is working. Our premiums are lower than they are in some of our neighboring states that do have a comparative fault. If you wanted to make this change, I think you just have to accept the fact that you're going to see insurance rates in the state of Maryland go up significantly. I don't think there's any question about that.
Okay, thank you.
And Delegate, to your first question, I don't think if we made a change to the doctrine, we don't necessarily send signals to the citizenry. But what I'm trying to point out is why we have this contributory negligence doctrine in the first place. It's not an accident, and I respectfully disagree with the notion that it's archaic. It is based on a simple common sense principle. People should be encouraged to avoid injury to themselves and to others, period. And that's why the doctrine has lasted this long. Now, I know that other states have changed their doctrine, but they've changed all of the other associated connected doctrines as well. Joint and several liability, assumption of risk, last clear chance. All of those doctrines come together to form a fault allocation system. And so we have a balance in our fault allocation system, and we've had it for a long time, and that's what we're here to speak to, because it's worked very well. Insurance rates have been stable, costs have been stable, and the system is predictable.
Okay, so I have a question, two questions. So what you just, that last sentence made me provoke a question, and that is because all of those doctrines were changed, you said that the insurance premiums have been able to remain stable in other states? Is that what you said?
No, I was speaking, Madam Chair, about what's happened here in Maryland, that by virtue of the system that we have of contributory negligence, and we also have joint and several, and the way we've designed the rest of the components of the fault allocation system. And I'll let the insurance industry speak for itself, but it is my sense that that has produced a predictability and a stability in insurance premiums that many other states, including Delaware, don't have. And the reason I say Delaware is that there is an empirical study that has been done there comparing Maryland to Delaware and looking at what happened when Delaware switched to comparative fault. And the cost consequences were material and quite substantial.
And that's in the written testimony from my client on page 2.
So, excuse me. So Delegate Card mentioned the 3 feet rule. I'm not really familiar with that, but is that, I'm not sure if that related to a person in the crosswalk. Okay, so if you are not in a crosswalk and you get hit by a car, contributory negligence now currently allows for what? Do you get any bills paid, any medical bills paid, if you're not in a crosswalk?
Well, I'm not sure. I think it would depend on the facts, whether you're in the crosswalk or not in the crosswalk. The question is, are you going to recover from the other party or not? Whether the medical bills get paid or not may depend on your own health insurance.
Well, I guess, okay, let me be even more specific, because it's kind of, I know the answer to the question.
Right.
I'm not going to testify, but I know the answer to the question because of the very first assignment I had as a personal injury paralegal. And the very first assignment I had was to go to a widow's home, and her husband was not in the crosswalk, and he was hit and killed. So I wanted to find out whether that, I wanted you to testify, but obviously I just did, that contributory negligence knocks out any, contributory negligence interferes with any recovery. It can interfere with any recovery, even though somebody might have been speeding, et cetera. Is that correct?
Look, the rule for, contributory negligence in the state of Maryland is, we do not have comparative fault, so.
Right, okay,
We don't.
right.
And Madam Chair, if that condition, if that circumstance of not being in the crosswalk was found by the trier of fact to be a contributing factor to the injury, then the contributory negligence doctrine would apply to exclude recovery.
Right, okay. I think I saw someone over here first. Delegate Embry, do you no longer have a question? Okay, all right. I'm going to go to Delegate Taylor, and then Moreno, and then I'll come back around to Delegate McComas.
Okay, thank you. And you asked part of my question, but I think I'm going to ask it in a different way. I heard a statement that said, we shouldn't abandon many years of a fault allocation system that has worked well in Maryland for all the reasons that you guys have described. I was just looking up when contributory negligence was adopted in Maryland, and that was in 1847, when things were a lot different. Cars, no buses probably, no crosswalks. I think it may have been easier then to establish whether or not I contributed in some way. But really my question is, there are, well, one more statement, Alabama, DC, North Carolina, Virginia, I believe are the 4 states that still have contributory negligence. So that means out of the 50 or so states, we're one of 4 left that hasn't abandoned this policy. But in the other states that have adopted a different policy, did you really see a significant increase in the rates?
Well, the only thing I can say, Delegate, is if the state that we know that has been very recently looked at, that adopted, that went from contributory negligence to comparative, is the state of Delaware. And in the 4-year period after changing to comparative fault, pure premiums for Delaware increased at a rate of 18.6%, while Maryland experienced an increase of only 9%. But in Delaware, they went up by 18%, and it went up by 18% for the 4-year period when they switched from contributory to comparative. And if you don't think for 1 second, whatever our rates are today, they are what they are. Yeah. And as you know now, as the chair of the Property Casualty Insurance Subcommittee, there's a lot of factors that go into those rates.
Yeah.
And believe me, the biggest factor that goes into those rates is what gets paid out. And if you just look at the fiscal note, we didn't write the fiscal note, but the fiscal note tells you what the tremendous impact of this would be on the state and on local governments. And you can say, trust me, that impact, which has been measured by the state of Maryland and by the Department of Fiscal Services, that is going to transport all over the entire state. Now, you also need to take into consideration that we have a system in Maryland where rates have to be approved by the MIA. We've been through this with you. They have to be actuarially sound. They have to be non-discriminatory. And that all goes into the rates. So we have a rate system that's very, very vigilant on rates. At the same time, we also have a number of bills that deal with disclosure, that deal with all facets of auto insurance. But the one thing that I don't think anybody can dispute is that this will increase the cost of insurance. And if it's going to happen to the Mass Transit Administration, it's going to happen to every individual and every business in the state, across the board.
Thank you for that. You know, I think that our responsibility as this committee, and particularly my responsibility, is to look at not only the affordability for the residents in Maryland, but also the victim. And, you know, when I think about a whole big bus running over a 13-year-old who didn't get any compensation, or maybe, did I miss something? He got nothing, right? No insurance. Did I miss anything? Did he get nothing? He got nothing. I think it's my responsibility and the responsibility of this committee on behalf of Marylanders just to weigh all of those factors. But I appreciate your, of course, as usual, Mr. Hinton, I appreciate you.
Isn't that so?
Isn't that so?
Delegate Moreno.
Did you have something else to add, or no? Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. For my clarity, so are you taking the position that for this bill to actually work, we would need to create tort reform across the board, or at least negligence law across the board for it to actually work? Is that the position you're taking with all the principles and doctrines?
Yes, Delegate. We're suggesting that fault allocation is not determined just by contributory negligence versus comparative. It has many other moving parts that are interconnected together. So, and perhaps some of those states may have done that. But those states, as the empirical studies show, have faced higher costs for those people in their states who purchase insurance. And there may be also costs to the state and local governments, like what is set forth in the fiscal note. And those costs are not insignificant.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate McComas.
This is kind of taking off what Delegate across the way said, but if we've had it since, what is it, 1847, okay, I would assume that there's been a lot of case law since that to explain and perfect the contributory negligence and all the principles that kind of go around it. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, there's been case law at all levels in the courts. And there's been case law at the high court as to whether Maryland could or should make a change. And so all of those issues have been vetted and are set forth in an extensive body of case law, yes.
Well, so basically, if we were to change just a little part, it kind of brings up all these other radicals in case law, and then it complicates it. And so, in other words, we're talking about probably a major shift that should be comprehensive as opposed to a little bit here, a little bit there, because it's not, because we don't have the foundation for a minor change. If you're going to do it, it's got to be a major change, and you have to have all the foundation, and we're not ready for prime time. Is that fair to say?
We would agree. We would agree. This is not something you pilot. This is not something you try with just a little sliver or a group of plaintiffs, because what you're talking about is the entire fault allocation system of Maryland.
Let me just say this, Delegate, if I could. I don't think for 1 second that once we open this door to the vulnerable people that are the subject of this bill, that you're not going to see the bill to expand that to whatever, victims of medical malpractice, to victims of this, to victims of that. It's a continued effort to increase the amount of damages that come out of personal injury cases. Next week, you're going to have the bill that, one of my favorites, to remove the cap on non-economic damages. You're going to hear the same kind of testimony there. But once again, you got to have a balance between these issues and what everybody is going to have to pay for insurance.
Thank you. Delegate Embry.
And thank you for being here, and thank you for your testimony. I think it helps inform the discussion. So according to U.S. News and World Report, the 10 states with the lowest auto insurance rates are Maine, Vermont, Wyoming, Hawaii, Idaho, Ohio, New Hampshire, Indiana, Alaska, and Wisconsin. That's 2026 data. Again, that may be slightly different than other sources, but that's U.S. News and World Report. Isn't it correct that all of those states are comparative states? Not one of them is a contributory negligence state. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then my second question, you described this as fair and working for everyone, that this was worked for Maryland and worked for Marylanders for all these years. But would you say that is true of the stories that we heard today of the 13-year-old who, scared by a noise, fell under a bus and had his pelvis crushed and spent months in the hospital and $2 million in costs? And would you say that that's a system that's working fairly for the people who testified today? Thank you.
Look, your heart goes out to anybody that's been injured like that. The question is, once again, how do you deal with it? We have this rule. We've had it for a long, long time. You have to look at our entire package. What are our the caps on the insurance premiums? How does joint and several factor in? How does contrib factor in? Certainly, it's sad. I do think, as I've listened to this bill last year and again this year, and listened to it today, is that to say to a jury of 12 citizens now, okay, this is what happened, and you apportion the fault. Between the plaintiffs. We're going to change the joint and several rule, apportion the fault between the defendants, and depending on the percentage that you give them, and judge, that the jury didn't witness the accident. The jury didn't see it. They're hearing a half an hour of testimony from this witness or from that witness. And now you're going to decide precisely how much everybody was at fault. And that's not been our system. We leave it up to the jury to decide what the damages are. Although, we have a cap. Our cap's up to $1 million now, and it goes up every year. But we leave it up to the jury to decide that. But once again, it's kind of like you're almost just writing a blank check to say you can decide who was at fault and who ends up paying. And we just don't think that's part of this, should be part of our system, with all due respect.
Thank you. Delegate Moreno?
Thank you, Madam Chair. But you just described our judicial system. You put it on a jury, whether it's a criminal case or a personal injury case, and there are states that actually have juries that will break down the percentages. So are we saying that Maryland juries are not smart enough to see who's cut the percentages?
I'm not saying that at all.
I just wanted to add that it's not that I don't think they're smart enough. I think it's a confusing concept. I think it took a little while, with all due respect, for committee members to fully understand it. And so I think regular people are not maybe as well-versed as you all are going to have a harder time not just understanding the concept of it, but then allocating fault in the way that's required. And I can imagine a lot of jury forms that get filled out in ways that are just nonsensical, because that happens and juries return the form, and then you're stuck with whatever they've whatever boxes they've checked, whether it makes reasonable sense or not. The other thing I wanted to just add was that this would impose increased costs on the system and cost more to all the taxpayers in Maryland, as demonstrated in the fiscal note, and potentially lead to increased costs for Maryland auto insurance policyholders. But also, there's no commensurate addressing of public safety to offset anything that's being changed or that would be changed by this bill. And so I think this goes back to what my colleague was saying, as far as the system being a holistic one, and changing things piecemeal like this will lead to increased inequities rather than fewer inequities.
I mean, I would leave it up to the legal justice system to give proper jury instructions to juries to actually figure out the percentages. And I mean, we have over 30 states that, you know, have abandoned this whole contributory negligence standard, and they seem to be doing just fine, so.
Isn't that so?
Thoughts and prayers.
No, you're supposed to say, yeah, you're supposed to say, isn't that so? Delegate Simpson.
I'm a little confused because I hear on the one hand you saying we have a responsibility to be cautious. And I'm like hearing my dad in my head of like, we have a responsibility to be cautious. And so I know I'm the driver, I have insurance. And so if a small child, their ball rolls into the street and they run after it and I hit this child, I guess I'm getting an education. I'm automatically assuming that this goes back to my thing of like, why aren't we all buying cars? Why are we buying guns? Because every time I come here, I learn something like new, like, wow, with a car, you can do anything you want. Why am I the one with the insurance? This kid may or may not have any type of insurance. Family may or may not have any type of insurance. Where is the caution on my end, or why am I even having insurance in the first place? I mean, yes, I don't want my insurance to go up, but there is a reason I have insurance. And I would assume, I think most of us probably would assume in that scenario that we would have had some level of responsibility of being cautious, like you said, and not running over the small child. But you're telling me, nope, that kid has the full responsibility, not me.
No, I think.
Especially if it's not in a crosswalk, because the likelihood of his ball rolling out in a crosswalk, I don't think is.
I think what we're saying is that there is a system that generally it
Can
works.
you speak louder and
I'm
into
sorry.
the mic?
I think what we're saying is there is a system in place. Generally, it works. You have insurance. Your insurance company is going to pay the claim.
But according to you, they're not going to pay the claim. They're going to say that child had responsibility, not me.
If the jury would find that the child was contributed to the cause of the injury, then, under Maryland law, you're correct that we have a contributory negligence rule. I don't know, don't know that comes up. Your question was, well, why should you have insurance? The reason you should have insurance is because if you're in that situation, the insurance company, depending on what the level of your insurance is going to pay for the damage. That's why you have insurance.
I think I have insurance, assuming under that scenario, that even if I'm a very cautious driver, if I happen to run over a kid who's running out to get a ball, even if I would call that an accident, but I would still think I would have some level of responsibility. I'm the one insured.
Can I just add something, if that's okay? I think we're maybe conflating the payment of an insurance claim with the payment of an award in a lawsuit. And in the scenario you're describing, to me, it sounds like a situation where your insurance would pay for the damage to this child who ran out after his ball. And then it would be up to the family of the child whether they wanted to also file a lawsuit and seek some sort of additional award. And that's where the contributory negligence issue would come into play.
So
The
if we're
contributory
packing this all
negligence.
up, we're saying that the insurance under the scenario of the kid riding the bicycle everything would be paid for, and this only came into play when they wanted something more than.
If you're talking specifically about that one case, I wasn't able to hear every single thing that was said, and so I don't know about that specific case.
I think it still applies. If I'm the bus driver and I'm driving a bus, I hope that myself and my company have enough insurance that if in the case of somebody, they're walking along and they're, or they're on a bicycle, I'm the one with the insurance. I could understand saying if they did something, it would be, but I still would think that I'd have responsibility and that my insurance, the reason I have insurance, would pay for the injuries to that individual. I think it goes along with exactly what you said, which is I have a greater responsibility. I mean, you know, have the responsibility. Both of us have responsibility for caution because of the ability of my vehicle to cause greater damage than that bicycle. I would assume that I have some greater liability in there, not necessarily, like you said, if it was an additional damages, but that's not the, you know, what I'm hearing is that I have no responsibility because if I just say, hey, I think the kid wasn't totally in the area they should be, or I don't think they were a great rider.
My understanding of insurance is that the insurance is there to cover losses that are caused to or by their insured, right? Depending on whether the other people with losses have insurance themselves. There's a whole lot that factors in that maybe outside of the scenario that we heard with the bus, for example, like, is it a school bus? Do they have the arm that comes out that tells people to stop? You know, there are a lot of factors that are very fact specific.
I get all the extras. I get all the, we're just stick with the, do I have a level of responsibility if I hit somebody with a car that I'm assuming my insurance, would I have would my insurance? I mean, I think I'm buying insurance because there's, first off, I have to.
Right.
Okay? First off, I have to. But second, the level that you have. So I would assume I have to on the very part that if I hit something that's more vulnerable than me, I'm in the bus.
Even if you hit something less vulnerable than you, if you hit a tree or a parked car, your insurance should cover your damages. I can't speak
You're saying my damages.
Yes, I can't.
And it has nothing to do with what I hit. Is that where the rub comes? I mean, I'm just trying, I really am trying to understand
the
this.
tree is not going to file a claim against anybody. I'm just trying to,
So let's simplify. Essentially, I want to make sure I understand your question. I thought I understood where you were going, Delegate Simpson. So your point is that the pedestrian does not have insurance against injury. Is that correct? If a car hits a pedestrian, does that pedestrian have insurance against that damage that car might have done to them? And the answer, of course, is no. And that was her point that she was trying to make. Whereas she has insurance, the pedestrian would not have insurance. I think that was where.
Or responsibility, same thing for a bicycle. A responsibility for insurance because there's, obviously a car has the ability to make greater damage. And I just don't understand how, at the end of the day, that bus, even in that scenario, or my car, would not have a responsibility for the damages to what I hit.
Right. I think we're just sort of talking about two different things. The bill applies to lawsuits, not to insurance contracts necessarily, and not to what gets paid out by.
Usually you don't end up in court until you've declined something and somebody's trying to get the damages.
Right, but I guess I'm trying to.
And I'm not talking about above and beyond, I'm talking about specifically.
Right, what the insurance company is going to pay is going to be the purview of the insurance policy that's been purchased and the agreement between the insured and the carrier. And this bill applies to, irrespective of what gets paid out under that policy, this bill applies to when people go into court to try to get an award, which may be above what the policy has paid out. It may be because the policy hasn't paid out anything. We don't know. It's just based, the bill is addressing attributions of negligent negligence and liability for negligence in a way that's different than what insurance companies evaluate when they're deciding whether or not to pay a claim, if that helps.
No, because I'm going to read this a little better, and I'm going to learn a lot more about insurance.
I'm happy
than
to
I
answer
ever
any
wanted
questions you
to.
may have.
Delegate Moreno.
Isn't that so?
Yes.
Or prayer?
So Delegate Simpson hits a child the ball has gone into the road. No, that child is 1% negligent. He won't recover, correct? Under contributory negligence? Even if he's 1%, that child is 1%.
Shouldn't have been playing ball.
There's a lot of 1% discussion here. It's a decision that a jury makes based on all the facts and circumstances of the case, which we don't have. I mean, with all due respect for those who presented to you today earlier, I mean, we don't know anything about those cases except what they told you. We don't know. But based on all the facts and circumstances, if a jury finds that the victim contributed to his or her injuries, then that's when contributory negligence would apply in a lawsuit alleging negligent conduct.
Right, okay. I just wanted to clarify that. I used to do personal injury in the past, so I just wanted to clarify that. So
Okay.
watch out, sorry.
All righty. So now we're going to go for the last question on this particular bill to Delegate Conaway.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Thank you, panel, for coming in to testify. I was wondering, can a bicyclist get insurance other than health or homeowners insurance, which those two might cover the damage to the bicycle, but can a bicyclist get some sort of extra insurance in case if they're hit? Is there any type of policy like that?
I think, if I understand your question, does this apply to homeowners insurance as well?
No. Is there the type of policy a bicyclist could get in case?
I think that, this applies to cases in which there's an allegation of negligence.
Sure.
Period.
Sure.
It could be, in a business, it could be at home, if a boating policy, I mean, it's a question of negligence. And if your policy covers injuries that you would receive, then, because of someone's negligence, then it's going to apply.
Okay, thank you very much.
So is that a no or yes? Can you get bicycle insurance?
I'm sorry?
Can a person get bicycle insurance?
I'm not aware that they can. I'll ask, but I've never heard of that.
Okay, thank you very much. Did you? Okay, well, that concludes our testimony for House Bill 466. Thank you very much for indulging all of our questions that we had. I'm going to, you can say that if you want, yeah. I am going to step away and, unless you want to, come on. And Delegate Embry is going to cover House Bill 150.
Homeowners insurance. All right. You ready
When
for
you're
me?
ready, Delegate.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. John Carden, for the record, on House Bill 150, asking for a favorable report. I'm gonna try and do this as quickly as I can and tell you that I'm very, very passionate about this issue. This is the elimination of judicial elections. Just so you all know, apparently my staff failed to provide my testimony to the committee in time. I have copies of all of it. I will give it out at a later time if anybody wants it. In this packet, though, you will find my op-ed, which was published last year, as well as the Judiciary's testimony, which I believe you have. A Maryland Matters article from a year ago, a very balanced article that brings both sides of this issue in, as well as the Franklin-Bourne Bar Association's support for this, which I find to be very telling. And then an article from like 20 years ago that has the exact same arguments as the arguments that I'm going to provide today. So let me try and run through them in 2 minutes. Why should we get rid of judicial elections? Why should we turn it into a retention election? Number one, there's an inherent conflict of interest that causes a lack of integrity in the judiciary and judicial system, which is what we are here to try to provide integrity for. And if you don't believe that, read the article and you will see why I believe that our job is to make sure that the rule of law is actually followed and that it is important for the integrity of our democracy. And if we have, as we have judicial elections, it reduces the integrity of the rule of law and of our judiciary. There is an inherent conflict with campaign finance. When you make judges raise money, who do you think is giving them the money? It is the attorneys that appear before them who is giving them the vast bulk, and I'm not talking about 50 or 60% of the money. I'm talking about 95% of the money is coming from the lawyers who are before them. And if you don't think there's a conflict of interest there, you're missing the point. The inability for sitting judges to be able to discuss judicial decisions and or judicial philosophy with any of their voters. Yet the opponents who are running against them are permitted to do that. So it creates an unfair playing field, and it immediately creates an opportunity to be exploited by the people who can speak against the people who can't. I already mentioned the rule of law. There was a nominating commission reform package provided by this governor that created a nominating commissions that are diverse and much more capable of understanding the issues that we have with making sure that we have diversity and excellence in our candidates that are nominated. And that was all done through the judicial task force that was created, creating recommendations that the governor followed. Just to finish it, because I have a couple more, but I won't. In a judicial election, it's the best campaigner that wins, not necessarily the best person to serve as a jurist. And that is the major problem with judicial elections. We are politicians. We're out there supposed to be the best campaigner is the person who should win, not when it comes to judges. I have a couple more, but I'll wait.
Thank you. Do we have questions? Yes, please, Delegate Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate, for bringing this bill again. So I've recently learned a lot about school board elections and what you had said about how there's this differentiation between once you've already been a judge and what you're allowed to talk about versus if you're just running. As you know, my county had exactly that happen. We had somebody from outside of the bench running, and she did actually get elected. But I found out that my school board is restricted in almost the exact same way. Their speech is extremely restricted once they've been on the school board about what they're allowed to say publicly, and their attorneys tell them yay or nay on what you're allowed to talk about, whereas people that are running for the election, they can say whatever they want they're going to do and that who they're going to fire when they get there, whatever. But the school board that's already been elected actually can't. So I'm not sure that argument really works now that I understand school boards are really very similar in the restriction on what they can talk about. Do you have any response?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that this isn't about school boards, it's about judges, and I'm looking at the integrity of the judiciary and not necessarily the integrity of our school system. But if in fact we can show that there is that this is causing a major problem with fairness in elections, then let's bring up a different bill. And that probably wouldn't be in this committee. That would probably be in Ways and Means. But I think the Ways and Means people are here, or whomever. No, it's I guess the Glee people. Is it the Glee people? The Glee people are
Glee
here.
Club has arrived. Give us a dance, y'all. Okay, so that's one of my issues. But I know you know this because we've done this many times. This is a long-standing dance we have. But a lot of our female jurists have been because of elections. In fact, I think possibly also our Black female jurists, the same situation. So how will we look to our voters and say, we just passed a bill that takes away your right to choose a female or a person of color?
For number one, I implore you to read my op-ed, which does a really good job of explaining that exact issue.
Okay.
It's a great point. And I would ask you to look at, and I'm going to compile a list of all the judges and the diversity of the judges, both diversity in terms of racial diversity, in terms of geographic diversity, in terms of party diversity. And I think you will find that over the last 3 administrations, actually the last, I can go, because I started back when Ehrlich was governor.
We won't tell.
But Ehrlich and O'Malley were a little different, but Hogan appointed more Democrat and African-American judges and non-white male judges than O'Malley and Ehrlich combined. So now, and Moore has followed in that tradition and has really made sure that, and this is part of the nominating commission reforms, that the makeup of the community is going to be consistent with the makeup of the list of people that are being provided to the governor. So that we're not talking, as long as those people are qualified, he wants to make sure that the diversity is there. And that is, by the way, in his executive order, he puts in his executive order, and he also suggested to us that we put this into statute. The nominating commission process is not yet in statute. It's just been followed for the last 50 plus years. It's been the same tradition, the same executive order every governor has put in. This governor has said, let's put it in statute that we have a nominating commission that is required to have this diversity of gender, diversity of color, diversity of party, diversity of all the different issues that are pertinent to, whether it be Billy Murphy on the one hand, Judge Dugan, my friend Judge Dugan behind me, who's been waiting around patiently on the other hand, or Carville Collins, who was on the task force to try and reform this, the Judiciary, which has come out in favor of this, saying that as long as we have a consistently qualified group of people that are properly diverse, and I will tell you that the Moore administration has elected equal number of, or has selected an equal number of female and male judges. It is not like there's more. It's 50-50.
Okay.
But I'll get you all that information.
Yeah, if you have the demographics, that'd be good. I'm also very curious how you could both be focused on diversity at the same time reflective of the community. Do you know what I mean? How could both of those qualifiers work in the same?
Well,
you know what I mean?
I would say so. I'll take Baltimore County since I know it well. So Baltimore County is approximately 30% African American. There have been on the list for, we haven't had any, since Moore's been elected, we haven't had any vacancies on the district court. We've had like 4 or 5 vacancies on the circuit court, and we've had 2 African Americans, 2 women, 2 white men, 1 white woman, oh no, I said 2 white women. So we've had 6 appointments.
Okay.
And I think it's pretty, and I will tell you that, I know that at least one of them is a Republican, but there are many more that were on the list.
Okay, all right.
So.
If you give me that information, I'd like it.
Yep.
Thanks.
Delegate Valentine?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate, for bringing the bill. And from our discussions, I know you're very passionate about this particular topic. So I wish I had your testimony because I would have loved to have looked at it prior to the hearing. That being said, I have reviewed all of the testimony that was submitted on both sides. So, and I took meticulous notes because I have 2 questions in 2 different topics that I'd like to ask you. And I'm trying to touch on topics that you brought up because some of it is from testimony that is not your testimony. One is about voters. And this was a reoccurring theme in some of the unfavorable testimony that I saw. And just to quote some of the statements that I read in this testimony, which was not your testimony, voters might elect based on name recognition. That's a concern. Voters misunderstanding. Voters do not know judicial candidates was a concern. Arguments that voters are insufficiently informed. So my question is, we do not impose knowledge tests on voters for any other positions, whether it be professional positions like state's attorneys, and we shouldn't, whether it be state's attorneys or elected sheriffs. My question is, in a time when we're trying to promote and get people engaged to vote, could this legislation be seen as a way of disenfranchising those individuals from one of participating in the election process when we remove that option as an election of a judge?
So great question, and one that's brought up by the opponents. I mean, this is the conversation that Billy Murphy and I have all the time, is that you're disenfranchising people who want to be able to vote in their judges. And my response is, you have to balance this issue and the costs and the benefits. So first of all, I think it's pretty obvious that it's it's the most down ballot part of the, and very few people, I get more calls about what judges I should vote for than I do about anything else as an elected official. I mean, I get hundreds and hundreds of people emailing me or texting me, I got my sample ballot, tell me about the judges. I don't know anything about the judges. And the question is, do we want judges that people are just basing it off of a kind of a feel because of the aspect of the campaign for judges? They can't go out and, I mean, they can go out and knock on doors. Hi, I'm John Carden, I'm running for judge, or I'm a sitting judge. Well, tell me about what I can't really tell you anything about me. I can tell you I went to University of Maryland Law School. That's about all I can tell you about myself, right? I can't tell you about my judicial demeanor. I can just show you that I have a decent judicial demeanor. Can't tell you about my decisions or how I make decisions. I'm just not allowed to. But the next person who's running against me can say, I'm going to put all those criminals away for 50 years. I don't care whether they have a great lawyer or they don't, or whatever, this and that. And they can say anything they want. And that's just not fair. So that's number one, is that the kind of election we want? And then the second issue is that when we're talking about the judiciary and the rule of law, this is so integral to our democracy and how people believe in the system of justice of what we have. And is it working? Is it proper? Now, you could make the argument that it's more proper because we elect them, and therefore they're accountable to the voters. Based on what I just said, I don't think that it's based on voter knowledge at all. It's based on the voters just happen to vote these people in. And the best campaigners and the people who raise the most money to be able to, and the ones who can use social media most effectively to, and by the way, the sitting judges can't use social media because they gotta be really, really careful. But the candidates running against them can use social media, and that's the effective way to do it. So the question is, do we want a judiciary that people believe is actually independent and making decisions based on the law and making decisions based on how they read the law and the facts in front of them? Or do we want a judiciary that's based on people who were elected, who are going to do things for their community because they were elected to make sure that their community was properly protected? And I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm just saying that is not the way to create a judiciary that is that people believe is actually attaining and maintaining the rule of law and the belief in our democracy that when no one is above the law and no one can utilize the system to outdo their opponent.
Oh, you have a follow-up?
I have a
Sure.
follow-up question on my second question. Thank you. So that leads into the Judicial Nominating Commission that I wanted to touch on and a question about that. And I just want to be accurate in my information. So if I'm inaccurate, please tell me. And then I'll end with a question.
Sure.
So the Judicial Nominating Commission, it's my understanding that although there is a similar framework in place, each jurisdiction, the 23 counties of Baltimore City, they're similar, but there are some differences, just maybe technically or administratively. But the framework is the same.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, and that includes both citizens and attorneys on those commissions. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the process is they examine applicants' qualifications, receive endorsements, interview applicants, and recommend a short list based on that process to the governor. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So my question is, does the governor, okay, from that list, to your knowledge, and if you don't know, I understand, always appoint from that recommended list that's provided?
So this governor has.
Okay.
I am familiar with a situation, I believe, with the previous governor who was not happy with the list that was provided and sent it back and asked for them to put out for new nominations. I believe that happened in one jurisdiction. It may have been in yours. I don't know. I don't know. All I know is that I think it did happen once before. I have not, I think I've only heard about that happening one time.
So it is possible.
And that may have not even been for a judicial list. That may have been for a delegate. I just know that the governor has the authority to not pick from the list.
So that's my question. So the governor does have the ability to not appoint someone from that list as recommended?
I don't know if this executive order, I believe he's got to pick somebody from the list. He can choose not to pick anybody and send the list back and say, make me a new list. I don't think he can just pick. He might, I don't recall this executive order, but I've never heard of a judge, of a governor picking somebody off the list without getting them to be vetted first.
And that just leads to the last part of my question. So in a system, and I just want to make sure that I have this entire process in my head correctly. So a system of appointments, okay, by one person, the governor, that is based on recommendations of a committee, the Judicial Nominating Committee that is created by executive order, signed by that person, which is the governor, whose members are appointed by the governor, and whose recommendation is can be entirely ignored again by the governor. Is that a meritorious process if that could happen? So, you see where I'm going? So the whole process is set up by one person who then at the end can, if they choose, deviate from that process.
So there was a 200-plus page list of recommendations and report from the task force, the Judiciary Task Force on judicial elections and the nominating commission process. They made over 24 recommendations, which the governor picked, I think, more than half adopted, mostly dealing with the Judicial Nominating Commission. And then supporting the legislation to change us from traditional elections to retention elections. So that recommendation he took. But only after the nominating commission reforms were in place, which they are. The disinterested nature of that commission is established. Now, granted, it's in an executive order. It could be put into statute. But there is certainly the ability to continue to reform it. This group of people are clearly, there's a requirement for them to be, for the nominating commission to have a certain amount of diversity of both party and other diversity that's necessary. There's also a requirement for that nominating commission to approve or to vet a diverse group, and if it's not done properly, it's going to be sent back to be redone. So I think that there are certainly fail-safes, and there are ways to make this, and it is a disinterest. When I say disinterest, I mean it's a separate organization that is created to not be influenced politically, and to not have that political influence. and that's intentional. And that's not just true with this administration, that's true throughout all the administrations that I've encountered over the last 4 administrations. So, so the answer is I believe that it is, that while it is driven by the chief executive, it is set up in such a way that it provides a really, really good, very diverse and open system to be able to select the best qualified people for the job and to not leave any group behind simply because of who they are.
Last question, I promise, Madam Chair. So all of that being said, and this is an opinion question, and again, based on testimony that was submitted, could removing contested elections be perceived by the public as replacing transparency of judicial elections with backroom appointments followed by take it or leave it uncontested retention elections? Could it be perceived that way?
I believe that if we properly educate on the nominating process, the answer is no.
Okay.
But I think it's a legitimate question. I just don't believe that is the case.
Thank you.
I think a reasonable and legitimate question, just not true.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure. Delegate McComas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll make this quick. Where's Billy Murphy, damn it? No, I mean, he is the greatest witness for elections, and I have always been impressed with him because one time he ran into Judiciary when he just came from the airport, didn't even have a tie on. Anyway, I think that we should keep judicial elections, and the reason why is because a lot of these judges, they have a lot of power to change a lot of lives. They have the power to put you in jail forever. They have the power to give you probation. They have the power to decide who gets the kids. And you have to have a certain personality for that. And that's very important. And I mean, you know, we could deal with the finances, don't you think, John? If we say, okay, everybody gets, Delegate Cardin, everybody gets a certain amount of money, okay, to use, and so they can't spend any more. But the point is that an election causes them to kind of show their personality to the public. And there were some folks that really shouldn't be a judge, and they hated domestic cases. And they've since retired, but they hated them, and they did transactional work. And I mean, I had some of the worst domestic cases in front of the guy, and I mean, I almost like locked up because I had a severe client with disability. So what I'm trying to say is you've got to have somebody like Judge Angeletti, that if he put somebody in jail for 30 years and they yelled at and screamed at him, he said, oh, that's okay. Right. Because of what he was doing. That's the kind of personality you need, right. And you're not going to know about that personality with all these nominating commissions and everything. Isn't that so?
I would just respectfully, while I understand the question, and I think it's a legitimate question, respectfully, completely and utterly and 100% disagree. I think 100% disagree. I think that that a political campaigning personality is not necessarily a bad personality to be a judge, but it's not one that is sufficient or necessary to be a judge. And the vetting of a nominating commission can better determine a judicial demeanor and whether they're appropriate. And you want the people who are best qualified, not necessarily the people who can smile the best.
No, I disagree with you. You need somebody that's human.
Fair enough.
Delegate Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate Cardin, a name was mentioned, Attorney and former Judge Billy Murphy and his position on this. And you are aware that that position has been the position of the Legislative Black Caucus, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that position is based on kind of a historical implication as it relates to African-American judges that were elected primarily in the 60s and 70s in primarily African-American jurisdictions. Is that fair to say?
I would say yes. That's correct.
But that has also played itself out in other places. Do you recall how the first woman in Carroll County became a circuit court judge?
No.
It was through an election.
Okay.
And do you know that that individual was also on the short list on more than one occasion?
Okay.
And the question I guess I want to ask, the elections in many instances serve as a backdrop and a fail-safe when things may not work as you've described. With the description that you've made of the Judicial Nominating Commission and the way it's operating today, I would agree. And much of that has been based on the person who was sitting on the second floor of the State House. We're seeing a big change in how things are operating, and they're not quite operating around the United States just like we would like it. And so I'm concerned and sensitive to the fact that the person who was sitting on the second floor may not have the same sensibilities as the last several governors. How would we address that?
Okay, so number one, the last 4 governors, and maybe even to a certain extent the last 5 governors, have demonstrated a keen ability to make sure that there is a diversity which reflects the community. And there has been differences over the time, but also there have been cultural differences over that time period over the last 30 years, which has allowed us and have pushed us to make sure that the interest in diversity continues to be preeminent. I don't see that changing ever, personally, number one. Number two, I would say that we can and we should put in statute the requirement for the diversity recommendations, the judicial task force, the Judiciary task force, into law so that while the executive order is going to continue to be to impact how that there is a nominating commission, those nominating commissions will be required to have certain parameters that will ensure exactly what you want. And number three, I would remind you that while whether it's the judge from Carroll County or we have a similar situation where we have an elected judge in Prince George's County who clearly was not an appropriate person to ever serve as a judge, who had to be removed, which was unprecedented because there was no vetting of that person. Clearly, if there had been a vetting, they never would have made it through an election or a nominating process. But in Baltimore County, we've had 2 judges two African-American judges who were defeated, one twice, because they had to run for election after they were appointed. We had Rodney Warren, I think, was in Anne Arundel County.
Anne Arundel County. Mm-hmm.
Who had the same problem. It was a fabulous litigator. I remember him actually trying cases in front of my judge, and he was fantastic. If I said, if there's somebody who should be a judge and be appointed judge, it's him. He was appointed by, I think by Martin O'Malley.
Correct.
And then he lost his election and chose not to seek another appointment. And then there was in Howard County, I believe we had another person who lost their election. Look, I'm not saying that Judge Dugan or Judge Daniels in my county weren't fabulous judges. They were fabulous judges. Judge Kavanaugh, fabulous judge. All ran and won for election. I'm just saying that, and I understand that perhaps there's another judge, I will tell you, who put his name on the list to go to the circuit court. And I think there was just a personality issue with the governor. He was not appointed. Now, or he was one of 6 or 7 or 8 people. He wasn't appointed. I mean, that's part of the process that if he's got 6 people, some women, some men, some gay, some straight, some African Americans, some Latino, some white, and he gets to choose, then, and we're seeing diverse groups of people on the bench, then I don't think we should worry about, I think the election process, I'm not saying that elected judges aren't going to be good judges at some point or don't have the ability to be good judges. I'm just saying that the consistency is far greater from those who are appointed. There is no doubt about that. I mean, I think that's clear. And the integrity of the rule of law is at stake here, especially in a time when everybody is questioning the judiciary and the decisions, whether it's, and people don't understand the difference between the state judiciary and the federal judiciary, but everybody questions whether judges are out there for their own interest or for the special interest or for the interest of what is the proper way to dispose of the law. And I would argue that we need to protect that. And the best way to protect that is to make sure we have the best judges out there, and the nominating process is the way to do it. And I've spoken way too long, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I would just, one of the concerns that many people have is that the nominating process is what one might consider inside baseball. And while the nominating commission, it can be made up of average citizens, primarily it's lawyers. And those that weigh in on whether a judge is or whether an attorney is well-suited or not well-suited, heavily attorneys. Every bar has got some weighing in on whether an individual should be placed on a short list. And in my mind, the only opportunity that the average person has to weigh in on whether they want to judge or not is that one time at the ballot box. Because retention elections, everybody's coming back. So they've got one shot, right? And so I think they should have their one shot. But we'll differ on that. And that's so.
Sorry.
Just a quick question, and
Sure.
I think it kind of, to piggyback on what Delegate Phillips says, would you not agree that there is still a sense of bias in the selection process when the judges are selected as opposed to elected?
I just don't, I believe, so I know one of the complaints that I've gotten over the last 3 years has been this nominating commission doesn't really reflect the practitioners of Baltimore County who know the court system in Baltimore County. They don't reflect our values in Baltimore County. What they're saying to me, what these people are saying to me, is that they're not part of the good old boy system anymore. These members of the nominating commission are people who practice in all aspects of law. I mean, we have a partner at Saul Ewing who is, this is in Baltimore County, who practices in complex civil litigation. We have somebody who deals in medical malpractice and mediation. We have somebody who deals in plaintiffs' personal injury. We have a criminal defense, somebody in criminal defense. We have a number of people who deal on the state's attorney's side in prosecution. So we have a diverse people in terms of in that area, and they are not in Baltimore County insiders, which have been running the nominating commission for years and years and years. And that's required in all 24 jurisdictions now, that you have to have a diverse group by race, by color, by gender, by all these different, by profession, in terms of what type of law you practice or whatever. So I don't think it's, I mean, I just don't believe that anymore.
So do you not believe that just because you have a diverse practice or diverse expertise, that there is still not bias, especially when people have been together for a considerable period of time?
I mean, these people, these are all new, these are new members. I don't think that that is the case. I don't think they've been together for a long time. So this nominating commission's only been together since they were appointed however many years ago. So it's been, what, 2 years, 2.5 years since they've been appointed?
That's this group.
This group.
But this group can be here for the next 10 to 20 years, is that not so?
Well, no, there'll be, a new governor will have a new group. But they won't, I mean, if we can, and maybe this is legislation for next year, if we can continue to make sure that the commissions are required to be this, not good old boy folks, then I don't see the issue. But I understand the issue. I think that there's better ways of doing it that don't impact the integrity of the judiciary. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Delegate Moreno.
Wouldn't it be better to just have straight elections and have these nominating committees instead of, or getting the appointment process, maybe they just endorse who they think should be the best judge and then just let them run and see what happens?
Well, I mean, in that case, then, I mean, we still have the campaign finance issue.
Right.
And you still have the question of, so you're not going to have sitting judges, so there's just going to be vacancies until the
There's just going to
election.
be vacancies and you run for it and you can get endorsed by the LGBTQIA, you can get.
So I think you open up a problem with dockets because you're not going to have enough, because it could be, like in Baltimore County, for example, I just very familiar there. We've had, in the last year, we've had like 4 vacancies on the circuit court. It would be a disaster.
Okay.
Thank you.
I did have a few questions, but it's getting late in the hour, so I am going to, I know you're just right there, and I can ask you my questions later. Let's go ahead and hear from the opposition panel, Judge Dugan and Maria Osterreicher.
So there, you okay?
I'm good, thank you.
You first. All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Robert Dugan. For 42 years, I've had the high honor and privilege of serving as a judicial officer in the state of Maryland. I've been a magistrate, a district court judge, very proudly an elected circuit court judge, and now having reached the constitutional age of senility, I now serve as a senior judge, but through the good grace of the Supreme Court of Maryland, I've been authorized to sit. I strongly agree with testimony that was given before this committee years ago by Chief Judge Robert M. Bell when he made these remarks. He opposed the bill because it removed from the citizenry a right of participation in a meaningful way in the selection of judges. In Maryland, I believe the voters have elected many outstanding judges. Just to name a few: Joseph Howard, Paul Dorff, Pat Kavanaugh, Bruce Williams, Lenore Gelfman, and more recently in Harford County, Diane Atkins Tobin, and in Carroll County, Maria Osterreicher, who was the first female to serve on the circuit court of Carroll County. She was put there not by a governor, but the voters of that jurisdiction. There's a myth about the independence of the Judicial Nominating Commission. The majority of members are selected by the governor.
Finish your sentence or your thought.
The commission meets in secret, they interview applicants in secret, they confer in secret, they vote in secret, and then they provide a list without any weighing of the persons they recommended. Most bar associations will evaluate someone as highly qualified, qualified, unqualified. The Judicial Nominating Commission gives the list without any explanation. Thank you.
Thank you. And could you, is it Osterreicher?
Oestreicher.
Oestreicher.
Thank you. I am Maria Oestreicher. I sit on the Circuit Court in Carroll County, and I have since the election of November 18. I did supply written testimony, and I would encourage you to read that. I'm going to try not to repeat it, but one of the important things to know is I applied 4 times. I put myself through the vetting process 4 times. I never turned down any interview. I went to everything. Just to correct one statement that was made, I never made a short list. I have my beliefs as to why that is, but I did not make a short list. And we only have 4 circuit court judges and 2 district court judges running for an election. If I wanted to be a judge and I thought I would do a good job, which both of those things are very true, was my only option. It was not an easy decision. I did not come to it lightly. I had always appointed the sitting judges, and I made the decision to run because I believed, 1, I was the most qualified candidate, but 2, as has been stated, Carroll County, despite all the diversity that everybody is talking about, is not diverse. We, at the time that I ran, had a Caucasian female and male on district court and 4 Caucasian males on the circuit court. Carroll County is not 100% Caucasian. So you can't look at the statewide bench and say we have fixed the diversity problem. You can't even look at each circuit or each district. You have to look at each bench, because that is the only way that you get an accurate picture of whether or not there is actual diversity on each bench. A couple things that were testified to that I want to correct. The rules of ethics absolutely apply to any candidate running for judge. It's right in the judicial rules of ethics that it applies to the candidates as well. Sitting judges do and always absolutely use social media during their campaigns. I'll stop.
What's your thought and your sentence, please?
Okay. I raised far less money than any of the other 2 candidates, one of which was a sitting judge and the other was another opponent. And I can't tell you why, but I can tell you that I worked my butt off. And I used the money that I had in the best strategic way that I could to reach as many voters as I could, which meant that every nephew, cousin, sister, parent that lived in my jurisdiction was handing out cards in the districts in the voting districts that had the most voters, because I couldn't cover them all, because everybody supports the sitting judges. And that's okay, I knew what I was in for. But if it weren't for that opportunity, I will tell you, and this is not against the personal people that have been appointed. I am not saying anything against the judges that I serve with every day. However, since I ran, 2 more men, white Caucasian men, have been appointed to the circuit court bench in Carroll County. We still would not have a woman on the bench if I had not done this in 2026. So.
Thank you, and congratulations.
Thank you. I'm also passionate about it.
Judge Dugan, I have a question for you, and that is, you made your point hit home when you said that the nominating commission does everything in secret. Do you think it would be helpful if the nominating commission meetings were public?
Well, the meetings aren't public. They're very secret. They're very private. And on the subject of judicial nominating commissions...
Wait, let me just make sure I understand. You're saying they're public, but they're private, but they're secret?
I don't think he heard your question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Are the nominating commission meetings available for viewing by the public?
No.
Right.
You can't see them, no.
Right. So-
Nobody knows what goes on except the persons in the room.
Right. So, Judge Oestreicher, would you say that if they made public, the nominating commission meetings?
I absolutely do. I was also on the work group to study judicial selections. And one of the things that we discussed was if we could revamp the entire system from the ground up, starting with the judicial nominating commissions, then perhaps a lot of us that are opposed to removing judicial elections could get on board if it was a more meritorious process and a more transparent process. That didn't happen, and instead they made recommendations, but the only bill they submitted was get rid of the elections. They didn't seek to do any of the other things,
Right.
some of which have been discussed. We discussed we should.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you
Yes,
there because
I apologize.
I just need to answer just a couple of questions. If those nominating commission meetings were made public, that's the first question, and you said yes. At that time, do you think it would be helpful if the public could comment at any of the nominating commission meetings that were made public?
Yes and no. I don't know exactly what it would look like to have a more transparent process. I do think some of the hearings should be public and the public should have an opportunity to comment. Whether that's at a live meeting or in writing, I don't know.
Right.
I also think it should be by statute and
Right.
you should have to appoint from the list.
Right.
So.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions. Delegate Phillips? I'll get to you guys in a minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to speak loudly until it comes on over here. And I apologize, Judge.
Oh, that's okay.
I was the one that made the incorrect statement. And what you said made a difference because had you been on the list, my thinking is you probably would have been selected. So thank you for correcting me. Based on the history of elections of judges in the state, how often, in your recollection, is it that someone who is a sitting judge is not elected?
I don't remember the name of it, but there is a chart that's attached to the study that the work group put out that I think looked back to 1980, but I might be incorrect about that, but I don't, Judge Dugan might have the
I
answer.
can answer the question. Since 1940, when the present system was adopted of nonpartisan elections where you run in a Republican and Democratic primary, since that time, there have been 29 challengers who have won and defeated a sitting judge. During that period, then, there have been 42 election cycles. So once every 3 or 4 elections, you have a challenger winning. Sometimes no challenger wins, and other times several challengers win. It depends on the circumstances, but that is, to my knowledge, the accurate number of challengers who've won in recent times in Maryland.
And with that, once again, sitting judges, relatively very few that are unseated. I had a question. It was a follow-up. Very few that were unseated. Oh, I know what I was going to say. There was a mention of a situation in Prince George's County, right, for an individual who was elected and went before the Judicial Disabilities. How often has that happened to your knowledge, Judge Dugan, where there was an elected judge who had challenges? And I guess my question is, do most of the elected judges serve without incident?
Yes, since 1970, there have only been 4 judges who have been removed from the bench by the highest court in Maryland. So it is a very rare incident. It's true, unfortunately, there was an elected judge who was removed recently, but the other 3 judges who were removed from the bench were appointed judges. So the total of 4 since 1970.
And 3 were appointed and only 1 was elected.
3 were appointed, 1 was elected. That's correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Delegate Valentine?
Thank you, Your Honors, for being here this evening. And this is a follow-up basically for my colleague's question that was just asked to Judge Oestreicher. Because it's been referenced multiple times, this removal a few years ago of a elected judge in one of the districts. In your opinion, will the appointment process simply prevent or greatly minimize these removals, or do you think that that's going to have some impact, or do we see as many appointed or go through this process removed as it would be the electeds, Judge Oestreicher?
If I understand your question, my answer would be, I don't believe that you are more likely to not follow the rules and receive the training that you're given when you become a judge that is going to make you more likely to be removed if you're elected than appointed. I don't believe that at all, and the statistics that Judge Dugan just gave, I think which I was not aware of, would support that. I'm aware of a couple judges that have either been asked to retire and not sit as senior judges since I've been on the bench that were appointed, and I think we're all talking about the same judge that was recently elected and removed. Judges are given extensive training. Some may say it's never enough when you first start because it's like drinking from a fire hose, but we're given training. There's every single judge goes through a new trial judge orientation program. We have mandatory training that we have to do throughout the year. There are always webinars that we can go to. I don't know that the vetting process, first of all, the vetting process is, I think, I don't want to say a red herring, but I applied 4 times. So just because I was elected doesn't mean I haven't been vetted.
Correct.
It also, every single judicial nominating commission, and this is a really important thing, in my opinion, they put however many names on the list they want on the list. They're not required to place every highly qualified individual on the list. We had an opening in district court in Carroll County with 17 applicants, and they sent 3 names. I knew every single person on there was a local practicing attorney, and I find it hard to believe that they only found 3 of them highly qualified. So they're deciding the pool of people that the governor's going to appoint from. It's also false to believe that the governor has to appoint from that list, which again means that the Judicial Nominating Commission, because under that theory, the person being vetted has been through that whole commission, and the panel of people have found them highly qualified. But that doesn't explain when the list gets sent back because the governor doesn't like the list, or the name he wants isn't on the list, or for whatever reason that he, hopefully one day she, sends the list back. And then when they get a new list and they still don't like it, a governor is free to appoint the person that they want. So in that same respect, well, wouldn't you want the people that the Judicial Nominating Commission recommended to be able to run against the person that the governor appointed, because the person he appointed isn't the person that that commission found to be most highly qualified? So I think the argument goes both ways.
Kind of a follow-up question.
Really quickly, yes.
My next question, we talk exhaustively about these lists and these commissions. Has it ever been your experience, and not naming any one individual, but just in your experience, where individuals may be dissuaded from even participating in the process because positions are already somewhat spoken for unofficially?
Yes.
Yes. Can I give an example? 2 examples.
Yes, sir.
Governor Hogan made an appointment in Washington County. The commission sent the governor a list. He didn't want it. He sent it back. They sent him another list. He didn't want it. He sent it back. The person he wanted to appoint wasn't on the list. So he conducted his own interviews and then appointed the person he wanted all along. He ignored the nominating commission. I think that's entirely appropriate for a governor to do. Governor O'Malley here in Anne Arundel County did the same thing, and 3 members who were lawyers of the Judicial Nominating Commission resigned as in protest. The chairman of the nominating commission here was asked about this. The governor ended up appointing who he wanted, and the chairman of the nominating commission, quote, stated, "It's a political process, unfortunately." You can find that in the Annapolis Capital on page 1 in a May 1st, 2008 article. So the governor, I think the governor should have the authority. They don't like the list, they send it back. They get a new list, they don't like it, they can ignore the list and make an appointment who they want to appoint.
Last point, Madam Chair, I promise. Judge Oestreicher, you have not seen this. As I said earlier, when the good delegate was presenting the bill, I've combed through all of the testimony. I would like to have your opinion or your or basically comment or on this particular statement from the Maryland State Bar Association. The contested election threatens the independence, integrity, and competence of the circuit court. Could you comment on that, on basically in your court or in Carroll County or your colleagues in general?
Yeah, I haven't read that, but I presume that probably has to do with the campaign financing again. And the competence part probably has to do with the judicial nominating commissions that you don't have to apply, which you could change that too. You could change the Constitution to say you have to apply and go through the vetting process before you could run. There's lots of other things you could do besides taking it out of the hands of the voters. But I believe that all of the judges in circuit court, myself included, are highly competent. I'm the only one that's elected. It doesn't make me less competent. And I would welcome any of you to ask around about my reputation. I believe I'm a highly respected member of the bench. And it's not less so. Maybe they were a little leery. I mean, frankly, I think the reason that I didn't get it before is because I was a really assertive, effective domestic violence prosecutor. And there were a lot of people that didn't like when I wouldn't drop cases, and I would try them anyway. And that was my job. And they didn't understand my argument that my job is different as a judge, and I'll be just as effective as at that. And I know that because I've had them personally tell me that now. So I disagree with the statement. I'm sorry. I'm going on more than I need to.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And members, do we have any other questions? Oh, yes, Delegate Tomlinson is here. And I forgot to mention that we have Delegate Schindler and Delegate Tomlinson here from the Government, Labor, and Elections Committee. Delegate Tomlinson.
Yes, making a one-stop tour. Thank you, Madam Chair, appreciate it. Good to see you, Judge. I can endorse your statement that you worked your butt off, because I think I was outside with you probably for most of those days.
Yes.
At early voting and election day.
And we weren't on the same side of the judicial race either, so I appreciate,
that is true.
I appreciate the endorsement.
Could you talk a little bit more about, because it's been brought up a couple times about the Good Old Boy Network, if it exists, doesn't exist. Can you talk a little bit about specifically Carol's situation? Is it true that of the appointments that have been made in the last, I don't know, 20 years or so, did they all come from one or a few of the same, it's a couple of the same firms, it seems like?
It's not in the last 20 years anymore, but two in the last 20 years. No, 2 in the last 23 years, but there was one prior to that. There have been 3 circuit court judges from the same firm appointed in Carroll County. that is accurate.
And then with your situation, I think it's worth noting, can you tell everybody about your situation where I know he's now your colleague, but
Yes.
I think it's important to mention what happened to the sitting judge that you replaced 2 years later, because I think it's just further proof that there's supposedly all these qualified people, but the same guy gets reappointed within 2 years.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm hesitating. They're my colleagues.
Yeah.
And we work well together. He got reappointed the very next opening. And not only
Who you
is he
defeated.
my colleague, we shared a chambers. And so I was in his old office and he moved into his former neighbor's office. And we worked together every day. But yes, he was reappointed the next, I started in December after the November election. There was an opening created in April, and he was reappointed in December.
Gotcha. All right, thank you.
May I add, it's not unusual or uncommon, there's a history of it in Maryland, for a governor to reappoint a judge who's lost an election. And I think that's within the appropriate of the authority of the governor to do it. And it's been done on any number of occasions.
All set?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so that concludes all of our questions, and that includes the bill hearing for House Bill 150. We are going to move to Delegate Roberson.
Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Roberson's bill is...
Where do you want your name?
Right over here is good. John, please say hello to your dad.
House Bill 414. And I just want to thank the members from the Government, Labor, and Elections Committee for joining us, Delegate Tomlinson and Delegate Schindler.
Yes, and tell Delegate Tomlinson to stay. It's a family reunion. We're back home. It's good to see you, brother.
Keep me as vice chair.
I prefer two women at the head.
Thank you. Delegate Roberson, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. It is so good to see you. And Madam Vice Chair, it's so good to be back home. There's no place like home. And I know it's taking my 3 minutes, but I just have to take a point of personal privilege just to thank you all. As I've shared, for those that are new, y'all never forget your first, and Judiciary has always been my first committee. And so I'm grateful to be back home with you all. For the record, I'm Delegate Kent Roberson, and I am speaking on House Bill 414 that deals with jury disqualification. A lot of you are new, some new faces here, so this has been a bill that has been presented for multiple years by not only myself, but prior to me, Delegate Nicole Williams in particular. And I just want to walk through a little bit of what it does just for clarity's sake. And then I'll let the experts really take over. But really what it does currently in law and statute, individuals who have served a term of more than 1 year are prohibited from serving on a jury. And so what this bill does, it strikes that point and says that anybody can serve on a jury as long as you have not committed, let me be clear what it says, as long as you have not committed witness intimidation, jury intimidation, or crime under Title VIII, which is fraud and related crimes. And so we are allowing those items to stay, but removing the provision that if you have committed a crime for more than that, that you, for more than 1 year, or excuse me, if you've been sentenced to more than 1 year, that you are restricted from serving on a jury.
Excuse me, Delegate, can you pause? We have to, okay, we're good. You can continue.
You good? Okay. I want to note in particular two things. One is that there is still the jury selection process that continues to take place. So individuals still have to identify when the lawyers come before the jury selection, jury team for the judge. They have the questions that they ask. This still process continues, just like they ask anybody else. Have you ever been a victim of a crime? Have you, for certain things, they still list that out. And the individuals self-identify. And many of us have served on juries, so so you recall those processes. The other part, I just want to note, because I understand that there was unfavorable testimony from the State's Attorneys Association, and I really want to push back on the fact that somebody's stating that just because you have committed a crime that you cannot serve on a jury, because we should not allow, because life experiences change us. And that's just like saying because you've been a victim that you should no longer be allowed to serve on a jury for being a victim of a crime, and saying that just because your family member was abused, now that you have a certain way of voting when it comes to abuse in that situation, or because you have been robbed, now that you think that individuals who commit this crime, you might be lenient or not lenient. Either way, I take issue with that statement and believe that all of us have life experiences that we need on the jury panel. And so this is why I am supportive of this bill, and I urge a favorable report for House Bill 414, and I welcome any questions, and thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Natasha Kalfany. I am an attorney at the Office of the Public Defender, and we are respectfully requesting this committee to issue a favorable report for House Bill 414. As stated, this bill would limit the number of individuals who are currently disenfranchised from serving on a jury in Maryland. Where 1/3 of all Americans have a criminal record, this bill would allow Marylanders to serve their community through jury service. In particular, this bill would have a significant impact on increasing opportunities for jury representation, whereby Maryland currently leads the nation in incarcerating young Black men, such that Maryland has incarcerated the highest percentage of people who are Black in this country, more than twice the national average. The Justice Policy Institute has found more than 70% of all people in Maryland's prisons, double the national average, and almost 80% of people serving at least 10 years are Black. These are the highest rates in the country, easily eclipsing the next closest states, Mississippi, South Carolina, and Georgia. The bill changes the current law, which has a more expansive view of individuals ineligible for jury service because of criminal convictions. Individuals with criminal contacts are still members of their community and should not be silenced or prevented from one of our country's most basic civil duties, but also one that individuals with criminal records are directly impacted by and should have a right to participate in after their sentences have been served. For these reasons, the Office of the Public Defender urges this committee to issue a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Warnken?
Good evening, members of the committee. Heather Warnken here from the Center for Criminal Justice Reform at the University of Baltimore School of Law, here in strong support of House Bill 414. Access to a trial by a jury of one's peers is a fundamental tenet of the American legal system. Yet in Maryland, especially for Black residents accused of crimes, this is simply not the reality. The statistics on jury exclusion are alarming. Across the country, as we've heard, approximately 1/3 of Black men have a past felony conviction. Thus, due to laws in numerous states, many Black jurors are excluded by law from ever entering the jury pool. So I want to underscore that Maryland takes this even further, having both the highest overrepresentation of Black residents incarcerated combined with one of the most restrictive jury exclusion statutes in the country. Maryland is one of only a small handful of states which excludes people from jury service for both felonies and misdemeanors, punishable by incarceration of a year or more. So HB 414 would remove this outdated and highly problematic barrier, allowing for greater diversity of our jury pools and the reenfranchisement of people with past convictions who've paid their debt to society. So allowing for greater participation in this important civic duty is not only fair, it's more effective in advancing the efficiency and legitimacy of our justice system, demonstrated by research I've included in our written testimony. Put more simply, diverse juries do a better job. I also want to note that in the years since this bill has first been introduced, a number of states across the country have taken action on this. Just in 2025, Minnesota, as of July 1, now individuals with felony convictions are eligible for jury service. Utah 2025, as of May 7th, also restored jury service, and most recently, Governor Phil Murphy, on his way out in New Jersey, used his clemency power to restore the right to sit on a jury for hundreds of thousands. It's time for Maryland to step up and correct this as well.
Thank you. Mr. Burt?
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of this committee. My name is Kiana Johnson. I'm a Prince George's County resident, community advocate, and the founder of Life After Release, an organization that is based in Prince George's County and that supports individuals returning home from incarceration. I'm here today in support of House Bill 414 with amendments, specifically regarding the provisions that disqualify individuals from jury service based on a conviction of fraud or related crimes. I want to begin by saying that I strongly support protecting the integrity of our jury system. Crimes such as perjury, jury intimidation, witness tampering, or obstruction of justice directly undermines the fairness of judicial proceedings and is appropriate to treat those offenses differently. My concern, however, is that the phrase "a crime under Title 8 of the criminal law article as currently written is overly broad and risks the exclusion of people whose past convictions have no meaningful connection to juror honesty or courtroom integrity. In reality, fraud is a wide legal category. It can include lower level offenses, nonviolent offenses, often driven by poverty, survival, and instability, conduct that does not automatically indicate an inability to serve honestly or thoughtfully as a juror. When the law draws the lines too broadly, we end up excluding people based on history rather than fitness. From lived experience and through my work, I can tell you that jury service is one of the most meaningful markers of civic restoration for returning citizens. Being trusted to serve affirms that someone is once again a full participant of our democracy. Over-exclusion undermines the goal and weakens public trust in our judicial system. For that reason, I respectfully request an amendment to this bill, specifically ask that you strike page 2, line 18 through 19 regarding Title 8 crimes and replace it with language that limits disqualification to fraud and offenses directly related to dishonesty. With this, I ask that you return a favorable vote on House Bill 414. Thank you so much for your time.
Ms. Burton?
Good evening. My name is DeJuan Burton. I'm a resident of District 32 and also the Deputy Director of Out for Justice, a grassroots organization founded by returning citizens to prevent criminalization, reduce recidivism, and promote successful reintegration through advocacy, education, and supportive programming. I'm here today in strong support of House Bill 414 with a friendly amendment to strike the inclusion under Title 8 criminal law. This bill is a simple but powerful principle. Once a person has served their sentence, the punishment should end. Permanent exclusion from a jury service is not an oversight, it's a choice, and it's a choice to continue punishing people long after the state itself has declared their sentence complete. At Out for Justice, members have done exactly what the system has required of them. They've completed their sentence, returned home, found jobs, paid taxes, and raised their families, and they contribute to the communities. Yet under current law, many are still told they are not worthy of participating in one of the most fundamental democratic responsibilities, jury service. This is not a public safety, this is a perpetual punishment. And a true jury of one's peers cannot be built by excluding large segments of the population, especially in communities most impacted by policing and incarceration. It sends a clear message to entire communities that justice is something done to them, not with them. We also know that exclusion is counterproductive. Research from the U.S. Department of Justice and National Institute of Justice show that civic engagement is a strong indicator of successful reentry and reduced recidivism, which builds stability, accountability, and connection. Exclusion does the opposite. If public safety is truly the goal, then civic inclusion must be part of the solution. The question before the committee is not whether people who were once convicted deserve trust. The state already answered that question when it released them from supervision. The real question is whether Maryland believes in redemption or whether we believe punishment should be endless. Real integration includes full civic participation, and Out for Justice urges this committee to issue a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, do you have questions? Delegate Arakan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for being here, Delegate. We miss you on this committee. I hope you're having fun.
Oh, I miss you too.
Oh, good. But I did get this really cool new guy that's, he's putting up with me well.
Has he kept you warm?
No, but he does make me laugh sometimes.
Okay, that counts.
Yeah. He is not used to the judiciary yet, though, so we will just traumatize him lightly. My question is for the gentlewoman in the middle. You had mentioned a statistic, and I have to know where it comes from. You said 1/3 of Black men have a felony on their record. I tried to find that. I cannot find that anywhere. Where did that come from? And is that Maryland?
That 1/3 are excluded due to jury exclusion laws from participating. I'm happy to send you the research that's cited in our testimony.
So 1/3 of Black men are excluded from serving on juries?
Yes.
In the state of Maryland?
Yeah, and across the country.
Okay, definitely send that to us, because I have never heard anything like that, and I cannot see that anywhere in the internet webs at this very moment. So I would love to see what you have.
Sure.
Thank you.
Delegate Conaway.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Delegate and panel, for coming in and bringing this bill. My question is to the second witness from the end. You said something on page 2, line 18 and 19 that you wanted to change. Can you reiterate that for me, please?
Oh, yes, to strike the phrase Title 8.
Yes.
Crimes, and replace it with language that limits disqualification to fraud offenses that directly impact the judicial proceedings.
Is the sponsor okay with that amendment?
We have not discussed, Delegate. We can talk offline.
No, you don't have to talk to me.
No, I'm saying we'll talk offline, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you very much.
and then we also, it becomes now property of the committee.
No. If you don't have an amendment, no, that's pretty good. But if you don't have an amendment that you should have.
Right, no, I do not have the amendment.
Which would be property of the committee.
That's right.
Then the amendment that you're proposing is not property of the committee, is that correct? Because you have no amendment to propose.
Right, I don't have the amendment.
Right, thank
That's
you very
correct,
much.
yep.
Thank you.
Delegate Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate Roberson, for bringing this bill. Thank you to the panel. If we were to strike, if there was an amendment, and we were to rephrase that line, I guess line 18, then I just want to make sure, because I'm reading the different fraud-related crimes that are under Title 8, and they are identity fraud, bad checks, credit card crimes, counterfeiting, financial crimes against vulnerable adults, and public fraud. So if we go with your suggestion, then that means if you've committed public fraud, identity fraud, or are those the only two that we'd be taking out? And we would leave in bad checks, credit card crimes, counterfeiting, and financial crimes against vulnerable adults? Or would one of those come out as well?
Yeah, I'll respond to this. See, when we start cherry picking these different types of offenses, I mean, if we tell people that they can't vote, right? We don't cherry pick and say, but if you, other than voter fraud, we tell them you can vote, right? When we start cherry picking and start putting these different qualifications or requirements, it really just waters down things and makes it not relevant. So what you're saying is that a person can commit, take a life and still vote or get on a jury, but they can't write a $5 bad check and get on a jury. I'm just very problematic.
Okay, so you're thinking that bad checks, I'm not saying it's wrong or right, I'm just making sure I understand what would continue to be a part of this bill and what you're
What would
taking
continue to be a part of it would be perjury, jury intimidation, witness tampering, and obstruction of justice.
Okay. None of those are under Title 8. Okay.
Right, she's
It's
saying
part
in
of-
addition
But it's part
to.
of the original bill. But if we
Right,
were
the
to-
original, correct.
But if we were to strike that line 18, which took out Title 8 offenses, which are the ones that I just mentioned, which ones are you suggesting should stay in, I guess is what I'm asking.
None. None of them list dishonesty to judicial proceedings outside of the ones.
Okay, so but you
they
made
said
a
related.
statement that something would stay in.
They said related, so that's the problem. We don't know what's related, what's not related. Who determines what's related to the Title 8 offenses?
okay, I think I'm misunderstanding what you said about replacing line 18 with some other language. But I guess since there's no, it's not relevant because there's no amendment right now. So thank you. Yeah.
But, yeah, I was confused on that too. So if you want us to consider that, then we need a little bit of clarification.
Okay.
Okay. Are there any other questions, members? All righty, seeing none, we are going to conclude the favorable and favorable with amendment panel. And we're going to,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
wait, that's actually not true. I'm sorry, I have one more person. Oh, no, I don't. I'm good. Okay. Opposition panel. State's Attorney Rich Gibson.
May I begin? Good evening, everyone. It's good to see everybody. Nice to be back here in a evening, late at night, discussing jury disqualification. I can't think of anywhere I'd rather be.
It's the place to be, that's for sure.
My name is Rich Gibson. I am the State's Attorney for Howard County, Maryland. I am the immediate past president of the Maryland State's Attorney Association. I've been a prosecutor for approximately 21, going on 22 years. And I come today to ask for an unfavorable report in opposition of House Bill 414. And I'm testifying on behalf of Howard County as well as the MSA, the Maryland State's Attorneys Association. The goal of any trial involving a jury is to select 12 individuals who have no knowledge about the facts of the case, no knowledge about the location, no knowledge about the incident itself, who come in and listen to the information provided in the courtroom and only in the courtroom, and based upon the law provided to them by the judge who's presiding over that matter, decide whether the burden has been met and the state has met the burden and the defendant is guilty and or innocent in a criminal context. This bill would take someone who's had a lived experience, which undoubtedly has changed them, and insert them into that process, which would imbalance the perception of fairness and equity in the trial process. And I would note that most states in the United States do prohibit felony offenders from serving as jurors. I would note that, again, it's not just a matter of they're more like people that are more likely to exonerate. Someone's prior experience could say, well, I suffered. Misery loves company. I suffered, so maybe this person should suffer too, all right? And we don't want that. We don't want any of those outside thoughts invading a fair and just process where the court gives instructions to the law. In the courtroom, you hear facts, and then you reach conclusions based upon that. I'll gladly take any questions, and I appreciate my opportunity to oppose House Bill 414. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a quick question for you.
Yes,
if you could provide us any data that shows that jurors who have had this past life experience that you're speaking of bring with them to the jury in those states where these jurors are allowed to vote, bias. Can you provide the data that supports your testimony? That's what I'm asking.
You're asking for data that supports
this bias that you're mentioning.
All right, so the way I don't have data from the few states that allow felons to to sit as jurors. I can tell you that the practice of the majority of the states, the practice of Maryland, has been to disqualify any individual that has any pre-existing bias, one way or the other, related to a whole number of things, including experiences of being incarcerated.
Right, but my question, your point is that a person who has served and is an ex-felon, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That person comes with them, and you said it changes them.
Of course.
That's what you said in your testimony. My question is, do you have any data to support support the way in which it changes them?
No. So again, as I said during my testimony, the people experience things, and those experiences they carry with them. If your experience directly relates to the matter at hand before the court, you're typically not allowed to sit as a juror because if a person was charged with murder and went to jail for murder and finished their sentence and served, and then was sitting on a subsequent murder trial, that prior experience of serving a period of time incarcerated for that same crime would undoubtedly be in their mind, impacting their ability to hear the facts of the case and apply the law neutrally.
And wouldn't that be the argument that you would make to the judge or for a preemptive strike? Wouldn't that be the argument that you would make so that they wouldn't serve on your jury?
So of course, the issue here is going to be creating drag on the process, right? Of course, the state would move to strike someone who expressed a bias, and currently there are challenges for cause, and then there are challenges that are preemptory challenges for any reason that isn't grounded in race, gender, any protected class.
Right.
Right? The state already operates with a limited number of preemptory challenges. We're limited to 10, right? And it would drag out, it already takes a very long time to pick a jury. To add in jurors who are going to, be asked the question about have they served a sentence and do you have feelings about it?
So let me ask you a question, and I really want to know. The jury trials that I've seen and I've been a part of, the judge can ask some preliminary questions to the entire pool and ask something like, has anybody here ever X?
Voir dire, yes.
Right. So in that circumstance, if it is a murder trial, and if you are trying to weed out anyone that has any biases, perhaps it could be done at that particular time. But what is happening now is my understanding that if you have a felony on your record, and I'm assuming it's only on your state record in the state of Maryland, or is this any state at all?
No, if you have a conviction in your record, the current law.
Yes.
Delegate Bartlett, the current law, Chair Bartlett, is if you have a conviction that would, you're either pending a conviction that would have a year in jail associated with it, or you have a prior conviction where you served a year or more in jail.
In the state of Maryland?
In the state of Maryland.
Right. So I could be a felon in Virginia. I could have committed my felony in another state, and I could come to Maryland.
No.
I cannot.
No.
So I have to let you all know that I'm a felon from another state.
If you are convicted, and to get to your point, it is not uncommon for when the potential jurors are brought in during that panel process, where we're doing what's called voir dire, which is asking those questions to figure out if there's bias. It's not uncommon for people to come forward and express a conviction or a issue that then disqualifies them from the room versus beforehand, as opposed to bringing them into the room, going through a long process, and then weeding them out. We're just saying these characteristics, these people who fall into these categories, you must speak English language, you must be at least 18, you must live in the jurisdiction.
So I guess what I'm getting at, and I just want to make sure, and it's getting late, so I don't want to go too long.
Sure.
But I want to make sure that in the state of Maryland, just so I'll make sure I understand our current law and the proposed bill language. Currently, can a felon, ex-felon, serve on a jury trial in the state of Maryland?
Have they been convicted of an offense that carries a year or more?
Yes.
Then no.
Okay, so could someone who was convicted of a felony in another state, same criteria, serve on a jury trial in Maryland?
No.
Could someone who is convicted of any of those, the felony, but the felony was something that has maybe the trial is about banking, and the felony was something that doesn't have anything to do with banking, could that ex-felon serve on a trial in Maryland?
If that ex-felon had a sentence that was a year or more, the answer is no.
Right, and so where is the bias for that ex-felon who did whatever that person did? Where is the bias in a trial dealing with banking?
So the subject of the case is but one element of connection. They might have feelings about the court process. They might have feelings about going to jail or sending someone to jail.
And I understand you, and I know I'm cutting you off, but I'm just trying to be really quickly because I see the lights coming on.
Sure.
And I know other people have questions. But my problem goes back to my original question. Where's the data to show that ex-felons are inherently biased and they cannot be jurors? That's what I need to understand. There is no connection. There is no data. That's the reason why you can't produce it, because there is no data.
So I cannot respond to that question and say there is no data. I can say only that I don't have that data to give you tonight.
If you find it, please
Absolutely.
provide it. Because
Absolutely.
my next question becomes, what I heard tonight is, if someone is a victim, are they inherently biased? And can they not serve on a jury trial? It depends. I know it depends, but they at least get to try, right?
So, yes, it depends. A victim did not make a choice. Something was done to them. There was no choice to
we're talking
break
bias.
the social compact.
I mean, we're talking bias.
Yes.
So if the bias is there, the bias comes however it comes.
Yes.
It either comes through incarceration.
And they can be stricken.
Or it comes through something being done to you, but one could still be biased. And so that's what I want to understand, that link to this bias, and that is the reason why an ex-felon under those circumstances could not serve on a jury trial. And that's where I was getting at.
Yes, and just in response to that, a victim who has an experience that relates to the matter at hand would frequently not be able to sit as a juror in that case. They would be stricken.
Are lawyers allowed to sit as jurors?
Yes.
Are prosecutors allowed to sit as jurors?
Yes.
And have prosecutors ever put anyone away for something that perhaps, or had to let somebody go in some instance where they didn't think the person should have been allowed to be acquitted, but the person was acquitted?
I'm confused by the question. Can you restate it, please?
Has a prosecutor ever not gotten the results that they wished for in a trial?
Of course.
Right. And do you think that prosecutor might have any bias if they serve on a jury trial?
A prosecutor's role is to act as the 13th juror. They decide whether factually they believe they have enough evidence to present the case. If they believe they don't, they would never have charged it. So
Right,
we
but
fill that role all the time.
Right. No, my point is as a juror. A prosecutor could be called as a juror, correct?
Yes.
Right. And could that prosecutor ever be biased?
Of course, any human can be biased.
Any human could
Of
be
course.
biased. Thank you. That's where I was getting at.
But that's not the same
Okay,
at all.
I'm
There's
gonna-
conflation of the 2 points.
I understand. Okay, I think Delegate Erickson was first, and I'm going to keep going around. Thank you very much for indulging me.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Okay, I have a couple questions. So in your experience, there was some essential insinuation during the last panel. You may have heard my question about the 1/3 of Black men having felonies on their records.
Yes.
Have you experienced in your jury trials that it is hard to find Black men to serve on juries?
No. Just for the record, I have served as a prosecutor in Prince George's County. I've served as a prosecutor in Baltimore City for 12 years, and I've served as a prosecutor now in Howard County for 7 years. I've tried hundreds of cases, all different varieties and levels. No, in fact, most of the juries in Baltimore City were comprised of African-American individuals, whether they were male or female. I couldn't give you the data, but anecdotally, I've had no problem getting African-American members on our jury panel. Anecdotally, in Prince George's County, there's been no issue getting African members of our jury panel. And in Howard County, I have not experienced any issues getting African-American members on our jury panel.
Okay.
Right, so that's not to say that there aren't systemic racism issues. That's a
Right.
whole different conversation.
Yeah.
That is to say that
Yeah.
I've not seen that problem bear out in the jurisdictions which I've served.
Okay, because you can see how if that was happening, then that could potentially lead to My other question is, what are some of the other things that you moved to strike for? Obviously, you would move to strike a juror if they, a juror if they were, committed a crime that was similar. But there are a lot of reasons why you might remove somebody, and you have what you said 10.
Yeah, so for a felony, for a serious felony offense, the state has 10, defense has 20 strikes for cause. Preemptory strikes. Strikes for cause are unlimited. So if someone
Strikes for cause are unlimited. Okay.
Yeah, so if someone were to say, I'm a racist, which has happened sadly, then we strike that person.
He just didn't want to serve.
Right. If you give more or less weight to police officer, we would strike that person. If they had knowledge about the case, we would strike that person.
So less weight to the police officer, like if they were married to a police officer or something, you might strike that person?
It doesn't have to be even that. It could be that the person comes in with a mindset that says, if a police officer said that the sky was bright pink, I would believe it. Or conversely, if a police officer said the sky was bright pink, I would not believe it.
Right.
Automatically, that person would be stricken because they've expressed a bias one way or the other, and we're seeking neutral people.
Yeah.
We're just going to listen and decide.
Typically, in your cases, how many people do you strike? What if you have unlimited?
So you can run out of strikes, but if you typically, for a violent felony, like a murder case, you would probably bring in about 100 to 130 jurors.
Okay.
And then you would go through the voir dire process, which is a very lengthy process of selecting them, and you weed out the people who had a prior bias that couldn't be fair, and then you'd end up hopefully with a collection of people who were neutral and willing to follow the instructions of the judge.
So dozens and dozens of people get struck?
For cause and then or preemptory, like for cause, they get struck, and then if there's something that we detect in their answer, but they state they can be fair and the judge allows them to remain, then we would use one of our strikes.
Okay, so a judge can actually overrule it but you have those 10 strikes in your pocket or whatever to use for those that a judge has overruled?
Yes, you can make a challenge for cause.
Okay.
The way it would work is the state or defense would say, Your Honor, I'd move to strike juror number 1, 2, 3 because they stated that they are a avid gun lover, and this case involves guns.
Oh,
right?
okay.
And then that's a bias, right? And the judge could say, judge would ask the opposing counsel what their thoughts are on it. They would answer whatever it was. The judge could say, I'm not going to allow that strike. Your request is overruled.
Okay.
Then you would use one of your challenges to get rid of that juror.
Interesting. Okay, this is actually very helpful, not just for this bill, but for others. Okay, so we start with a large group. We end up with what, two 12s? Is that what we end up at the end?
So in a criminal trial, you end up with 12 jurors, and you might have a couple alternates in case someone gets sick or whatever.
Okay,
Right.
okay. So my question to you then, my last question, is that for state's attorneys, should this bill pass, how many of you would strike for cause someone who had a prior felony, someone who is now allowed in? How many of you do you think would actually strike for that?
I think that would be something it would be a regular move. The same way we would strike someone anyone who expresses any kind of bias, we're going to move to strike them.
Right.
Right? And that I don't want anyone with any biases on my jury. I want neutral people on my jury.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Delegate Conaway, please.
Thanks for coming in to testify. Just real simply, do you have any knowledge of 1/3 of the black men are excluded from jury duty? While we're waiting for the information to come in, have you heard anything like that?
I am not aware of that. No, Delegate Conaway, I'm not. Not to say that that's not true or is true.
Understand.
I just don't know.
We're waiting for the information. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No? Okay. Delegate Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here.
My pleasure, Delegate Phillips. Good to see you.
So if a person can vote, person can work in the community, why would they be uniquely unfit to serve on a jury? Once they've fully reintegrated into society, why would you think that there's automatically a bias?
So there's a couple of things.
Because there's a presumption that there is a bias because they served.
Yes, serving on a jury and being a juror is a privilege, and certain convictions, again, change you, and there's a bias that's core of the argument. But it's important to recognize that Maryland permanently disqualifies people from owning firearms after certain convictions. You can never go buy a gun again. And I think it's a good law that should not change. We permanently have sex offender registries for individuals who in their past have committed a crime where they've offended in a way of hurting a child sexually, right? Or have a predilection towards liking children in a way that's inappropriate by our legal standards, right? So we as a society and we as Maryland already impose, in certain instances, permanent consequences to criminal convictions. In this instance, this is about judicial economy. This is about ensuring fairness and ensuring the perception of fairness for the defendant and the victim when we go to court. They should feel that there's no past experiences clouding the judgment in the case. The defendant shouldn't think to himself, well, that guy, juror number 5, went to jail, and so he's going to want me to go to jail because he went, because misery does love company. Some people want other people to go through exactly what they went through without listening to the entirety of the facts, without applying the law given to them by the judge, right? And so, again, I think it just opens up Pandora's box. It is quite dangerous, and most of the states in the United States agree with the proposition that for felony offenses, you should not be a juror.
So let me kind of go down that path. And before I go down that path about felony offenses, an individual receives a pardon. They've committed a crime, perhaps even served their time. They're released and they get a pardon.
Pardon.
Pardon. Mm-hmm. You won't be able to disqualify that individual.
No,
right?
not at all.
Right? Because somebody has decided we're going to pardon them. But they've been through all of the same experiences that you just talked about an incarcerated person. Right? What's the difference between the two?
I think then, again, that person we would not be able to stop from serving. However, from the community's perspective, as I said before, somebody has a lived experience that spoke to the choices they made and the consequences they're in, and I have concerns about whether I am going to get a fair trial, whether you're a victim, being represented by the state, or a defendant. And the same concerns would still exist. We just wouldn't know about it. But yes, those concerns are there. Every trial, we hope, is a fair process. We endeavor to have a fair process.
So let's say you were aware that they had a pardon, but you were concerned. What would you do?
So the voir dire process is voluntary. When I say voir dire, the process that Judge Bartlett, that Delegate Bartlett, Chair Bartlett was describing when the judge is asking questions. Voir dire is a voluntary process. It is to speak the truth. So each prospective juror that's brought in, we bring in about 120, 130 people, each one of them is asked a question, and we rely on them to stand up and say the truth, to answer the questions asked. If they lied to us, we wouldn't know, and I think that would undercut the faith and trust we have in the system.
But what I'm asking you is they stand up and they say, I was convicted and then I was pardoned. How would you handle that individual? If you had a case and it was of like-minded, like subject.
I was convicted and I was pardoned. I mean, to be honest, depending on how much time I would, and depending on how likely they were to get seated, I would do some research as fast as I could to figure out what the background is of that situation. And if I had the time, I would either, based upon the facts of the pardon and why the pardon was granted, pardons are pretty extraordinary, it would certainly give me pause. I would hope to have time. If I didn't have time, I guess I would strike them out of caution.
So you would strike them out?
Out of caution.
But you would use your voir dire process. I guess that's where we're getting to.
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask a different question, because we keep talking about felonies, but this applies to anyone who has served a year and a day. Is that true?
Yes, it is.
And not all year and a day are felonies. Is that true?
That's also true.
So I am potentially denying an individual the opportunity to serve who did not commit a felony. Is that true?
Yes.
All right. And so we're raising the bar in a whole different way. And not only am I not allowing them to serve in a criminal trial, I'm not allowing them to serve in a civil trial. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I've denied this individual the ability to participate, and we talk about bias, and there's probably not a lot of bias in a civil trial. So I guess I'm just trying to understand at what point in time and why is this different than most other rights that are restored once I have served my time? And I heard what you said about guns, and I heard what you said about other things.
That would be my argument.
But I don't see this in the same light, particularly if we have a rehabilitative system and we want people to come out and be engaged in the process. And let me ask this question.
Yep.
Would you suggest, since we want to have a jury that truly is of peers and a jury that has multiple experiences, lived experiences, that this then takes away one set of lived experiences in the jury process?
So again, there are certain offenses, when you commit a crime, well, a couple of things. First off, crime is aberrant. Most people, regardless of socioeconomic status, don't commit crime. The average person is not robbing anyone, stealing anyone, is not carrying a gun illegally. The average person just follows the rules and lives their life, right? So the vast majority of society is fine, right? When an individual violates our laws, there are consequences. Again, it is a privilege to serve as a juror. Part of serving as a juror, you are a judge of fact, right? So you act, that's why people stand when a jury comes in the room and leaves the room. Like, they are the judge of the facts, and their judgment is called into question. Someone who's committed a crime has displayed a breach of the moral compact and has, displayed poor judgment, at least as it relates to the crime they committed. I believe in rehabilitation. I think every prosecutor must, right? It's part of it. Most people that we prosecute will return to society. That doesn't mean that every aspect of society is for everyone, right? And there's a conversation that needs to be had about restoring people's rights that doesn't infringe upon the next defendant's rights or the next victim's rights. And that's where my position lies.
All right. I'm thinking about an individual get jailed for a year and a day because I got into a fight, a dispute.
Yep, second-degree assault.
Right, second-degree assault. And I am now I'm not giving up my right to vote because that'll be restored.
Yep, you can vote.
I'm not giving up most of my rights. I may be giving up, well, it's not a felony charge, so I probably didn't give up my right to own a gun.
No, you have.
Okay.
You cannot own a gun.
If I have a year and a day.
Correct.
Okay.
If you have a second-degree assault, you cannot own a gun.
If I own a second-degree assault. But there are crimes that I could probably go to jail for a year and a day and not give up my right to a firearm. But I am giving up my right to serve on a jury. And I'm just trying to figure out where that balance is. So, all right, appreciate it.
Appreciate you as well.
Delegate McComas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got a couple questions. And, okay, let's say you have a rape case, all right? And so you have somebody that had been sexually assaulted that might be a jury person. Would you want them on that jury?
No.
Okay, but why? They were a victim. They're not a criminal.
Their lived experience would cloud their ability to judge, to give that defendant, possibly give that defendant a fair trial, and that defendant's owed a fair trial.
And so even if the defense didn't, you would.
I would object. I would not let. So I would not. I want 12 blank slates.
Okay.
That's the goal.
So basically, you want a neutral jury.
Correct.
And so you believe that if someone has been in prison, even if they, let's say they had a DWI and they were in for 6 months, you'd be a little concerned maybe if they were in jail or something.
Sure. I mean, I think that they might have a different view of if another person was charged with a DUI. They might say, I did my time, you do your time. They might say no one should go to jail. We don't want any of that line of thought should not invade the sanctity of the courtroom.
So let's say you had someone that's they were a mother, but their daughter had been a murder victim or something. You probably wouldn't want that person on your jury either.
No, ma'am.
Particularly a murder trial.
Absolutely not. Yeah.
Okay. I guess the bottom line is you want to try to have people that are as neutral as possible. You wouldn't want anybody with mental illness, I would assume.
No, I would not.
And even if they were on medication, but pretty heavy medication.
They have to be able to follow the court process and court instructions, and the attorneys that are speaking at a regular conversational pace. As long as they could do those things, then they could serve. But if they had some issue that prevented them from following along, then obviously that would be grounds for.
What about if you had maybe a juror that had a really dominating personality and you picked it up on the voir dire? Would you be concerned about that?
Depends on where I thought they might lie. You might want someone, that's going into trial tactics. You might want someone who, as long as they can be fair, if they have a dominant personality and you believe you can convince that person who had a dominant personality, you might want that person on the jury. As long as they could be fair and listen to the information without bias, that person might be a leader. Out of any 12 people in a room, you'll probably have about 3 or 4, trial tactics said, about 3 or 4 leaders in that room of 12, right? You're trying to talk to those leaders who will convince the other people possibly to go along.
Would you ever put a delegate on the jury?
Depends.
Would you ever put a police officer?
I put Delegate Moreno on the jury.
Would you put a police officer?
If they could be fair, if I felt like they could be fair.
Well, I got picked for a jury, and a Baltimore City police officer got picked on the same jury. And both sides liked us, but they settled the case, so they didn't need us. But yeah, so anyway, it does happen.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, well, good to know we could serve. I see no more lights. Thank you, State's Attorney Gibson, for
My pleasure. Thank you.
being here.
Thank you.
We're going to call up Delegate Long next. Delegate Jeff Long, House Bill 426. My apologies, I didn't say that that concluded the testimony for House Bill 414. Okay, we're moving on. House Bill 426. Delegate Long, and you have with you Mr. Silver?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Silver, you're favorable with amendments. Is that all right with you, Delegate Long?
That's fine, yes.
Okay. All righty. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I promise you I'll be brief because you all have heard this bill 3 years, and they say the third time's the charm, and we have hopefully reached a great consensus in the other chamber. This is House Bill 426, petition for guardianship of the property of an alleged disabled person, a temporary stay of civil actions and proceedings. This strengthens Maryland's adult guardianship framework by providing a limited court-managed pause in certain civil proceedings while a guardianship petition is pending. As the committee considers this bill, it is critical to recognize the risks faced by individuals who are legally incapacitated yet subject to fast-moving civil actions. Evictions, tax sales, and creditor proceedings can advance more quickly than the guardianship process itself, resulting in irreversible harm before legal authority can be established. And in major jurisdictions, there's not the right of redemption of a sheriff's sale. So HB 426, as introduced the past 2 years, establishes a very narrow temporary stay, similar in structure to the automatic stay used in bankruptcy proceedings. That stay allows the time for the court to appoint a temporary or permanent guardian who can lawfully manage finances, stabilize housing, and protect assets. The stay is time limited, includes mandatory court oversight and communication requirements, and automatically lists a guardian once a guardian is appointed or the petition is denied. Just for example, consider a homeowner with dementia who falls behind on property taxes despite having sufficient equity and resources to cure delinquency. Cognitive impairment prevents timely action, and without a temporary stay, the individual may lose their home before a guardian can intervene. So this is what HB 426 seeks to do. It seeks to resolve that. Again, this has passed the House unanimously the past 2 years, and I'm hopeful and optimistic and prayerful, all of that we can get this through third time. And so with that, I respectfully urge a favorable report. And I am also asking it to be in the same position that it was in the posture that this committee voted out last year as well, too. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Bartlett. Good evening, committee members. My name is Jim Silver. I am the supervising attorney for the Adult Guardianship Program at Maryland Legal Aid. Maryland Legal Aid is the largest nonprofit law firm in the state of Maryland. We provide court-appointed counsel in guardianship proceedings to the alleged disabled person. And so Delegate Long's bill would protect our clients. And we have seen in fact, fairly recently, several cases that are basically on all fours with what the delegate has proposed. these are cases in which we have our clients are hospitalized, are being held in the hospital for long periods of time. And as a result, even if they have the resources to pay their rent, if they have the resources to pay their mortgages, they may face eviction, they may face loss of all their belongings through no fault of their own. And so we would support the passage of HB 426. We do request one minor amendment to the bill. Currently, there is a 90-day timeline which runs, as phrased in the bill, from the date of the filing of the petition. We would propose that 90-day timeline run from the entry of the stay. That would provide a clear timeline as to how long the stay would last, particularly because the petition may be filed at some different time before the property action is filed. We would also ask that the stay be renewable upon a finding of good cause by a judge. So, as I said, we are requesting a favorable report on this bill with the amendments I just suggested. I did provide language for that amendment in my written testimony as well.
Thank you very much. Delegate Aragon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Delegate.
Hi, friend.
Do we have a cross-file by any chance coming?
There is not a cross-file coming.
Okay.
But.
So maybe it needs to be early on a vote list so we can get it over there and they can't be like, oh, we ran out of time. Something like that.
Isn't that so?
Isn't that so? Yeah.
So I have a question about the, so we've gotten it out we voted it out from the House, but it hasn't been voted out on the Senate.
It always came out, respectfully, Madam Chair, it would come out too late, and because of the docket of bills across the street, they just never got time to get to it.
Okay, and all righty, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Delegate Valentine.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate. I did have one question.
Sure.
Since it's not going to be in the same posture with this amendment. Are you okay with that amendment? Or
let me say this, and I appreciate the intent of legal aid, and I brought it to the table just first of all to expedite you all's evening, but I am in a position to where I want to ensure that we can keep all stakeholders happy, especially the judiciary, who has taken no position. But when we initially worked this bill in its inception, year of inception, which has been 2 years ago, they gave us the language that they felt was appropriate. And so if this is now the committee's work product. So if this is what you all decide to do, that's great. But I don't want to see any more of our vulnerable populations at a risk of losing their home, their assets, and they have the means, resources to do so, and the other chamber won't take it that way.
so with the exception of that amendment, it's in the exact same posture as last year's what we passed?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Unanimously passed. Even my district mate.
Well, thank you, Delegate Long. Thank you, Delegate Long. That concludes our testimony in our bill hearing for House Bill 426. We are going to move to the last bill of the evening. All right. Yes. Delegate Congolo, House Bill 596. Right. And you have some folks who were able to hang in there with you, Delegate Congolo. It looks like Julia Cage.
She did written.
Delegate Congolo.
She did written.
Okay. Do we have Julia Cage?
Yes.
Okay. And do we have anyone online? Do we have Benjamin Orzecki and Joanna Bloom? Can you just go ahead and have them ready, please? So we can do all the favorable at one time. Delegate Congolo.
All right. Madam Chair and fellow members of the Judiciary Committee, for the record, I'm Delegate Latoya Congolo representing District 31, and I'm asking for a favorable report for HB 596. HB 596 is a cross-file to Senator Simoneau's bill, SB 250, and has received bipartisan co-sponsorship. This is a very simple bill that updates the Uniform Simultaneous Death Act. This bill primarily deals with people dying within a shorter period of time and how to handle handle it efficiently. This bill calls to adopt a 120-hour rule and treats individuals who have died within 120 hours of each other without a will as dying simultaneously. Under the current law, estates may be forced through multiple probate proceedings based on a minute's difference in time of death. This can result in an estate passing briefly to a person who has already died and has to go through another probate process all over again. So this process increases burden to families, it increases costs, and it delays to assets being passed to the rightful heirs. This approach is widely accepted, and as of 2010, at least 19 states, the District of Columbia, and the U.S. Virgin Islands has adopted the act in its current form, including neighboring and peer states such as Virginia, North Carolina, New York, and Ohio. Alaska enacted similar legislation just last year. HB 596 was developed in coordination with the Maryland Judiciary, the Uniform Law Commission, and the Maryland State Bar Association. It reflects best practices and brings Maryland law into alignment with the national standard. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the committee for a favorable report, and I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Sorry.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the committee. My name is Julia Cage. I'm a constituent of Anne Arundel County, and I'm in strong support of Bill 596. Maryland is currently an outlier in its state law, and by adopting the 120-hour survival rule included in the USDA, we will join many other states in fixing a technicality that currently invites litigation based on survival by the minute at the expense of common sense and intent of the deceased. While my friend Joanna Bloom shares the personal toll this outdated law has taken on her family after a tragic fire in Annapolis, her story highlights a systemic vulnerability for Marylanders. Currently, if spouse A survives spouse B by minutes, a legal windfall may occur for spouse A's heirs. Assets are at risk of being diverted away from spouse B's children or heirs and into a secondary estate to the heirs of spouse A, who is also deceased. This may trigger redundant double probate, wasting the court's time and draining estates with back-to-back fees. This situation forces heirs to litigate the exact second of death through expensive expert testimony. A forensic technicality risks disinheriting a person's children or families and diverts a lifetime of assets to a different family tree entirely. This can be a critical issue for Maryland families, whether someone is married without children, divorced and remarried. In the absence of a will, whether it's lost due to tragedy or negligence, without a 120-hour legal circuit breaker in the USDA, any family tragedy becomes a forensic race. We should not be litigating tragedies by the minute. We should be ensuring the assets of an estate are transferred equitably and according to a natural line of succession. HB 596 ensures that Maryland law honors the presumed intent of the deceased and the natural line of succession while streamlining probate procedures. It clarifies the 120-hour standard, one which almost all other states have implemented through the USDA, Uniform Probate Code, or their own independent state laws. Please support House Bill 596 to ensure that a few minutes in the aftermath of a tragedy do not result in prolonged legal and financial stress for descendants in the courts. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ozeki?
Thank you. I'm Ben Orzeski. Madam Chair, appreciate the opportunity to testify. I'm Chief Counsel at the Uniform Law Commission. The ULC is the organization that produced this model legislation. It's been adopted in 22 jurisdictions total. It is working well in the jurisdictions where it's been enacted for all of the reasons that were just stated by the other witnesses. And mainly I'm here to answer any questions from the committee. I'm going to defer to Ms. Bloom, who's got a family story that I think she'd like to relate.
Ms. Bloom, whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon or evening. I'm in Colorado. Chair Bartlett and members of the committee. My name is Joanna Bloom, and I want to thank you for this opportunity to voice my strong support for House Bill 596. I'm currently managing an estate that involves the Maryland Uniform Simultaneous Death Act. Last February, my father and his wife were killed in a house fire in Annapolis. By the time first responders arrived at the scene, the whole house was engulfed in flames, and tragically, both my father and his wife died as a result. My father had made a will in 1992, which I believe was also lost in the fire, and my siblings and I have spent the last year doing countless hours of research and going through the probate process to determine the fate of my father's estate. It's my belief that the intent of the Maryland law was to avoid the situation that I am now in, which includes prolonged estate management with the significant associated time, expense, and administrative burden, extensive expenses related to understanding our legal position and options, the inability to unilaterally preserve jointly owned property because it's unclear who has legal authority, and being left with little option but to pursue litigation that would require recreating the second-by-second details of both my father and his wife's deaths, which is exactly what this law originally sought to avoid. I'm tired, and I wish this process was easier. I'm testifying in support of House Bill 596 today to help others avoid the stress and strain that my family has endured this past year, and in the hopes that it will bring clarity and peace to others in similar situations. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Bloom, and I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you for sharing your story with us.
Thank you.
Members, do we have any questions?
I think they're tired.
I was going to say, so we all understand probate law that well, huh? I don't think so. Okay, no questions, then I will not torture you all with my questions. I will reach out to the bill sponsor or to Mr. Orzeski myself. Thank you very much. Not easy for me to say.
Thank you.
Thank you all
Thank
for
you.
coming in and testifying. That concludes our bill hearing for House Bill 596, and that concludes the House Judiciary Committee hearings for today.